Section 47 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. The Unexpected Intervenes. Clubin, haggard, gazed at it. It certainly was the terrible isolated reef. Impossible to mistake that misshapen outline. The two twin Douvres reared themselves aloft hideously, allowing a view of their defile, like a trap between them. One would have pronounced it the cutthroat of the ocean. They were quite close at hand. The fog had concealed them like an accomplice. Clubin had lost his way in the fog. In spite of all his attention, that had happened to him which happened to two other great navigators, to Gonzales, who discovered Cape Blanco, and to Fernandez, who discovered Cape Verde. The fog had led him astray. It had appeared to him excellent for the execution of his project, but it had its perils. Clubin had veered to the west and had erred. The Guernsey passenger, by thinking that he recognized the Hanways, had decided the final turn of the helm. Clubin had believed that he was casting himself on the Hanways. The Durande, broken open by one of the rocks of the reef, was separated from the two Douvres only by a few cable lengths. 200 fathoms further on was a massive cube of granite. On the steep faces of this rock several furrows and projections for climbing were visible. The rectilinear corners of these rough walls, with their right angles, suggested the presence of a plateau at the top. It was the Man. The rock of the Man rose still higher than the Douvres rocks. Its platform dominated their double and inaccessible point. This platform, while crumbling on the edges, had an entablature and an indescribable sculpturalesque regularity. Nothing more desolate and deadly could be imagined. The waves from the open sea lapped tranquilly against the square faces of this enormous black mass, a sort of pedestal for the immense specters of the sea and of the night. This aggregate of things was quiet. Hardly a breath in the air, hardly a ripple on the waves. One divined beneath that mute surface of water the vast hidden life of the depths. Clubin had often seen the Douvres reef from a distance. He satisfied himself that in very truth he was there. He could not doubt it. An abrupt and hideous change. The Douvres instead of the Hanways. Instead of 1 mile, 5 leagues of sea. 5 leagues of sea! The impossible. The Douvres rock for the solitary shipwrecked man is the presence, visible and palpable, of the last moment, a prohibition of all hope of reaching land. Clubin shuddered. He had placed himself in the jaws of the shadow. No other refuge than the Man rock. It was probable that the tempest would come up during the night, and that the longboat of the Durande would founder, as it was overloaded. No news of the shipwrecked man would reach the land. No one would even know that Clubin had been left on the Douvres reef. No other prospect than death from cold and hunger. His 75,000 francs would not procure him a mouthful of bread. All that he had built up had ended in this trap. He was the laborious architect of his own catastrophe. No resource, no safety possible. Triumph had turned into a precipice. Instead of deliverance, a prison. Instead of a long and prosperous future, the death agony. In the twinkling of an eye, quick as a flash of lightning, his whole structure had crumbled. The paradise dreamed of by this demon had resumed its true form, the sepulchre. In the meantime the wind had risen, the fog, shaken, riddled with holes, rent, was disappearing towards the horizon in huge, shapeless masses. The whole sea reappeared. The cattle, more and more invaded by the water, continued to bellow in the hold. Night was approaching, probably the tempest. The Durande, gradually set afloat again by the rising tide, swung from right to left, then from left to right, and began to turn upon the reef as upon a pivot. The moment could be foreseen when a billow would tear her off and roll her to rack and ruin. There was less obscurity than at the moment of the shipwreck. Although the day was more advanced, one could see more clearly. The fog, in departing, had carried away a portion of the darkness. The west was clear of all clouds. The twilight has a great white sky. This vast reflection lighted the sea. The Durande had run aground on an inclined plane from the stern to the bow. Clubin mounted on the rear of the vessel, which was almost out of the water. He fixed his eye intently on the horizon. The peculiarity of hypocrisy is to be strong in hope. The hypocrite is the man who waits. Hypocrisy is nothing else than a horrible hopefulness, and the foundation of that lie is made of that virtue transformed into a vice. Strange to say, there is confidence in hypocrisy. The hypocrite trusts himself to some indefinable power in the unknown which permits evil. Clubin gazed at the expanse. The situation was desperate. This sinister soul did not despair. He said to himself that after this long fog the vessels which had remained heaved to or at anchor would resume their course, and that perhaps one would pass on the horizon. And in fact a sail did make its appearance. It was coming from the east and going to the west. As it approached, the details of the vessel became outlined. It had but one mast and was sloop rigged. The bowsprit was almost horizontal. It was a coaster. In less than half an hour it would pass quite close to the Douvres rock. Clubin said to himself, "I am saved." At a moment like the one in which he found himself one thinks first of life alone. This coaster was perhaps a stranger. Who knows whether it was not one of the smuggling vessels on its way to Pleinmont? Who knows whether it was not Blasquito himself? In that case not only was life safe, but fortune too. And the encounter of the Douvres Reef, by hastening the conclusion, by suppressing the waiting in the haunted house, by winding up the adventure on the open sea, would have been a happy incident. All the certainty of success frantically re-entered this somber mind. It is strange with what facility scoundrels believe that success is due to them. There was but one thing to be done. The Durande, entangled in the rocks, mingled her outline with theirs, was confounded with their indentations, among which she formed only one more feature, and would not suffice, in the little daylight remaining, to attract the attention of the vessel now about to pass. But a human figure, standing out blackly against the whiteness of twilight, erect on the Man Rock, and making signals of distress, would be perceived without a doubt. They would send a boat to rescue the shipwrecked man. The Man Rock was only 200 fathoms away. It was a simple matter to swim to it. To climb it was easy. There was not a minute to be lost. As the bow of the Durande rested on the rock, it was higher than the stern, and the point where Clubin stood was where it was necessary to plunge for the swim. He began making a sounding, and he found that under the stern there was a great depth of water. The microscopic shells of the foraminifera and the polycystines, which the tallow on the sounding lead brought up, were unbroken, which indicated that there existed very hollow rock caverns where the water was always tranquil, however great the surface agitation. He undressed, leaving his garments on the bridge. He would find clothes on the coaster. He retained only the leather girdle. When he was naked he raised his hand to his belt, rebuckled it, felt of the iron box within it, rapidly studied with his glance the direction which he must follow among the breakers and the waves in order to reach the Man Rock, then, throwing himself head foremost, he made his plunge. As he dived from a height, he plunged deep. He sank very far into the water, touched the bottom, skirted the submarine rocks for a moment, then struck out for the surface again. At that moment he felt himself seized by the foot. End of Chapter 7. The Unexpected Intervenes. Section 48 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Seventh. The Imprudence of Asking Questions of a Book. Chapter 1 The Pearl at the Bottom of the Precipice A few minutes after his brief colloquy with Sieur Landoy, Gilliatt was at St. Sampson. Gilliatt was uneasy and anxious. What had happened? There was a noise like a frightened beehive in St. Sampson. Everybody was at his door. The women were indulging in exclamations. There were people who seemed to be relating something and gesticulating. A group had formed around them. The words, "What a misfortune!" could be heard. Many faces were smiling. Gilliatt interrogated no one. It was not his nature to put questions. Moreover, he was too much agitated to talk to indifferent persons. He distrusted rumors. He preferred to learn all the facts at once. He went straight to Les Bravées. His uneasiness was such that he was not afraid even to enter that house. Besides, the door of the ground-floor room stood wide open on a key. There was a swarm of men and women on the threshold. Everybody was going in. He went in also. On entering, he found Sieur Landoy leaning against the jamb of the door, and the latter said to him in a low voice, "You doubtless know what has happened?" "No." "I did not wish to shout it to you in the road. It makes one seem like a bird of ill omen." "What is it?" "The Durande is lost." There was a throng in the room. The groups were conversing in low tones as though in a sick chamber. Those present, the neighbors, curious passers by, the first comers, kept in a cluster near the door, in a sort of fear, and left unoccupied the end of the room where Mess Lethierry was to be seen standing beside Déruchette, who was sitting and in tears. He was leaning his back against the wall at the end of the room. His sailor's cap fell over his brows. A lock of gray hair hung down upon his cheek. He said nothing. His arms were motionless. He seemed hardly to breathe. He had the look of a lifeless thing placed against the wall. One felt on looking at him that he was a man within whom life had just fallen into ruins. The Durande being gone, there was no further reason for his existence. He had a soul on the sea. That soul had just gone down. What was he to do now? To rise every morning and go to bed every evening, never more to await the Durande, never more to see her depart, never more to see her return? What is the remnant of an existence without an object? To eat and drink, and what then? This man had crowned all his works with a masterpiece, and all his self-devotion by a progress. The progress was abolished. The masterpiece was dead. What was the use of living through a few more empty years? There was nothing to do henceforth. At that age one does not begin again. Besides, he was ruined. Poor old man! Déruchette, seated weeping on a chair beside him, held in both her hands one of Mess Lethierry's fists. Her hands were clasped, his fists clenched. Therein lay the shade of difference between the two states of despondency. In clasped hands there is something which still hopes. In the clenched fist, nothing. Mess Lethierry abandoned his arm to her and let her do what she would. He was passive. Henceforth he had only that measure of life which one can have after the stroke of a thunderbolt. There are certain plunges to the bottom of the abyss which withdraw you from among the living. The people who go and come in your chamber are confused and indistinct. They touch you without reaching you. You are unapproachable to them, and they are accessible to you. Happiness and despair are not the same respirable centers. When one is in despair, one looks on at the life of others from a distance. One almost ignores their presence. One loses the consciousness of one's own existence. It is in vain that one is flesh and blood. One no longer feels real. One becomes no longer anything but a dream to one's self. Mess Lethierry's look indicated that condition. The groups whispered together. They exchanged what they knew. This was the news. The Durande had been lost the day before on the Douvres in the fog, about 1 hour before sunset. With the exception of the captain, who had not consented to leave the vessel, all the people had escaped in the longboat. A squall from the southwest, which had followed the fog, had come near wrecking them a second time, and had driven them out to sea beyond Guernsey. During the night they had had the good fortune to encounter the Cashmere, which had picked them up and brought them to Guernsey. It was all the fault of the helmsman Tangrouille, who was in prison. Clubin had behaved nobly. The pilots, who were numerous in the group, uttered the words "the Douvres Reef" in a peculiar manner. "A bad inn," said one of them. On the table were seen a compass and a bundle of registers and notebooks. They were no doubt the compass of the Durande and the vessel's papers entrusted by Clubin to Imbrancam and Tangrouille at the moment of the longboat's departure. A magnificent abnegation on the part of that man, to save even the records at the moment when he was allowing himself to be lost. A small detail, full of grandeur, sublime self-forgetfulness. Admiration for Clubin was unanimous, and unanimous also was the belief that he had been saved after all. The coaster Chialtiel had arrived a few hours after the Cashmere. It was this coaster which brought the latest information. She had just passed 24 hours in the same waters as the Durande. She had lain to during the fog and had tacked during the squall. The skipper of the Chialtiel was among those present. At the moment when Gilliatt entered, this skipper had just finished his report to Mess Lethierry. This report was a correct one. Towards morning, the storm having abated, and the wind become mild, the skipper of the Chialtiel had heard bellowing on the open sea. This sound of the meadows in the midst of the waves had surprised him. He had directed his course towards it. He had perceived the Durande on the Douvres rocks. The calm had allowed him to approach. He had hailed the wreck. The bellowing of the cattle who were drowning in the hold had been the sole response. The skipper was certain that there was no one on board the Durande. The wreck still held together, and, violent as had been the squall, Clubin could have passed the night there. He was not a man to let go his hold easily. He was not there, hence he had been saved. Many sloops and luggers from Granville and St. Malo, when coming out from the fog on the preceding evening, must have passed quite close to the Douvres Reef. One of them had evidently picked up Captain Clubin. It must be remembered that the longboat of the Durande had been full when it quitted the shipwrecked vessel, that it was about to run many risks, that one man more would have overloaded her and might have caused her to founder. And it was this, chiefly, which had decided Clubin to remain on the wreck. But his duty once fulfilled, and a rescuing vessel having presented itself, Clubin had undoubtedly made no scruples about profiting by it. One may be a hero, but one is not a fool. A suicide would have been all the more absurd since Clubin was not to blame. The culprit was Tangrouille, and not Clubin. All this was conclusive. The skipper of the Chialtiel was evidently right, and everyone expected to see Clubin make his appearance again at any moment. They planned to carry him about in triumph. Two certainties followed from this recital of the skipper: that Clubin had been saved, and the Durande lost. As far as the Durande was concerned, one must make up one's mind to it. The catastrophe was irremediable. The skipper of the Chialtiel had been present at the last scene in the shipwreck. The extremely pointed rock on which the Durande was in a manner nailed had held good all night, and had resisted the shock of the tempest as though it wished to keep the wreck for itself. But in the morning, at the moment when the Chialtiel, having ascertained that there was no one on board to save, was on the point of leaving the Durande, there had come one of those massive waves which are like the final bursts of a tempest's wrath. This billow had lifted the Durande furiously, had torn her from the reef, and had hurled her between the two Douvres rocks with the swiftness and directness of an arrow. A diabolical crash was heard, the skipper said. The Durande, borne to a certain height by the surges, had been plunged in between the rocks up to her midship frame. She had been fastened afresh, but more solidly than on the submarine reef. There she was destined to remain, deplorably suspended, surrendered to all the fury of the wind and of the sea. The Durande, according to the statements of the crew of the Gilliatt, was already three-quarters broken up. She would evidently have sunk during the night had not the reef sustained her and prevented. The skipper of the Gilliatt had studied the wreck with his glass. He gave the details of the disaster with the precision of a mariner. The starboard quarter was stove in, the masts were snapped off, the canvas blown out of the bolt ropes, the shrouds almost cut through, the skylights of the cabin crushed by the fall of a yard, the uprights broken off level with the gunwale, from abreast the main mast to the taffrails, the dome of the steward's room stove in, the chocks of the longboat carried away, the roundhouse dismounted, the rudder hinges broken, the tiller ropes detached, the sheathing torn off, the bitts carried away, the crossbeams destroyed, the rail gone, the stern post smashed. All this was the frenzied devastation of the tempest. Of the hoisting crane bolted to the foremast there was nothing left. A complete cleaning out, gone all to pieces, with its hoisting tackle, its blocks and falls, its snatch block, and its chains. The Durande was dismembered. The sea was now about to tear her to pieces. In a few days nothing would be left of her. Nevertheless, the engine, a remarkable fact, and one which proved its excellence, had hardly been affected amid these ravages. The skipper of the Gilliatt thought he could affirm that the crank had suffered no serious injury. The masts of the vessel had yielded, but the smokestack of the engine had resisted. The iron guards of the captain's bridge were merely twisted. The paddle boxes had suffered, the framework had been crushed, but the wheels did not seem to lack a single float. The engine was uninjured. This was the conviction of the skipper of the Gilliatt. The engineer, Imprudence, who had joined the groups, shared this conviction. This negro, more intelligent than many a white man, was proud of the engine. He raised his arms with the 10 fingers of his black hands outspread, and said to the dumb Lethierry, "Master, the machinery still lives." As Clubin's safety seemed to be assured, and the hull of the Durande having been sacrificed, the engine became the topic of conversation among the groups. They took an interest in it as in a person. They marveled at its good behavior. "That's a solid creature," said a French sailor. "It's a good thing," exclaimed a Guernsey fisherman. "It must have been clever," interposed the captain of the Gilliatt, "to get out of that scrape with only 2 or 3 scratches." Little by little this engine became their sole preoccupation. Opinions became warm for and against it. It had friends and enemies. More than one, who had a good old sailing coaster, and who hoped to get back the Durande's customers, was not sorry to see the Douvres Reef execute justice on the new invention. The whispering became louder. They discussed almost noisily, still it was somewhat restrained, and at intervals there came a sudden lowering of voices under the oppression of Lethierry's sepulchral silence. The result of the colloquies proceeding in all quarters was as follows. The engine was the essential point. It was possible to rebuild the vessel, but not the machinery. To construct another like it, money would be lacking. Still more serious, the builders would be lacking. It was called to mind that the builder of the engine was dead. It had cost 40,000 francs. No one in the future would risk such a sum against such a catastrophe, the more so as it had now been proved that steamers could be lost as well as sailing vessels. The present accident to the Durande had destroyed the prestige of all her past success. Nevertheless, it was deplorable to reflect that at that very hour this machinery was still entire and in good condition, and that In 5 or 6 days it would be dashed in pieces like the vessel. As long as it existed there was, so to speak, no shipwreck. The loss of the engine was alone irremediable. To save the engine would be to repair the disaster. It was easy to say, "Save the engine," but who would undertake it? Was it possible? To plan and to execute are two different things, and the proof is that it is easy to dream, but difficult to perform. Now, if there ever had been a mad and impracticable dream, it was this: to save the engine wrecked on the Douvres. To send a vessel and crew to work on those rocks would be absurd. It was not to be thought of. It was the season of heavy seas. At the first gale the anchor chains would be sawn asunder by the submarine crests of the rocks, and the vessel would be dashed upon the reef. It would be sending a second shipwreck to the relief of the first. In the hollow of the upper plateau, where the legendary shipwrecked man who had perished of hunger had taken refuge, there was barely room for one man. In order, therefore, to save this engine, it would be necessary for one man to go to the Douvres rock, and to go there alone, alone in that sea, alone in that desert, alone 5 leagues from the shore, alone in that horror, alone for whole weeks together, alone in the presence of the foreseen and the unforeseen, without fresh supplies in the anguish of destitution, without succor in the hour of distress, with no other trace of humanity than that of the ancient shipwrecked wight who had perished there of misery, with no other companionship than that of death. And besides, how would he set about saving the engine? He must not only be a sailor, but a machinist, and amid what difficulties! The man who should attempt that would be more than a hero. He would be a madman. For in certain vast enterprises, when the superhuman seems necessary, bravery is little less than madness. And in fact, after all, would it not be unreasonable to sacrifice oneself for old iron? No, no one would go to the Douvres rocks. The machinery must be given up as well as the rest. The desired deliverer would not present himself. Where was such a man to be found? This, a little differently expressed, constituted the foundation of all the remarks murmured in that crowd. The skipper of the Shakespeare, who was an old pilot, summed up the thought of all in this exclamation, uttered in a loud voice: "No, it is all over. The man who would go there and bring back that machinery does not exist." "If I do not go," said Imprudence, "it is because it cannot be done." The skipper of the Shakespeare shook his left hand with that abruptness which expresses the conviction that a thing is impossible, and resumed: "If he existed." Déruchette turned her head. "I would marry him," said she. A silence ensued. A very pale man stepped out from the midst of the groups, and said: "You would marry him, Miss Déruchette?" It was Gilliatt. Meanwhile all eyes had been raised. Lethierry had just straightened himself up erect. A strange light gleamed beneath his brows. With his fist he grasped his sailor's cap and flung it to the floor, then he gazed solemnly before him, without seeing any of the persons present, and said: "Déruchette shall marry him. I give my word of honor on it, before the good God." Chapter 1: The Pearl at the Bottom of the Precipice. Section 49 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2: Much Astonishment on the Western Coast. The following night the moon rose at 10 o'clock. Nevertheless, however good the appearance of the night, the wind, and the sea, no fisherman dreamed of setting out either from Auge-la-Pierre or Bordeaux, or from Umègue-Benet, or from Le Platon, or from Port-Gras, or from Vasson Bay, or from Perelle Bay, or from Pézerie, or from Lethierry. or from the Bay of Les Saints, or from Petit Bot, or from any port or small harbor of Guernsey. And this was quite simple. The cocks had crowed at midday. When the cock crows at an unusual hour, the catch of fish fails. Nevertheless, that evening at nightfall, a fisherman who was returning to Umbra had a surprise. Off Hume Paradis, beyond the two Bray and the two Grunes, with the beacon of the Plate Fouchère, in the form of a reversed funnel, on the right, and the beacon of Saint Sampson, which represents the figure of a man, on the left, he thought he perceived a third beacon. What beacon was this? When had it been placed on that point? What shoals did it indicate? The beacon immediately answered these questions. It moved. It was a mast. The fisherman's astonishment did not diminish. A beacon suggested a question. A mast was much more suggestive. No fishing was possible. Someone was going out when everybody else was coming in. Who? Why? 10 minutes later the mast, advancing slowly, came within a short distance of the fisherman of Umbra. He could not recognize the vessel. He heard the sound of rowing. There was the noise of 2 oars. Hence it was probably a man alone. The man was from the north. This man was evidently rowing to catch the wind beyond Point Fontenelle. There he would, probably, hoist his sail. Hence he intended to double Ancres and Montrevel. What was the meaning of this? The mast passed by. The fisherman ran into harbor. That same night, chance observers on the west coast of Guernsey, scattered and isolated, made remarks at different hours and at various points. Just as the Umbra fisherman had finished mooring his boat, a carter of seaweed, half a mile farther on, as he whipped up his horses in the deserted road of Cloture, near the cromlech, in the vicinity of Martello Towers 6 and 7, saw a sail being hoisted on the water far away on the horizon, in a spot which was little frequented, because it was necessary to know it well, towards La Roque Nord and La Sablonneuse. He paid but little attention to it, however, being intent on his cart, and not on boats. Half an hour, perhaps, had elapsed after the carter perceived this sail, when a plasterer, returning from his work in the town and passing round the Pelée pool, suddenly found himself almost opposite a boat very audaciously making its way among the rocks of the Quenon, the Rouge de Mer, and the Grippe de Rousse. The night was black, but the sea was light, an effect which is frequently produced, and one can then distinguish vessels going and coming on the water. There was no other boat on the sea except this one. A little lower down and a little later, a lobsterman arranging his pots on the sand which separates Port Soif, Port Thirst, from Port Enfer, Port Hell, could not understand the maneuvers of a boat gliding between the Bout Corneille and the Moulgrette. A man must be a good pilot, and in great haste to reach his destination, to risk himself there. As 8 o'clock was sounding at the Catel, the innkeeper of Cobo Bay observed with some bewilderment a sail beyond the Bout du Jardin and the Grunette, very near La Suzanne and the Grune de l'Ouest. Not far from Cobo Bay, on the solitary point of Hume on the Vasson Bay, 2 lovers were parting and holding each other back. At the moment when the girl was saying to the youth, "If I go away, 'tis not because I do not like to be with you, but because I have my chores to attend to," their attention was diverted from their parting kiss by a rather large boat which passed by very near them, and directed its course towards the Messelette. M. le Père de Norgioux, who lived at Cotillon-Pipet, was busy about 9 o'clock in the evening in examining a hole made by marauders in the hedge of his garden, La Génorette, and in his double ladder planted with trees. As he observed the damage, he could not help noticing a boat rashly doubling Croque Point at that hour of the night. This was a very hazardous course on the day after a tempest, and with the agitation still remaining in the sea, one was imprudent to select it unless one knew the channels by heart. At 9:30 at Lethierry, a trawler bringing in his net halted for some time to watch something which must be a boat between Colombelle and La Souffleresse. This boat was exposing itself greatly. There are sudden and very dangerous gusts of wind there. The Souffleresse, or blower rock, is so named because it blows unexpectedly on vessels. At the moment when the moon rose, the tide was full, and the sea being spread out in the little strait of Lihou, the solitary keeper of the island of Lihou was greatly startled. He saw a long black object pass between him and the moon. That lofty black narrow form resembled a winding sheet, erect and walking. It glided slowly along the top of the sort of wall formed by the piles of rocks. The guardian of Lihou thought he recognized the black lady. The white lady inhabits the Taux de Pays d'Amont, the gray lady inhabits the Taux de Pays d'Aval, the red lady inhabits the Sileuse, to the north of the Ban Marquis, and the black lady inhabits the Grand Etacré, to the west of L'Île Humet. At night, by moonlight, these ladies come out, and sometimes meet. This black form might possibly be a sail. The long bars of rocks over which it seemed to be walking might, in reality, conceal the hull of a boat sailing behind them and allow the sail only to be seen. But the guardian asked himself what boat would dare to risk itself at that hour between Lihou and La Pékeresse and the Angluyère and Lere Point, and with what object? It appeared more probable to him that it was the black lady. Just as the moon had passed the bell tower of Saint Pierre du Bois, the guard of the Chateau Roquin, as he raised the half of the drawbridge, distinguished at the mouth of the bay, further on than La Haute Carré, nearer than La Sambule, a sailing vessel which seemed to be going from north to south. On this southern coast of Guernsey there exists, behind Pleinmont, at the bottom of a bay, all composed of precipices and rocks, rising perpendicularly from the waves, a singular port, which a Frenchman, who had sojourned in the island ever since 1855, the same possibly as he who writes these lines, had baptized as the Port on the Fourth Story, a name generally adopted at the present day. This port, which was then called the Moi, is a rock plateau, half natural, half hewn out, elevated about 40 feet above the level of the water, and communicating with the waves by two great parallel beams on an inclined plane. Boats, hoisted by sheer strength of arm, by chains and pulleys, mount from the sea and descend again along these beams, which are like two rails. There is a staircase for men. This port was greatly frequented at that time by smugglers. Not being very practicable, it was convenient for them. Towards 11 o'clock some smugglers, perhaps the very ones on whom Clubin had reckoned, were standing with their bales on the summit of this platform of La Moi. He who smuggles is on the lookout. They were on the alert. They were astonished by a sail which suddenly appeared beyond the black silhouette of Cape Pleinmont. The moon was shining. These smugglers watched that sail, fearing that it was some Coast Guard boat on its way to station itself in ambush behind the great Hanway. But the sail passed the Hanways, left the Bout Blondel behind it on the northwest, and then disappeared in the open sea, amid the pale shadows of the mists on the horizon. "Where the devil can that boat be going?" said the smugglers to each other. That same evening, a little after sunset, someone was heard to knock at the door of the Bû de la Rue. It was a young man dressed in brown, with yellow stockings, which indicated a junior clerk of the parish. The Bû de la Rue was closed, door and shutters. An old woman, a fisher of the fruits of the sea, who was prowling about the bank with a lantern, hailed the youth, and these words were exchanged by the fishwife and the junior clerk in front of the Bû de la Rue. "What do you want, young man?" "The man who lives here." "He's not here." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "Will he be here to morrow?" "I don't know." "Has he gone away?" "I don't know." "You see, my good woman, the new rector of the parish, the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, would like to call on him." "I don't know." "The reverend gentleman has sent me to inquire whether the man of the Bû de la Rue will be at home to morrow." "I don't know." End of Chapter 2. Much Astonishment on the Western Coast. Section 50 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Tempt Not the Bible. During the next 24 hours Miss Lethierry did not sleep, did not eat, did not drink, kissed Déruchette's brow, inquired after Clubin, of whom no news had yet been received, signed a declaration to the effect that he did not intend to present any complaint, and caused Tangrouille to be set at liberty. He remained the whole of the following day, half leaning on the table of the office of the Durande, neither standing nor seated, replying gently when any one spoke to him. Moreover, curiosity having been gratified, solitude reigned at Les Bravées. There is much inquisitiveness, mingled with eagerness to express sympathy. The door was closed again. Lethierry was left alone with Déruchette. The flash which had gleamed in Lethierry's eyes had died out. The melancholy gaze which he had worn at the beginning of the catastrophe had returned to him. Déruchette, who was troubled, had, on the advice of Grace and Douce, and without saying anything, placed on the table beside him a pair of stockings which he had been engaged in knitting when the news arrived. He smiled bitterly and said, "So they think me a fool." After a quarter of an hour of silence he added, "These hobbies are good when one is happy." Déruchette put away the stocking, and took advantage of the occasion also to remove the compass and the ship's papers, which occupied too much of Miss Lethierry's attention. In the afternoon, a little before tea time, the door opened and two men entered, clad in black, one old, the other young. Both these men had a grave air, but their gravity was different. The old man had what may be called state gravity, the young man had natural gravity. Habit gives one, thought the other. They were, as their garments indicated, two ecclesiastes, both belonging to the Established Church. What would have struck the observer at first sight about the young man was the gravity, which was profound, in his glance, and which evidently resulted from his mind and not from his person. Gravity admits of passion and exalts it by purifying it, but this young man was, first of all, handsome. Although a priest, he was less than 25 years old. He seemed to be 18. He presented this harmony and also this contrast: a soul which seemed made for exalted passion, and a body for love. He was fair, rosy, fresh, very dainty and very graceful in his severe costume, with cheeks like those of a young girl, and delicate hands. He had a lively and natural, though subdued, air. Everything about him was charm, elegance, and almost voluptuousness. The beauty of his glance corrected this excess of grace. His sincere smile, which displayed the delicate teeth of a child, was pensive and devotional. He had the gracefulness of a page and the dignity of a bishop. Beneath his thick blond hair, so golden that it appeared coquettish, his brow was lofty, honest, and well formed. A slight wrinkle with a double curve between his eyebrows awoke in a confused way the idea of the kind of thought soaring with outspread wings in the center of this forehead. One felt, on seeing him, that he was one of those kindly, pure, and innocent beings whose progress is in inverse sense with that of vulgar humanity, whom illusion renders wise, and of whom experience makes enthusiasts. His transparent youth allowed his inward maturity to be seen. Compared with the gray haired ecclesiastic who accompanied him, at the first glance he seemed to be the son, at the second glance he seemed to be the father. This latter was no other than Dr. Jacquemin Hérode. Dr. Jacquemin Hérode belonged to the High Church, which is very nearly the same as a papacy without a pope. Anglicanism was distracted at about that epoch by tendencies which have since been affirmed and condensed in Puseyism. Dr. Jacquemin Hérode was of that shade of Anglicanism which is almost a variety of Romanism. He was tall, correct, narrow, and superior. His inner sight hardly pierced to the outside. In place of the spirit he had the letter. Moreover, he was haughty. His presence was imposing. He seemed less like a reverend than a monseigneur. His coat was cut a little like a cassock. His true place would have been Rome. He was a born prelate of the antechamber. He seemed to have been created expressly to ornament a pope, and to walk behind the gestatory chair with all the pontifical court in abito paonazzo. The accident of having been born an Englishman, and a theological education turned more towards the Old Testament than the New, had caused him to miss that great destiny. All his splendors were summed up in this: to be rector of St. Pierre Port, dean of the island of Guernsey, and surrogate of the Bishop of Winchester. This was not without glory. This glory did not prevent Jacquemin Hérode from being a very good sort of man, take him all in all. As a theologian he held a good place in the esteem of good judges, and he almost constituted an authority in the Court of Arches, that Sorbonne of England. He had an air of learning, a knowing and peculiar way of winking his eyes, hairy nostrils, prominent teeth, a thin upper and thick lower lip, many diplomas, a great stipend, baronets for friends, the confidence of his bishop, and a Bible always in his pocket. Miss Lethierry was so completely absorbed that all the effect produced by the entrance of the two priests was an imperceptible frown. Mr. Jacquemin Hérode advanced, bowed, referred to his recent promotion in a few soberly lofty words, and said that he was come, in accordance with custom, to introduce to the notable men, and to Miss Lethierry in particular, his successor in the parish, the new rector of St. Sampson, the Reverend Joe Ebenezer Caudray, henceforth Miss Lethierry's pastor. Déruchette rose. The young priest, who was the Reverend Ebenezer, bowed. Miss Lethierry stared at M. Ebenezer Caudray, and muttered between his teeth, "A bad sailor." Grace brought forward chairs. The two reverend gentlemen seated themselves near the table. Dr. Hérode began a speech. He had heard that an event had occurred. The Durande had been shipwrecked. As a pastor he was come to offer his consolation and advice. This shipwreck was unfortunate, but also fortunate. Let us examine ourselves. Were we not puffed up with prosperity? The waters of felicity are dangerous. We must not take misfortunes in bad part. The ways of the Lord are unknown to us. Miss Lethierry was ruined. Well, to be rich is a danger. One has false friends. Poverty removes them. One remains alone. Solus eris. The Durande brought in, it was said, £1,000 sterling a year. That is too much for the wise man. Let us fly temptation. Let us disdain gold. Let us accept neglect and ruin with gratitude. Isolation is full of fruits. One obtains grace from the Lord. It was in this solitude that Aja found the hot springs while leading the asses of his father Zebion. let us not rebel against the inscrutable decrees of Providence. Job, that holy man, after his misery, had increased in riches. Who knows whether the loss of the Durande would not have its compensations, even temporal? For instance, he, Jacquemin Hérode, had invested capital in a very fine project, now in course of execution in Sheffield. If Mess Lethierry wished to embark in this affair the funds which remained to him, he would repair his fortune. It was a great contract of arms for the Czar, who was preparing to subdue Poland. One could make 300%. The word Czar appeared to arouse Lethierry. He interrupted Dr. Hérode. "I'll have nothing to do with the Czar." The Reverend Hérode replied, "Mess Lethierry, princes are permitted of God. It is written, 'Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's.' The Czar is Caesar." Lethierry, who had half fallen back into his dream, muttered, "Who is Caesar? I don't know him." The Reverend Jacquemin Hérode resumed his exhortation. He did not insist upon Sheffield. To wish to have nothing to do with Caesar is to be a republican. The reverend gentleman comprehended that one might be a republican. In that case, let Mess Lethierry turn his attention towards a republic. Mess Lethierry could retrieve his fortune in the United States still better than in England. If he wished to increase what remained to him tenfold, he had only to take shares in a great company for developing plantations in Texas, which employed more than 20,000 negroes. "I'll have nothing to do with slavery," said Lethierry. "Slavery," replied the Reverend Hérode, "is a sacred institution. It is written, 'If the master smite his slave, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.'" Grace and Douce, who were in the doorway, were drinking in the words of the Reverend Rector with a sort of ecstasy. The reverend gentleman continued. He was, taken him all in all, as we have already said, a good man, and whatever might have been his disagreements as to caste or persons with Mess Lethierry, he had come very sincerely to bring him all the spiritual and even temporal aid which he, Dr. Jacquemin Hérode, had at his command. If Mess Lethierry was ruined to such an extent that he could not cooperate advantageously with any Russian or American speculation, why did not he enter the government service, where there were salaried positions? There are fine places, and the reverend gentleman was ready to recommend Mess Lethierry to them. The office of deputy judge was at that moment vacant in Jersey. Mess Lethierry was esteemed and beloved, and the Reverend Hérode, Dean of Guernsey and surrogate of the Bishop, would do his utmost to obtain for Mess Lethierry the place of Député Vicomte of Jersey. The Député Vicomte is an officer of importance. He assists as representative of His Majesty at the courts of assize, at the debates of the Sessions House, and at the execution of the decrees of justice. Lethierry fixed his eyes on Dr. Hérode. "I don't like hanging," said he. Dr. Hérode, who up to that point had pronounced all his words with the same intonation, was now seized with a fit of severity and used a new inflection. "Mess Lethierry, the death penalty is divinely ordained. God has given the sword in charge to man. It is written, 'An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.'" The Reverend Ebenezer drew his chair imperceptibly nearer to the chair of Reverend Jacquemin, and said to him in a manner to be heard by him alone, "What this man says is dictated to him." "By whom? By what?" demanded the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode. Ebenezer replied in a very low tone, "By his conscience." The Reverend Hérode fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a thick 18mo bound with clasps, laid it on the table, and said aloud, "Conscience is here." The book was a Bible. Then Dr. Hérode became milder. His desire was to be useful to Mess Lethierry, whom he held in high esteem. It was his right and duty as pastor to give counsel, but Miss Lethierry was free. Miss Lethierry, again taken possession of by his absorption and his grief, no longer listened. Déruchette, seated near him and also pensive, did not raise her eyes, and mingled with that conversation the quantity of embarrassment which is afforded by a silent presence. A witness who says nothing is a sort of indefinable weight. However, Dr. Hérault did not seem conscious of it. As Lethierry made no further replies, Dr. Hérault allowed himself full swing. Counsel comes from man, and inspiration from God. In counsel, said the priest, there is inspiration. It is good to accept counsels, and bad to reject them. Sokoth was seized by 11 devils for having disdained the admonitions of Nathanael. Tiberianus was struck with leprosy because he thrust the apostle Andrew from his house. Bar Jesus, magician as he was, became blind for laughing at the words of St. Paul. Elxai and his sisters Martha and Marthina are in hell at the present hour for having despised the warnings of Valentianus, who proved to them as clearly as the day that their Jesus Christ, 38 leagues in height, was a demon. Oholibama, who is also called Judith, obeyed counsel. Reuben and Peniel hearkened to counsel from on high. Their names alone suffice to indicate this. Reuben signifies son of the vision. Peniel signifies the face of God. Miss Lethierry struck his fist upon the table. "Parbleu!" he cried. "It was my own fault." "What do you mean?" asked the Reverend Jacquemin Hérault. "I say that it was my fault." "What was your fault?" "Because I allowed the Durand to return on Friday." M. Jacquemin Hérault murmured in the ear of M. Ebenezer Caudray, "This man is superstitious." He continued, raising his voice, and in the tone of instruction, "Miss Lethierry, it is puerile to believe in Friday. One must not lend faith to fables. Friday is a day like any other. It is frequently a most auspicious date. Melendez founded the city of St. Augustine on a Friday. It was on a Friday that Henry VII gave his commission to John Cabot. The Pilgrims of the Mayflower arrived at Provincetown on Friday. Washington was born on Friday, the 22nd of February, 1732. Christopher Columbus discovered America on Friday, October 12, 1492. Having said this, he rose. Ebenezer, whom he had brought with him, also rose. Grace and Douce, divining that the reverend gentlemen were about to take their leave, opened both leaves of the door. Miss Lethierry saw nothing and heard nothing. M. Jacquemin Hérault said in aside to M. Ebenezer Caudray, "He does not even salute us. It is not grief, it is stolidity. We must believe that he has lost his mind." But he took his little Bible from the table and held it between his two outstretched hands, as one would hold a bird, fearing lest it should fly away. This attitude awakened a certain expectation among the persons present. Grace and Douce thrust in their heads. His voice did its utmost to be majestic. "Miss Lethierry, let us not part without reading a page of the Holy Book. The situations of life are illuminated by books. The profane use the Sortes Virgilianae. Believers take scriptural warnings. The first book at hand, opened at random, gives counsel. The Bible, opened at random, makes a revelation. It is above all good for the afflicted. That which infallibly springs forth from the Holy Scriptures softens their affliction. In the presence of the afflicted, the Holy Book must be consulted without choosing the place, and the passage upon which one alights must be read with candor. What man does not choose, God chooses. God knows what we need. His invisible finger is on the unexpected passage which we read. Whatever be the page, light infallibly proceeds from it. Let us seek no other. Let us cling fast to that. It is the word from on high, and destiny is mysteriously revealed to us in the text invoked with confidence and respect. Let us listen and obey. Mes Lethierry, you are in sorrow. This is the book of consolation. You are ailing. This is the book of health. The Reverend Jacquemin Hérode pressed the spring of the clasp, slipped his nail at a venture between two pages, laid his hand for a moment on the open book, and collected himself. Then, dropping his eyes authoritatively, he began to read in a loud voice. What he read was as follows: Isaiah walked in the road which leadeth to the well called the well of him that liveth and seeth. Rebekah, having beheld Isaac, said, Who is this man that is come to meet me? Then Isaac brought her into his tent, and took Rebekah for his wife, and he greatly loved her. Ebenezer and Déruchette exchanged glances. End of Chapter 3. Tempt not the Bible. Section 51 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Volume 2, Part 2, Gilliatt, the Crafty. Book First, The Reef. Chapter 1, The Place which it is hard to reach and difficult to leave. The boat, seen from many points on the coast of Guernsey, and at various hours during the preceding evening, was, as the reader has already divined, the Paunch boat. Gilliatt had selected the channel along the coast among the rocks. It was a perilous route, but the most direct. His only thought had been to take the shortest course. Shipwrecks will not wait. The sea is exacting. An hour's delay might be irreparable. He wished to go quickly to the rescue of the imperiled engine. Gilliatt's chief solicitude on quitting Guernsey appeared to be not to arouse attention. He departed as if trying to escape. He seemed to be seeking concealment. He avoided the eastern coast like a person who found it inexpedient to pass in sight of St. Sampson and St. Pierre-Port. He slipped, one might almost say that he glided, silently along the opposite coast, which is comparatively uninhabited. Among the shoals he was obliged to row, but Gilliatt managed his oar according to hydraulic principles, to take the water quietly and to drop it without haste, and in this manner he could proceed through the darkness as rapidly and with as little noise as possible. One might have thought that he was bent on some evil deed. The truth is that, though he was dashing headlong into an enterprise which strongly resembled the impossible, and though risking his life with nearly all the chances against him, he feared rivalry. As the day began to break, those unknown eyes, which perchance looked down from the open space, could have beheld, on one of the most solitary and dangerous places in the sea, two objects, between which the interval was decreasing because the one was approaching the other. One, almost imperceptible amid the broad swell of the billows, was a sailboat. In that boat there was a man. It was the Paunch, bearing Gilliatt. The other, motionless, colossal, black, reared a singular figure above the waters. Two lofty pillars sustained above the waters in space a sort of horizontal cross-beam, which was like a bridge between their summits. This bridge, so shapeless from the distance that it was impossible to make out what it was, formed one body with the two supports. It resembled a doorway. Of what use was a doorway in that universal opening, the sea? One would have pronounced it a titanic dolmen planted there in mid-ocean by a gigantic freak, and built up by hands which have the habit of proportioning their constructions to the abyss. That wild silhouette rose against the clear background of the sky. The gleams of morning were increasing in the east. The whiteness of the horizon increased the blackness of the sea. Opposite, on the other hand, the moon was setting. These two columns were the Douvres. The sort of mass encased between them, like an architrave between two jams, was the Durande. This reef, holding fast its prey and displaying it to view, was terrible. Things sometimes have a somber and hostile ostentation in the face of man. There was defiance in the attitude of these rocks. They seemed to be waiting their opportunity. Nothing could be more haughty and arrogant than their whole appearance. The conquered vessel, the triumphant abyss, the two rocks, all dripping still with the tempest of the day before, seemed perspiring combatants. The wind had moderated, the sea rippled peacefully. Some rocks could be made out on a level with the surface, where plumes of foam curled gracefully. A murmur like the humming of bees came from the open sea. All was level except the two Douvres, erect and upright as two black columns. They were all bearded with seaweed up to a certain height. Their perpendicular flanks glittered like armor. They seemed ready to begin the strike again. One felt that they were rooted in mountains beneath the water. They breathed forth a sort of tragic omnipotence. Ordinarily the sea conceals its blows. It prefers to remain obscure. This unfathomable gloom keeps everything to itself. It is very rare that this mystery yields up its secrets. Assuredly there is something of the monster in disaster, but in unknown quantities. The sea is both open and secret. It hides itself, and does not care to divulge its actions. It accomplishes shipwreck and covers it up. Its modesty is manifested by engulfment. The wave is a hypocrite. It slays, conceals its stolen goods, ignores, and smiles. It roars, then foams. There was nothing of the sort here. The Douvres had an air of triumph as they raised aloft above the waves the dead Durande. One would have pronounced them two monstrous arms emerging from the gulf, and showing to the tempests this lifeless corpse of a ship. It was something in the nature of an assassin boasting of his deeds. The sacred horror of the hour contributed to the scene. Daybreak has a mysterious grandeur which is composed of a remnant of dreams and a beginning of thought. At that troubled moment a little of the spectral is still floating. The sort of immense capital letter H, formed by the two Douvres with the Durande forming the connecting cross line, appeared against the horizon in indescribable twilight majesty. Gilliatt was dressed in his sea clothes, a woolen shirt, woolen stockings, shoes with nail-studded soles, a knitted jacket, trousers of coarse thick stuff with pockets, and on his head one of those red woolen caps then in use among sailors, which were called in the last century galériennes, galley slave caps. He recognized the reef and went towards it. The Durande was exactly the reverse of a sunken vessel. She was a vessel hung up in the air. No task of salvage could be more difficult to undertake. It was broad daylight when Gilliatt arrived in the waters about the reef. As we have just said, there was but little swell. The water had only the amount of agitation which is communicated to it by being contracted between the rocks. Every channel, small or large, has this choppy sea. The interior of a strait is always more or less foaming. Gilliatt did not approach the Douvres without precaution. He cast the lead a number of times. Gilliatt had a few things to land. Accustomed to being absent from home, he kept a stock of provisions for a sudden departure always ready. It consisted of a sack of biscuits, a sack of rye flour, a basket of salt fish and smoked beef, a large can of fresh water, a Norwegian chest, painted with flowers, containing some coarse woolen shirts, his tarpaulin coat, and his tarred leggins, and a sheepskin which he threw over his jacket at night. On quitting the Bû de la Rue he had thrown all these things, with the addition of a loaf of fresh bread, hastily into the Paunch. Anxious to be off, he had taken with him no other implements than his blacksmith's hammer, his ax and hatchet, a saw, and a knotted rope armed with a grappling iron. With a ladder of this description and the knowledge how to use it, refractory cliffs become accessible, and a good sailor finds available points in the most unpromising precipices. The use which the fishermen of Goslin have made of a knotted rope can be seen in the island of Sark. His nets and lines on all his fishing tackle were in his boat. He had placed them there from force of habit, and mechanically, for he was about to sojourn for some time, if he carried out his undertaking, in an archipelago of shoals, where fishing implements are of little use. At the moment when Gilliatt came alongside the reef the tide was falling, a favorable circumstance. The receding waves left uncovered at the foot of the Little Douvre several flat or slightly inclined layers of rock, which represented, tolerably well, platforms to support a flooring. These surfaces, some narrow, some wide, ranged with irregular spacing along the vertical monolith, were prolonged in a thin cornice up to the Durande, which swelled out between the two rocks. It was gripped there as in a vise. These platforms were convenient for landing and looking about. The stock of provisions which had been brought in the Paunch could be landed there for the time being, but he must make haste. They were only out of water for a few hours. When the tide rose they would sink beneath the foam once more. It was in front of these rocks, some flat, some sloping, that Gilliatt pushed his boat and lay to. A wet and slippery coating of seaweed covered them, and their sloping surfaces increased the slipperiness here and there. Gilliatt took off his shoes and stockings, leaped barefoot upon the seaweed, and moored his boat to a point of rock. Then he advanced as far as he could on the narrow cornice of granite, arrived beneath the Durande, raised his eyes, and surveyed it. The Durande was caught, suspended and balanced, as it were, between the two rocks, about 20 feet above the sea. A violent fury of the waves must have been required to hurl it up there. There is nothing astonishing to seafaring men in these frantic blows. To cite only one instance, on the 25th of January, 1840, in the Gulf of Stora, as a tempest was nearly over, with its final surge, it struck a brig and hurled it bodily over the shipwrecked hull of the corvette La Marne and fixed it fast, bowsprit first, between two cliffs. Moreover, only one half of the Durande was in the Douvre. The vessel, snatched from the waves, had been, in some way, uprooted from the water by the hurricane. The whirlwind had twisted it, the whirlpool of the sea had held it back, and the vessel, thus grasped in contrary directions by the two hands of the tempest, had been broken like a lath. The stern, with the engine and the wheels, lifted out of the foam and driven with all the fury of the cyclone into the defile of the Douvre, had entered up to the midship beam, and there she had remained. The blow of the wind had been well directed to drive that wedge between those two rocks. The hurricane had turned into a club. The bow, carried away and rolled about by the storm, had been broken to pieces on the rocks. The shattered hold had emptied the drowned cattle into the sea. A large section of the sheathing of the bow still clung to the wreck, and hung from the riders of the left paddle box by a few dilapidated ties, easy to break with the blow of an axe. Here and there, in distant cavities of the reef, planks, strips of canvas, pieces of chain, all sorts of fragments were to be seen lying tranquilly on the rocks. Gilliatt gazed attentively at the Durande. The keel formed a ceiling above his head. The horizon, where the limitless expanse of water was barely moving, was serene. The sun was rising superbly from that vast blue circle. From time to time a drop of water was detached from the wreck and fell into the sea. Chapter 1. The place which it is hard to reach and difficult to leave. Section 52 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. The Thoroughness of the Disaster. The Douvre differed in shape as well as in height. On the Little Douvre, curved and pointed, long veins of comparatively soft brick-colored rock could be seen, branching out from base to summit, enclosing the inner part of the granite in its layers. Along the lines where these reddish layers cropped out there were breaks favorable for climbing. One of these breaks, situated a little above the wreck, had been so enlarged and worked upon by the dashing of the waves that it had become a sort of niche where a statue might have been lodged. The granite of the Little Douvre was rounded on the surface and soft like touchstone, a softness which detracts nothing from its durability. The Little Douvre terminated in a point like a horn. The Great Douvre, polished, unbroken, smooth, perpendicular, and as though cut from a pattern, was in one piece and seemed made of black ivory. Not a hole, not a break. The cliff was inhospitable. The convict could not have made use of it for flight, nor a bird for her nest. At the summit there was, as on the Man Rock, a platform, only this platform was inaccessible. One might climb the Little Douvre, but not maintain one's post there. One might sojourn on the Great Douvre, but not climb it. Gilliatt, after his first glance, returned to the boat, unloaded it on the largest of the projections on the level with the water, made of the whole cargo a sort of compact bale, which he tied up in a tarpaulin, fastened to it a sling with its hoisting ring, thrust this bale into a niche in the rock where the water could not reach it, then, from projection to projection, clutching the Little Douvre firmly, using both feet and hands, clinging to the smallest niche, he climbed up to the Durande, shipwrecked in the air. On arriving on a level of the paddle boxes, he sprang upon the deck. The Durande presented all the traces of a frightful deed of violence. It was the terrible rape of the storm. The Tempest behaves like a band of pirates. Nothing so resembles a deed of crime as a shipwreck. The cloud, the thunder, the rain, the gales, the waves, the rocks, this group of accomplices is horrible. Standing on the abandoned deck, one was reminded of something like the furious revelry of the spirits of the sea. Everywhere there were marks of their rage. The strange contortions of certain portions of the ironwork pointed to the mad force of the wind. The lower deck was like the dungeon of a madman, where all was broken. There is no beast like the sea for dismembering its prey. The waves are full of claws. The wind bites. The tide devours. The billows are jaws. It is a tearing apart and a crushing at one and the same time. The paw of the ocean strikes a blow like that of a lion. The ruin of the Durande presented this peculiar feature, that it was detailed and minute. It was a sort of terrible plucking asunder. Many things seemed done intentionally. One could say, what malice! The fractures of the planking were artistically made. Ravages of this sort are peculiar to the cyclone. To tear in morsels and work like a joiner, such is the caprice of this enormous devastator. The cyclone has some of the studied elegances of the hangman. The disasters which it causes have the look of executions. One would say that it cherishes rancor, that it exercises the refined cruelty of a savage. It dissects while it exterminates. It tortures the victim. It avenges and amuses itself. It descends to acts of pettiness. Cyclones are rare in our climate, and all the more to be dreaded because they are unexpected. To come in contact with a rock may cause a storm to turn as on a pivot. It is probable that the hurricane had made a spiral on the Douvre and had been abruptly converted into a waterspout on striking the reef, which explained the fact that the vessel had been cast to such a height in these rocks. When the cyclone is blowing, a vessel weighs no more in the wind than a stone in a sling. The Durande had received a wound like that of a man who had been cut in two. She was an open trunk, permitting the escape of a mass of fragments similar to entrails. Cordage hung floating and trembling, chains shivered as they swung to and fro. The nerves and fibers of the vessel were bare and exposed. What was not broken was disjointed. Fragments of the sheathing of the lining were like currycombs, bristling with nails. All wore the shape of ruin. A handspike was no longer anything but a bit of iron, a sounding lead only a lump of lead, a dead eye was only a bit of wood, a halyard was no longer anything but a scrap of hemp, a coil of rope was no longer anything but a tangled skein, a bolt rope was a mere thread in a hem of a sail. Everywhere was the lamentable work of useless demolition, nothing but what was unhooked, unnailed, cracked, wasted, bent, scuttled, annihilated. No adhesion in this hideous heap, everywhere torn, dislocated, ruptured, and a peculiar inconstant and liquid quality which characterizes all confusion, from the confusion of men, which is called battle, to the confusion of the elements, which is called chaos. All was crumbling, all was flowing, and a stream of planks, hatches, ironwork, cables, and beams had stopped at the edge of the great fracture in the hull, whence the least shock would precipitate the whole into the sea. What remained of this powerful frame, formerly so triumphant, the whole of that stern, suspended between the two Douvres, and on the point, perhaps, of falling, was cracked here and there, and allowed the dark interior of the vessel to be seen through large apertures. The foam from below spat upon this miserable object. End of Chapter 2. The Thoroughness of the Disaster. Section 53 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Sound but not safe. Gilliatt had not expected to find only one half of the vessel. Nothing in the details, precise as they were, of the skipper of the Shealtiel had led him to foresee this cutting of the vessel in two. It was probably at the moment when this cut was made, beneath the blinding masses of foam, that diabolical crash, heard by the skipper of the Shealtiel, had taken place. This skipper had no doubt tacked ship just before the last gust of wind, and what he had taken for a mass of water was a waterspout. Later on, when approaching to observe the stranded vessel, he had been able to see only the after part of the wreck, the rest, that is to say, the large break which had separated the bow from the stern, being concealed in the narrow pass of the reef. With that exception, the skipper of the Shealtiel had said nothing that was not strictly correct. The hull was lost, the engine intact. Such chances are frequent in shipwrecks, as in conflagrations. The logic of disaster at sea escapes our understanding. The shattered masts had fallen, the smokestack was not even bent. The great iron plate which sustained the engine had held it together and kept it in one piece. The plank sheathing of the paddle boxes was disjointed, very much like the slats of a Venetian blind, but through these interstices the two wheels could be seen in good order. Some of the floats were missing. The great stern capstan had resisted as well as the engine. It retained its chain, and, thanks to its being stoutly set in a framework of beams, it might still be of service, provided that the strain of the cable did not split the planking. The planking of the deck was giving way at nearly every point. All this diaphragm was shaky. On the other hand, the fragment of the hull entangled between the two Douvres held firm, as we have said, and seemed solid. This preservation of the machinery had something sarcastic about it, and added irony to the catastrophe. The somber malice of the unknown sometimes bursts forth in this sort of bitter mockery. The machinery was saved, which did not prevent its being lost. The ocean kept it to demolish at its leisure, a cat playing with its prey. There she was, about to undergo the death agony, and be demolished piece by piece. She was about to serve as a plaything to the savage amusement of the foam. She was to decrease day by day and, as it were, to melt away. What was to be done? It seemed mere folly to imagine that this heavy block of mechanism and wheels, at once massive and delicate, condemned to immobility by its weight, delivered over in that solitude to the forces of demolition, placed by the reef at the discretion of the winds and the waves, could, beneath the pressure of those implacable surroundings, escape slow destruction. The Durande was the prisoner of the Douvres. How was she to be delivered? The escape of a man is difficult, but what a problem was this, the escape of a machine! End of Chapter 3. Sound but not safe. Section 54 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. A Preliminary Examination. Gilliatt was surrounded only by urgent needs, but the most pressing was to find, in the first place, an anchorage for his boat, then a shelter for himself. The Durande was settled down more on the port than on the starboard side. The right paddle box was more elevated than the left one. Gilliatt climbed upon the right box. From thence he dominated the lower part of the reefs, and, although the gut between the rocks, lying in a line with the broken angles behind the Douvres, made many turns, Gilliatt was able to study the geometrical plan of the reef. He began with this reconnaissance. The Douvres, as we have already pointed out, were like two lofty gables, marking the narrow entrance to a lane of small granite cliffs, with perpendicular faces. It is not rare to find, in primitive submarine formations, these singular corridors, which seem hewn out with a hatchet. This very tortuous defile was never bare, even at low tide. A very active current always traversed it from end to end. The abruptness of the eddies was good or bad according to the nature of the reigning wind. Sometimes it overcame the swell and made it fall, sometimes it exasperated it. This last effect was most frequently the case. An obstacle sets the sea in a fury and urges it on to excesses. Foam is the exaggeration of the waves. The wind in a storm undergoes the same compression in these narrow passages between two rocks, and acquires the same malignity. It is the tempest in a state of strangulation. The immense breath is still immense, and becomes acute. It is a club and a dart. It pierces at the same time that it crushes. Imagine the hurricane contracted and become a sharp draught through a crevice. The two chains of rocks, leaving between them this sort of sea street, descended lower than the Douvres in stages of gradually decreasing heights, and plunged together into the waves at a short distance away. There was another narrow channel, less elevated than the Douvres passage, but still narrower, which formed the eastern entrance to the defile. It was clear that the double prolongation of the two ridges of rock continued the street under the water as far as the Man Rock, placed like a square citadel at the other extremity of the reef. Moreover, at low tide, and this was the moment when Gilliatt was observing them, these two ranges of shoals showed their crests, some dry and all visible, arranged in an uninterrupted file. The Man bounded and buttressed the entire mass of the reef, which was shored up at the west by the two Douvres. The whole reef, from a bird's eye view, presented an undulating chaplet, having the Douvres at one end and the Man at the other. The Douvres reef, taken as a whole, was nothing else than the outcropping of two gigantic layers of granite almost touching each other, and emerging vertically, like a crest of the ranges which lie at the bottom of the ocean. These immense ridges do exist outside of the abyss. The squall and the swell had torn this crest up into a saw. Only the top was visible. This was the reef. What the water concealed must be enormous. The alley into which the storm had flung the Durande was the space between these colossal layers. This lane, zigzagged like a flash of lightning, was of nearly the same width at all points. The ocean had made it thus. The eternal tumult develops these eccentric regularities. A sort of geometry emerges from the waves. From one end to the other of the pass the two walls of the rock presented to each other a parallel face at a distance which was almost exactly measured by the midship beam of the Durande. The hollow of the little Douvre, bent and curved over, had furnished a place between the two Douvres for the paddle boxes. Anywhere else the paddle boxes would have been crushed. The double interior facade of the reef was hideous. When, during the exploration of the desert of water called the ocean, one arrives at the unknown things of the sea, all becomes uncouth and shapeless. What Gilliatt could perceive of the defile from the summit of the wreck inspired horror. In the granite gorges of the ocean there often exists a strange permanent impersonation of shipwreck. The defile of the Douvre had its own, and a terrible one. The oxides of the rock had placed, here and there upon the cliffs, red patches resembling pools of clotted blood. It was something like the bloody oozings of a butcher's cellar. There was something of the charnel house in this reef. The rough marine stone, diversely colored, here by the decomposition of metallic amalgams composing the rock, there by mold, exhibited in places frightful purples, suspicious patches of green, vermilion splashes, awakening the idea of murder and extermination. One would have imagined it to be the bloody wall of a chamber where an assassination had been committed, and that the men crushed there had left traces of their fate. The perpendicular rock bore an indescribable imprint of accumulated agonies. In several places this carnage seemed to be still trickling. The wall was wet, and it seemed impossible to touch it with one's finger without drawing them back stained with blood. A blight of massacre appeared everywhere. At the base of the double parallel escarpment, scattered on a level with the water, or beneath the waves, or on dry land, in the undermined hollows, monstrous rounded boulders, some scarlet, others black or violet, resembled viscera. One would imagine them to be fresh lungs or rotting livers. One would have said that the bellies of giants had been emptied there. Long red threads, which might have been taken for funereal exudations, striped the granite from top to bottom. Such aspects are frequent in the caverns of the sea. End of Chapter 4. A preliminary examination. Section 55 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. A word as to the secret cooperation of the elements. For those who, by the chances of voyages, may be condemned to the temporary habitation of a reef in the ocean, the form of the reef is not a matter of indifference. There is the pyramidal reef, a single peak rising from the water. There is the circular reef, something like a ring of huge stones. There is the corridor reef. The corridor reef is the most alarming. It is so not only on account of the agony of the waves between its walls and the tumult of the closely confined billows. It is so also because of the obscure meteorological properties which seem to proceed from the parallel position of two rocks in the open sea. These two straight layers are a genuine electric battery. A corridor reef has its bearings east and west. This direction is of importance. The first result of it is an action upon the air and the water. The corridor reef acts upon the waves and the wind mechanically by its form, galvanically by the different magnetic actions possible to its vertical planes, its masses in juxtaposition, but counteracted by each other. This sort of reef attracts to itself all the furious forces scattered in the hurricane, and exercises over the tempest a singular power of concentration. Hence, in the vicinity of these shoals there is a certain accentuation of the tempest. It must be borne in mind that the wind is composite. One thinks of the wind as simple. It is not. This force is not only chemical, it is also magnetic. There is something inexplicable about it. The wind is electrical as much as aerial. Certain winds coincide with the aurora borealis. The wind from the Aiguille's bank rolls up waves 100 feet high, to the amazement of Dumont d'Urville. The corvette, he says, did not know whom to obey. Beneath the southern squalls real unhealthy tumors swell the ocean, and the sea becomes so horrible that the savages fly in order to avoid looking at it. The gales of the northern seas are different. They are all mingled with needles of ice, and these winds, which cannot be breathed, push the sledges of the Eskimo backwards on the snow. Other winds burn. There is a simoon of Africa, which is the typhoon of China and the Samiel of India. Simoon, typhoon, Samiel. One might think them to be demons. They melt the summits of the mountains. A storm vitrified the volcano of Toluca. That hot blast, a whirlwind of inky hue, dashing down upon the red clouds, caused Vedas to say, "Here comes the black god to steal the red cows." One feels the presence of the electric mystery in everything. The wind is full of this mystery. So is the sea. It is also complicated. Under the waves of water which one sees, it has waves of forces which one does not see. It is composed of everything. Of all confusions, the ocean is the most indivisible and the most profound. Try to give yourself a conception of this chaos so enormous that it results in equilibriums. It is the universal recipient, a reservoir for fecundation, a crucible for transformations. It amasses, then disperses. It accumulates, then sows. It devours, then creates. It receives all the sewers of the earth and converts them into treasure. It is solid in the iceberg, liquid in the wave, fluid in the effluvium. As a matter, it is a mass, and as force it is an abstraction. It equalizes and unites all phenomena. It is simplified by its infinite in combination. It is by dint of mingling and disturbance that it arrives at transparency. Soluble diversity is absorbed in its unity. Its elements are so numerous that it becomes identity, and one of its drops is complete and represents the whole. Because it is full of tempests, it attains equilibrium. Plato saw the dance of the spheres, a strange thing to say, but none the less real. In the colossal terrestrial journey around the sun, the ocean, with its ebb and flow, is the balance of the globe. In a phenomenon of the sea, all phenomena are present. The sea is sucked up by the whirlwind as by a siphon. A storm is like a pump. The lightning proceeds from the water as well as from the air. On shipboard dull shocks are felt. Then an odor of sulphur comes from the chain locker. The ocean boils. "The devil has put the sea in his cauldron," said Reuter. In certain tempests, which characterize the equinoxes and the return into equilibrium of the genesiac forces, vessels beaten by the foam seem to give out a kind of fiery light, and sparks of phosphorus run along the rigging, so mingled with the ropes that the sailors stretch out their hands and try to catch these birds of fire on the wing. After the Lisbon earthquake, a blast as from a furnace pushed towards the city a wave 60 feet high. The oscillation of the ocean is closely connected with the terrestrial quaking. These immeasurable energies render all cataclysms possible. Towards the close of 1864 100 leagues from the coast of Malabar, one of the Maldive islands sank in the sea. It foundered like a vessel. The fishermen who had set out from it in the morning found nothing in the evening, and they were barely able to vaguely distinguish their villages under the waves, and on this occasion vessels were present as spectators at the shipwreck of houses. In Europe, where it seems as though nature felt herself restrained by respect for civilization, such events are rare and thought impossible. Nevertheless, Jersey and Guernsey once formed part of Gaul, and at the moment when we write these lines an equinoctial gale has just demolished the cliff of the first of the Forth. Note: Frith of Forth, on the frontier between England and Scotland. Nowhere do these panic forces appear more formidably conjoined than in that astounding northern strait, Lysefjord. The Lysefjord is the most formidable of all the gut reefs of the ocean. There the demonstration is complete. It is in the North Sea, in the vicinity of the rough Stavanger Gulf, at the 59th degree of latitude. The water is heavy and black with a fever of intermittent storms. In that sea, in the midst of that solitude, there is a great gloomy street, a street for no one. No one passes through it, no vessel risks herself there. A corridor 10 leagues long between two walls 3,000 feet high, such is the passage which presents its entrance to the sea. This strait has elbows and angles like all streets of the sea, which are never straight, being made by the irregular action of the waves. In the Lysefjord the water is almost always tranquil. The sky is serene. A terrible place. Where is the wind? Not on high. Where is the thunder? Not in the heavens. The wind is beneath the sea. The thunder is in the rock. From time to time there is a quaking of the water. At certain moments, nearly halfway up the vertical cliff, 1,000 or 1,500 feet above the waves, on the south side rather than on the north, the rock suddenly thunders without there being a cloud in the air. A flash of lightning darts forth from it, then draws back like those playthings which fly out and spring back into the hands. There are contractions and enlargements. It darts to the opposite cliff, re-enters the rock, then comes forth again, begins anew, multiplies its heads and its tongues, bristles with points, strikes where it can, begins yet again, then is extinguished with singular abruptness. Flocks of birds take their flight. Nothing so mysterious as this artillery proceeding from the invisible. One rock attacks the other. The reefs hurl lightnings at each other. This war does not concern man. The hatred of two walls in an abyss. In the Lysefjord the wind is converted into effluvium, the rock performs the function of a cloud, and the thunder has its volcanic outbursts. This strange strait is a voltaic pile, the plates of which are represented by its two cliffs. End of Chapter 5. A word as to the secret cooperation of the elements. Section 56 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. A Stable for the Horse. Gilliatt was sufficiently well versed in reefs to take the Douvres very seriously. First of all, as we have just said, the question arose of putting the boat in a safe shelter. The double ridge of reefs, which was prolonged in a sinuous lane behind the Douvres, formed a group itself here and there with other rocks, and one perceived their ridges and caves opening out into the alley, and joined to the principal defile, like branches of a tree. The lower portion of the reefs were carpeted with seaweed, and the upper part with lichens. The uniform level of the seaweed on all the rocks marked the waterline of high tide and of slack water. The points not reached by the water had those silver and golden gleams which are imparted to marine granite by the white and yellow lichen. An eruption of conoid shells covered the rock at certain points, the dry rot of the granite. At other points in the retreating angles, where fine sand had accumulated, ridged on the surface by the wind rather than by the water, there were tufts of blue thistle. In the notches, but little beaten by the foam, one could recognize small holes made by sea urchins. This shell hedgehog, a living ball which walks, by rolling along on its points, and whose cuirass is composed of more than 10,000 pieces artistically adjusted and welded together, the sea urchin, whose mouth is called, no one knows why, Aristotle's lantern, hollows out the granite with his 5 teeth, which gnaw the rocks, and lodges himself in the hole. It is in these little cells that samphire gatherers find him. They cut him in quarters and devour him raw, like an oyster. Some dip their bread in his soft flesh, hence the name sea egg. The distant summits of the reefs, left above the water by the retreating tide, terminated, directly below the cliff of the Man, in a sort of creek walled nearly on all sides by the precipice. Evidently here was a possible anchorage. Gilliatt observed this creek. It had the form of a horseshoe, and opened, in one direction only, to the east wind, which is the least violent of these shores. The water was hemmed in there, and nearly tranquil. This bay was comparatively safe. Moreover, Gilliatt had not much choice. If Gilliatt wished to profit by the low tide, he must make haste. The weather, moreover, remained fine and mild. The insolent sea was now in good humor. Gilliatt descended, put on his shoes and stockings, cast off his moorings, re-entered his boat, and pushed out into deep water. Using his oars, he coasted along outside the reef. On arriving near the Man, he examined the entrance to the creek. A fixed ripple in the motionless waves, a furrow imperceptible to any one but a seaman, marked the channel. Gilliatt studied for a moment this curve, which was almost indistinct in the water. Then he sheered off a little in order to be able to veer at ease and make the channel well, and quickly, with one turn of the oar, he entered the little inlet. He sounded. The anchorage was really excellent. There the boat would be protected against nearly all the contingencies of the season. The most dreaded reefs have these quiet nooks. The harbors which one finds in a reef resemble the hospitality of the Bedouin. They are honest and sure. Gilliatt brought the boat as close alongside of the Man as he could, but still far enough away to avoid striking the rocks, and dropped his 2 anchors. That done, he folded his arms and took counsel with himself. The boat was sheltered. That was one problem solved. But a second presented itself. Where was he now to find shelter for himself? 2 retreats presented themselves: the Paunch itself, with its little cabin, almost habitable, and the plateau of the Man, easy to scale. From either of these shelters, at low tide, and by leaping from rock to rock, one could reach almost dry shod the pass of the Douvres, where the Durande was. But low tide only lasts for a moment, and all the rest of the time he would be separated, either from his shelter or from the wreck, by more than 200 fathoms. To swim in the water of a reef is difficult. If there is the least sea on, it is impossible. He must give up the idea of shelter in the boat or on the Man. No possible resting place on the neighboring rocks. The summits of the lower peaks were covered twice a day by the tide. The upper peaks were constantly reached by flakes of foam, an inhospitable drenching. There remained the wreck itself. Could one lodge there? Gilliatt hoped so. End of Chapter 6. A stable for the horse. Section 57 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. a chamber for the traveler. Half an hour later Gilliatt, having returned to the wreck, was mounting and descending from the deck to the lower deck, and from the lower deck to the hold, completing the summary examination of his first visit. With the assistance of the capstan he had hoisted upon the deck of the Durande the bale which he had made of the cargo of the boat. The capstan worked well. Bars were not lacking to turn it. Gilliatt had but to make his choice amid that mass of fragments. Among the refuse he found a cold chisel, which had fallen, no doubt, from the carpenter's box, and which he added to his little stock of tools. Besides this, for in destitution everything counts, he had his knife in his pocket. Gilliatt worked all day at the wreck, clearing way, consolidating, simplifying. When evening came he recognized this fact. The whole wreck was quivering in the wind. This carcass trembled at every step which Gilliatt took. There was nothing firm and stable but that portion of the hull containing the engine, and which was embedded between the rocks. There the timbers were powerfully buttressed by the granite walls. It was imprudent to locate himself on the Durande. It was an extra load, and instead of adding weight to the vessel the important point was to lighten it. To remain upon the wreck was exactly the contrary of what it was necessary to do. This ruin required the most careful treatment. It was like a sick man at the point of dissolution. There would be wind enough to work injury to it. It was even distressing to be obliged to work upon it. The amount of work which the wreck would be obliged to bear would certainly fatigue it, and perhaps beyond its strength. Moreover, if any accident were to supervene during the night while Gilliatt was asleep, to be in the wreck was to perish with it. No aid was possible. All was lost. In order to rescue the wreck he must remain outside of it. To be outside of it, yet near it, that was the problem. The difficulty was becoming complicated. Where was he to find a shelter under such conditions? Gilliatt reflected. Only the two Douvres remained. They seemed hardly habitable. A sort of excrescence on the upper plateau of the great Douvre could be distinguished from below. Upright rocks, with flat summits, like the great Douvre and the Man, are decapitated peaks. They abound in the mountains and in the ocean. Certain rocks, above all those which one meets with in the open sea, have notches like trees which have been hacked. They have the appearance of having received a blow from an axe. They are, in fact, subjected to the vast movements to and fro of the hurricane, that wood chopper of the sea. There exist other causes for cataclysm, but still more profound. Hence so many wounds on all ancient granite. Some of these giants have had their heads cut off. Sometimes, from some unknown cause, these heads do not fall, but remain mutilated on the truncated summit. This peculiarity is not uncommon. The Roc au Diable (Devil's Rock) at Guernsey, and the Table in the valley of Annweiler, present this singular geological enigma under the most surprising conditions. Something similar had probably happened to the great Douvre. If the swelling which one perceived on the plateau was not a natural irregularity of the stone, it was necessarily some fragment remaining from the ruined summit. Perhaps there was a hollow in this rock, a hollow in which to hide oneself. Gilliatt asked no more. But how was he to reach the plateau? How was he to ascend that vertical wall, as dense and polished as a pebble, half covered with a sheet of viscous hairweed, and having the slippery aspect of a surface that has been soaped? It was at least 30 feet from the deck of the Durande to the ridge of the plateau. Gilliatt drew from his box of tools the knotted rope, hitched it to his belt by the grappling hook, and began to climb the little Douvre. The higher he mounted, the rougher became the ascent. He had neglected to take off his shoes, which increased the difficulty of ascent. It was not without exertion that he reached the summit. On arriving at that point he stood erect. There was only room for his 2 feet. It would be hard to make it his lodging place. A Stylite would have been contented with it. Gilliatt, who was more exacting, wanted something better. The Little Douvre curved toward the great one, which made it appear, when seen from a distance, to be saluting it, and the 2 Douvres, which below were 20 feet apart, were only 8 or 10 feet apart at the top. From the point which he had attained, Gilliatt had a more distinct view of the rocky swelling which partly covered the platform of the Grand Douvre. This platform rose at least 3 fathoms above his head. A precipice separated him from it. The cliff of the Little Douvre, as it leaned forward, sloped away beneath him. Gilliatt detached the knotted rope from his belt, rapidly took in the distances at a glance, and hurled the grapnel upon the platform. The grapnel scratched the rock, then slipped off. The knotted cord, with the grapnel at its extremity, fell back beneath Gilliatt's feet along the Little Douvre. Gilliatt tried again, throwing the rope farther forward, and taking aim at the granite protuberance, where he perceived crevices and scratches. The cast was so adroit and so neat that the hooks held fast. Gilliatt drew upon it. The rock broke, and the knotted cord returned to strike against the cliff beneath Gilliatt. Gilliatt cast the grapnel a 3rd time. The grapnel did not fall. Gilliatt made a trial of the rope. It resisted. The grapnel was anchored. It had caught in some crevice of the plateau which Gilliatt could not see. The question now was as to the trusting his life to this unknown support. Gilliatt did not hesitate. There was the greatest haste. He must take the shortest way. Moreover, it was almost impossible to descend upon the deck of the Durande for the purpose of devising some other measure. A slip was probable, and a fall was almost certain. One may climb easier than one can descend. Gilliatt's movements were precisely like those of all good sailors. He never wasted strength. He only made efforts proportionate to their object. Hence the prodigies of rigor which he executed with ordinary muscles. His biceps were no stronger than those of other men, but he had a bolder heart. He added to strength, which is physical, energy, which is moral force. The thing to be accomplished was formidable. To cross the interval between the 2 Douvres, suspended from that thread, such was the problem. One often encounters in deeds of devotion or duty interrogation points which seem placed there by death. "Wilt thou do this?" says the shadow. Gilliatt gave another pull to test the hook. The hook held good. Gilliatt wrapped his left hand in his handkerchief, clutched the knotted rope with his right hand, and protected it with his left hand. Then, holding one foot in advance and giving a vigorous thrust from the rock with the other, in order that the impetus might prevent his rope from twisting, he precipitated himself from the summit of the Little Douvre upon the cliff of the Great Douvre. It was a hard shock. In spite of the precaution taken by Gilliatt, the rope twisted and his shoulder struck the rock. There was a rebound. His knuckles struck the rock in their turn. The handkerchief was disarranged. They were scratched, barely escaped being broken. Gilliatt remained hanging for a moment, dizzy. He was sufficiently master of himself not to let go of the rope. A few moments passed in jerks and oscillations before he was able to grasp the rope with his feet, but he finally succeeded. On recovering himself, he glanced below, clinging to the rope with his feet as well as his hands. He was not disturbed about the length of his rope, which had more than once served him for still greater heights. The rope, in fact, trailed on the deck of the Durande. Gilliatt, sure of being able to descend again, began to climb. In a few minutes he had reached the platform. Nothing but what had wings had ever before set foot there. This plateau was covered with guano. Its form was that of an irregular trapezium, a fracture of that colossal granite prism called the Great Douvre. This trapezium was hollow in the center, like a basin, the work of the rain. Gilliatt's conjecture had moreover been correct. At the southern angle of the trapezium a mass of superimposed rocks was visible, the probable fragments of the crumbling summit. These rocks, a sort of heaps of gigantic paving stones, left room for any wild beast which might have strayed upon that crest to slip between them. They supported each other confusedly, leaving interstices like a heap of ruins. There existed there neither grotto nor cave, but holes, as in a sponge. One of these holes might admit Gilliatt. This den had a floor of grass and moss. Gilliatt would be as though in a sheath there. The alcove was 2 feet high at the entrance. It grew smaller as it approached the extremity. There are stone coffins which have this form. The pile of rocks being backed up to the southwest, the lair was assured against the waves, but was open to the north wind. Gilliatt thought this a good place. The two problems were solved. The boat had a harbor, and he had a habitation. The excellence of this habitation consisted in its being within reach of the wreck. The grapnel attached to the knotted rope, having fallen between two masses of rock, was solidly fastened there. Gilliatt rendered it immovable by placing a large stone upon it. Then he immediately entered into free communication with the Durande. Henceforth he was at home. The Great Douvre was his house, the Durande was his shipyard. Nothing was more simple than to ascend and descend, to go and come. He slid rapidly down the knotted rope to the deck. The day was favorable. He had made a good beginning. He was content. He perceived that he was hungry. He untied his basket of provisions, opened his knife, cut a slice of smoked beef, bit into his loaf of brown bread, drank a draught from his can of fresh water, and made an admirable supper. Working well and eating well are two joys. A full stomach resembles a satisfied conscience. After his supper was finished, a little daylight still remained. He profited by it to begin the lightening of the wreck, which was very urgent. He had passed a part of the day in sorting the fragments. He laid aside in the solid compartment where the machine was all that could be of service: wood, iron, cordage, canvas. He flung what was useless into the sea. The cargo of the Paunch, hoisted upon the deck by the capstan, was an encumbrance, scanty as it was. Gilliatt perceived a sort of a niche, hollowed out at a height which he could reach with his hand, in the wall of the little Douvre. These natural cupboards, not closed in, it is true, are frequently to be seen in rocks. He thought that it would be possible to entrust his stores to this niche. At the bottom he would put his two cases, that containing his tools and that containing his clothes, his two sacks of rye and biscuits, and on the front, a little too near the edge perhaps, but he had no other place, his basket of provisions. He took care to withdraw from the box containing his clothes his sheepskin, his hooded tarpaulin, and his tarred leggings. In order to remove the knotted rope from the power of the wind, he made fast its lower extremity to a rider of the Durande. As the Durande sank in a good deal, the rider was considerably curved, and held the end of the rope as well as a closed hand would have done. The top of the rope remained. To fasten the base was very well, but at the summit of the cliff, as the knotted rope encountered the edge of the platform, it was to be feared that it would be gradually sawed through by the sharp angle of the rock. Gilliatt rummaged among his stock of reserved fragments, and drew out several strips of canvas, and from a bit of old cable several long pieces of twine, which he stuffed into his pockets. A mariner would have divined that he was about to pad the section of the knotted rope in contact with the rock with these bits of canvas and these ends of thread, so as to preserve it from all injury, an operation which is called serving. Having supplied himself with rags, he put on his leggings, drew on the tarpaulin over his pea jacket, pulled the hood over his red cap, knotted the sheepskin about his neck by its two legs, and thus clothed in this complete panoply he grasped the rope, henceforth firmly fixed in the flank of the great Douvre, and mounted to the assault of that gloomy tower of the sea. In spite of his scratched hands, Gilliatt quickly reached the plateau. The last pale gleams of the setting sun were fading away. It was night on the sea. The summit of the Douvre retained a little light. Gilliatt took advantage of this remnant of day to serve the rope. He applied to it, at the elbow which it made over the rock, a bandage consisting of many thicknesses of canvas strongly bound at each layer. This was something like the padding which actresses put on their knees for the agonies and supplications of the fifth act. The serving of the rope finished, Gilliatt, who had been crouching down, straightened himself up. For the last few moments, while adjusting the strips upon the knotted rope, he had had a confused perception of a singular quivering in the air. In the evening silence it resembled the silence which the wavings of the wings of an immense bat would produce. Gilliatt raised his eyes. A great black circle was wheeling above his head in the deep white sky of twilight. In old pictures these circles can be seen on the heads of saints, only they are of gold on a dark background. This was dark on a light background. Nothing could be stranger. One would have pronounced it to be the aureole of night on the great Douvre. This circle approached Gilliatt and then retreated, contracting, then widening again. It consisted of mews, gulls, frigate birds, cormorants, sea mews, a cloud of astonished sea birds. It was probable that the great Douvre was their home, and that they were come to sleep. Gilliatt had taken a chamber there. This unexpected lodger disturbed them. A man was something that they had never seen there. This frightened flight lasted for some time. They seemed to be waiting for Gilliatt to go away. Gilliatt, vaguely thoughtful, followed them with his glance. This winged whirlwind finally took its departure. The circle suddenly resolved itself into a spiral, and this cloud of cormorants alighted upon the man at the other end of the reef. There they appeared to be consulting and deliberating. Gilliatt, as he betook himself to his granite sheath and placed a stone under his cheek for a pillow, heard the birds talking for a long time, one after the other, or croaking, each in his turn. Then they became silent, and all went to sleep, the birds on their rock, Gilliatt on his. End of Chapter 7. A Chamber for the Traveler. Section 58 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8. Importunaeque Volucres. Gilliatt slept well, but he was cold, which caused him to wake from time to time. He had naturally placed his feet at the end and his head on the threshold. He had taken no care to remove from his bed a multitude of rather sharp pebbles, which did not improve his slumbers. He opened his eyes at intervals. At certain moments he heard deep detonations. They were made by the rising tide entering the caverns of the reef with the noise of a discharge of cannon. His whole surroundings presented the extraordinary character of a vision. Gilliatt had hallucination around him. The half astonishment of night being added, he beheld himself plunged in the region of unreality. He said to himself, "I am dreaming." Then he fell asleep again, and in his dreams found himself once more at the Bû de la Rue, at Les Bravées, at St. Sampson. He heard Déruchette singing. He was among realities. As long as he slept, he thought that he was awake and living. When he woke up, he thought that he was asleep. In fact, henceforth he lived in a dream. Towards the middle of the night a vast murmur arose in the sky. Gilliatt had a confused perception of it through his slumbers. It is probable that the wind was rising. Once, when aroused by a shiver of cold, He opened his eyelids a little wider than he had previously done. There were large clouds in the zenith. The moon was flying through the sky, and a large star was pursuing her. Gilliatt's mind was filled with a diffusion of dreams, and this exaggeration of the state of dreaminess mingled with the wild landscape of the night. At daybreak he was stiff with cold and sleeping profoundly. The abruptness of the dawn roused him from this slumber, which might have been dangerous. His alcove faced the rising sun. Gilliatt yawned, stretched himself, and sprang out of his hole. He had slept so soundly that he did not understand at first. Little by little the reality returned to him, and to such a degree that he exclaimed, "Let us breakfast." The weather was calm, the sky cold and serene. There were no longer any clouds. The sweeping of the night winds had cleared the horizon. The sun was rising brightly. It was the beginning of a second fine day. Gilliatt felt joyous. He threw off his pea coat and leggings, rolled them up in the sheepskin with the wool inside, tied the roll up in a bit of rope, and thrust it to the bottom of his lair, out of reach of possible rain. Then he made his bed, that is to say, he removed the pebbles. This done, he let himself slide down the rope to the bridge of the Durande, and ran to the niche where he had deposited his basket of provisions. The basket was no longer there. As it had been placed very near the edge, the wind had blown it off during the night, had carried it away, and thrown it into the sea. The wind thus announced its hostile intentions. It must have had a certain will and some malice to go in search of that basket there. It was the beginning of warfare. Gilliatt understood it. It is very difficult, when one lives in surly familiarity with the sea, not to regard the wind as someone and the rocks as personages. The only resource remaining to Gilliatt, besides his biscuit and his rye meal, was the shellfish with which the shipwrecked man, who had died of hunger on the Man Rock, had sustained himself. Fishing was not to be thought of. Fish do not like the rocks and avoid the breakers. Fishers with pots and dragnets would waste their labor on these reefs, the points of which are fit only to tear the nets. Gilliatt breakfasted on a few limpets, which he detached from the stones with difficulty. He came near breaking the knife in the operation. While engaged on this meager luncheon, he heard a peculiar tumult on the sea. He looked. It was a swarm of gulls and seamews which had just alighted on one of the low rocks, flapping their wings, knocking against each other, and screaming. All were flocking noisily to the same point. This horde were plundering something with beaks and claws. That something was Gilliatt's basket. The basket, tossed upon a point of rock by the wind, had burst open there. The birds had flocked thither. They were carrying away in their beaks all sorts of ragged fragments. Gilliatt recognized his smoked beef and his salt fish from afar. The birds had entered into rivalry in their turn. They also were making reprisals. Gilliatt had deprived them of their habitation. They were depriving him of his supper. End of Chapter 8. Importunaeque Volucres. Section 59 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 9. The Reef and the Manner of Using It. A week passed. Although it was the rainy season, it did not rain, which greatly rejoiced Gilliatt. What he had undertaken, however, was beyond human strength, in appearance at least. Success was so improbable that the attempt seemed like madness. Undertakings demonstrate their obstacles and perils when grappled with close at hand. There is nothing like commencing a thing, foreseeing how hard it will be to finish. All beginnings offer resistance. The first step which one takes is an inexorable revealer. The difficulty which one touches pricks like a thorn. Gilliatt was obliged to contend with obstacles immediately. In order to remove the engine of the Durande from the wreck, in which it was three-quarters buried, in order to attempt such a salvage, in such a place, at such a season, with any chance of success. It seemed as though a troop of men were necessary, and Gilliatt was alone. A whole outfit of carpenter's tools and machinery was necessary. Gilliatt had a saw, an axe, a chisel, and a hammer. A good workshop and a good shed of huts were required. Gilliatt had not even a roof. Provisions and stores were needed. Gilliatt had not even bread. If anyone could have seen Gilliatt at work on the reef during the whole of that week, he would not have been able to make out what the latter was aiming at. He seemed to be no longer thinking of the Durande or of the two Douvres. He was occupied only with what there was among the breakers. He appeared absorbed in saving the petty wreckage. He took advantage of the low tides to strip the reefs of all that the shipwreck had bestowed upon them. He went from rock to rock, picking up what the sea had cast there, fragments of canvas, ends of ropes, scraps of iron, bits of panels, crushed planking, broken yards, here a beam, there a chain, further on a pulley. At the same time he studied all the crevices of the reef. Not one of them was habitable, to the great disappointment of Gilliatt, who was cold at night in the crevices of the slabs of stones where he lodged on the summit of the great Douvre, and he would be glad to find a better attic. Two of these cavities were sufficiently spacious. Although the natural pavement of the rock was almost everywhere slanting and uneven, one could stand upright and walk in them. The wind and the rain came in at will there, but the highest tides did not reach them. They were close to the Little Douvre and accessible at all hours. Gilliatt decided that one should serve as a storehouse, the other as a forge. With all the earrings and gaskets which he could collect, he made bales of the small bits of wreckage, binding the fragments into bundles and the canvas into packets. He lashed them all carefully together. As the rising tide floated these bales, he dragged them across the shoals to his storehouse. In the hollow of a rock he had found a top rope, which enabled him to haul even the larger pieces of timber work. In the same manner he drew from the sea the numerous fragments of chains scattered among the breakers. Gilliatt was astonishingly tenacious and active in this labor. He accomplished everything that he wished. Nothing resists an ant-like perseverance. At the end of the week Gilliatt had all the shapeless bric-a-brac of the Tempest arranged in order in that granite shed. There was a corner for tacks and a corner for sheets. The bowlines were not mixed with the halyards. The ribs were arranged according to the number of their holes. The puddennings, carefully detached from the rings of the broken anchors, were rolled in balls. The dead-eyes, which had no shears, were separated from the tackle blocks. The belaying pins, the bull's-eyes, the outventer shrouds, the gaberons, the gouttereaux, the hollow cleats, the pendants, the flukes, the parrels, the stoppers, the booms, occupied different compartments, provided that they were not completely damaged by the tempest. All the timber work, the cross trees, posts, stanchions, caps, portlids, fishes, and binding strakes were piled up separately. Wherever it had been possible, the dovetailed planks of the fragments of the ship's bottom had been fitted together again. There was no confusion of the reef lines with the cable nippers, nor of the crowfoot with the tow lines, nor of the pulleys of the shrouds with the pulleys of the white hawsers, nor of the pieces of strake with the pieces of waist. A corner had been reserved for a part of the cat-harpings of the Durande, which held taut the shrouds of the topmast and the futtock shrouds. Each sort of fragment had its place. The whole shipwreck was there, classed and labeled. It was a sort of storehouse of chaos. A staysail, fastened by large stones, though very much riddled with holes, it is true, covered what the rain might damage. Splintered as had been the Durande's bow, Gilliatt had succeeded in saving both the catheads with their 3 pulleys. He found the bowsprit, and had much difficulty in unrolling the gammonings. They adhered very closely, having been, as always, with the end of the capstan, and in dry weather. Nevertheless Gilliatt detached them, since this large rope might be useful to him. He had also picked up the small anchor, which had remained caught in a hollow of the bottom, where it was uncovered at low tide. In what had been Tangrouille's cabin he found a bit of chalk, and he laid it carefully aside. He might have to make marks. A leather fire bucket and several pails in a tolerably good condition completed this working outfit. All that remained of the Durand's stock of coal was carried to the storeroom. In a week this salvage of fragments was finished, the Reef was cleaned, and the Durand lightened. Nothing now remained on the wreck but the engine. The bit of the forward planking which adhered to the after part did not disturb the wreck. It hung without any tension, being sustained by a projection of the rock. Moreover, it was large and wide, and heavy to drag, and it would have encumbered the storehouse. This strip of planking had the appearance of a raft. Gilliatt left it where it was. Gilliatt, profoundly thoughtful during this labor, sought in vain for the figurehead or doll of the Durand. It was one of the things which the waves had carried away forever. Gilliatt would have given his 2 hands to find it, had he not stood in such need of them. At the entrance of the storehouse, and outside of it, 2 heaps of refuse were visible, one of iron, fit for reforging, the other of wood, fit for burning. Gilliatt was at work by daybreak. He took not a moment's rest except the hours of sleep. The cormorants flying hither and thither watched him at his work. End of Chapter 9. The Reef and the Manner of Using It. Section 60 of The Toilers of the Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 10. The Forge. The storehouse completed, Gilliatt made his forge. The second cavity selected by Gilliatt offered a den, a sort of narrow but deep gut. He had had an idea of lodging there, but the north wind blew so incessantly and so obstinately in this passage that he had been obliged to give it up. This draught had suggested to him the idea of a forge. Since this cavern could not be his chamber, it should be his workshop. To force the obstacle to serve one is a great stride towards triumph. The wind was Gilliatt's enemy. Gilliatt undertook to make it his servant. What is said of certain men called jack of all trades and good at none may be said of cavities in the rock. What they offer, they do not give. One rock cavity is a bathing room, but it allows the water to flow off through a fissure. Another is a chamber, but without a ceiling. Another is a bed of moss, but wet. Another is an armchair, but of stone. The forge which Gilliatt wished to establish was sketched out by nature, but nothing was more difficult to accomplish than to conquer this rough draught and render it manageable, and to transform this cavern into a workshop. With 3 or 4 large stones hollowed out in funnel shape, and terminating in a narrow fissure, chance had there created a vast, shapeless bellows, much more powerful than those huge old forge bellows 14 feet long, which gave bellow, at every puff, 98,000 inches of air. Here it was quite a different matter. The proportions of the hurricane are not to be calculated. The excess of power was an embarrassment. It was difficult to regulate this blast. The cavern had 2 inconveniences. The wind traversed it from end to end, also the water. It was not the waves of the sea, but a small perpetual trickle, more resembling dripping than a torrent. The foam dashed incessantly upon the reef by the surf, but sometimes more than 100 feet into the air had finally filled with sea water a natural cask situated in the lofty rocks which overlooked the excavation. A little in the rear, the overflow of this reservoir formed in the cliff a slender waterfall, an inch in width, which descended perhaps 4 or 5 fathoms. A contingent of rain was added. From time to time a passing cloud emptied a shower into this inexhaustible reservoir, which was always overfull. This water was brackish and not drinkable, but limpid though salt. The fall trickled gracefully from the extremities of the hairweed as from the tips of locks of hair. It occurred to Gilliatt to make use of this water to regulate the draught. By means of a funnel made of 2 or 3 pieces of planks, nailed together and adjusted in haste, one of which had a shut off, and of a very large bucket placed beneath as a lower reservoir, without checking or counterbalance, only completing the arrangement by a nozzle below and suction holes above, Gilliatt, who was, as we have already said, something of a blacksmith and mechanic, succeeded in devising an apparatus to serve in place of the forged bellows, which he did not possess, less perfect than what is now called a cagnardelle, but less rudimentary than what was called in the Pyrenees a trompe. He had some rye flour. He made paste of it. He had some untarred manila rope. He turned it into oakum. With this oakum and paste and a few bits of wood he stopped up all the fissures in the rocks, leaving only a small air passage made from a small piece of the tube to a powder flask, which he had found on the Durande, and which had served to load the signal gun with. This air nozzle was directed horizontally upon a large flagstone where Gilliatt located the forge hearth. A stopper, made from a bit of sail cord, closed it when needful. After this Gilliatt piled up wood and coal on this hearth, struck his steel on the rock itself, dropped the spark on a handful of tow, and with it he ignited the wood and the coal. He tried the draught. It worked admirably. Gilliatt felt the pride of a Cyclops, master of air, of water, and of fire. Master of the air, he had given to the wind a sort of lungs, created in the granite a respiratory apparatus, and changed the draught into a pair of bellows. Master of water, of the little cascade he had made a trompe. Master of fire, from this inundated rock he had caused flames to flash. The excavation being nearly everywhere open to the sky, the smoke dispersed freely, blackening the overhanging cliff. These rocks, which seemed forever made for foam, grew black with soot. Gilliatt took for his anvil a large boulder of very close grain, which presented nearly the desired form and dimensions. It was a very dangerous base, as it was liable to split by blows. One of the extremities of this block, which was rounded and terminated in a point, could, in case of need, take the place of the bicorn conoid, but the other, the pyramidal horn, was lacking. It was the ancient stone anvil of the troglodytes. The surface, polished by the waves, had almost the firmness of steel. Gilliatt regretted that he had not brought his anvil. As he had not been aware that the Durande had been cut in twain by the tempest, he had hoped to find the carpenter's chest and all his ordinary tools in the forecastle. Now it was precisely the forepart which had been carried away. The 2 excavations found on the reef by Gilliatt were close together. The storeroom and the forge communicated with each other. Every evening, when his day's work was finished, he supped on a little biscuit softened in water, a sea urchin, a hermit crab, or some sea chestnuts, the only game possible among these rocks, and, shivering like the knotted rope, he ascended to sleep in his hole on the Grand Douvre. The sort of abstraction in which Gilliatt lived was increased by the very material nature of his occupations. Reality in strong doses frightens. Corporeal labor, with its innumerable details, detracted nothing from his amazement at finding himself there and being engaged in his present work, but the very singularity of the task undertaken by Gilliatt maintained him in a sort of ideal and twilight region. It seemed to him at moments that he was dealing blows with his hammer in the clouds. At other moments it seemed to him that all his tools were weapons. He had the singular feeling of a latent attack which he was restraining or preventing. Untwisting ropes, unraveling threads from a sail, propping 2 planks against each other, seemed like fashioning weapons of war. The thousand minute cares of this case of salvage came at last to resemble precautions against intelligent aggressions, very thinly disguised and very transparent. Gilliatt did not know the words which render the ideas, but he perceived the ideas. He felt himself less and less a workman and more a man of war. He was there in the character of subduer. He almost understood it, a strange enlargement for his mind. Moreover, there was about him, as far as the eye could reach, the immense vision of wasted labor. Nothing is more disquieting than to behold the diffusion of forces working in the unfathomable and in the limitless. One seeks the object of these forces. Space always in movement, the indefatigable water, clouds which ever seem in haste, the vast obscure effort, all this convulsion is a problem. What is this perpetual trembling doing? What do these gales construct? What do these shocks build? These shocks, these sobs, these howls, what do they create? With what is this tumult occupied? The ebb and flow of these questions is as eternal as the sea. Gilliatt knew what he was doing, but the agitation of the vast plain confusedly perplexed him with its enigma. Unconsciously to himself, mechanically, imperiously, by pressure and penetration, without any other result than being unconsciously and almost fiercely dazzled, Gilliatt, being a dreamer, blended with his own work the prodigious useless labor of the sea. How, in fact, can one be there and escape the mystery of the frightful toilsome waves? How help meditating, so far as meditation is possible, on the vacillation of the waves, the wrath of the foam, the imperceptible wear and tear of the rock, the senseless breathing of the four winds? What terror for the thought is that perpetual recommencement, the ocean well, the Danaides clouds, all that pain for nothing. For nothing? No. But oh, unknown, thou alone knowest why. End of chapter 10. The Forge. Section 61 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 11. A Discovery. A reef in the vicinity of the coast is sometimes visited by men. A reef in the open sea, never. Why should one go there? It is not an island. No fresh supply of provisions is to be hoped for, no fruit trees, no pasturages, no cattle, no springs of water fit to drink. It is nudity in solitude. It is a rock with cliffs above the water and sharp points below the water. Nothing is to be found there but shipwreck. This species of reefs, which the ancient dialect of the sea calls les isolés, are, as we have said, strange places. The sea is alone there. It does what it wills. No terrestrial apparition disturbs it. Man frightens the sea. It distrusts him. It hides from him what it is and what it does. In the reef it regains assurance. Man will not come there. The monologue of the waves will not be troubled. It works at the reef, repairs its injuries, sharpens its points, renders it bristling, makes it over, maintains it in condition. It undertakes the piercing of the rock, disintegrates the soft stone, denudes the hard stone, removes the flesh, leaves the skeleton, searches, dissects, bores, pierces, channels, puts the caecums in communication, fills the reef with cells, imitates the sponge on a grand scale, hollows out the inside, carves the outside. In this secret mountain which belongs to it, it makes caverns, sanctuaries, palaces. It possesses all manner of hideous and splendid vegetation, composed of floating grasses which bite, and of monsters which take root. It conceals beneath the shadow of the water this frightful magnificence. In the isolated reef nothing watches it, spies upon it, or disturbs it. There it develops at its ease its mysterious side, which is inaccessible to man. There it deposits its living and horrible secret things. All the unknown wonders of the sea are there. The promontories, capes, headlands, shoals, and reefs are, we insist upon it, true structures. The geological formation is but little in comparison with the oceanic formation. The reefs, those homes of the billows, those pyramids and syringes of foam, belong to a mysterious art which the author of this book has somewhere entitled the Art in Nature, and have a sort of enormous style. The effect of chance there seems to be by design. These structures are multiform. They possess the confusion of the coral formation, the sublimity of the cathedral, the extravagance of the pagoda, the amplitude of the mountain, the delicacy of the jewel, the horror of the sepulchre. They have cells like a wasp's nest, lairs like a menagerie, tunnels like a mole burrow, dungeons like a prison, ambuscades like a camp. They have doors, but they are barricaded; columns, but they are truncated; towers, but they are leaning; bridges, but they are broken. Their compartments are adapted to one use and only one. This is only for birds; that is only for fish. They are insurpassable. Their architectural figure is transformed, disconcerted. It is in accordance with the law of statics, and contradictory to it, breaks off, stops short, begins as an archivolt, ends in an architrave, block on block. Enceladus is the mason. An extraordinary system of dynamics here exhibits its problems solved. Alarming pendentives threaten but do not fall. One knows not how these dizzy structures are held together. Everywhere they overhang and deviate from the perpendicular. There are gaps, senseless suspensions. The law of this Babel hides itself. The great unknown architect makes no plans, yet accomplishes everything. The rocks piled up in confusion compose a huge monument. No logic, a vast equilibrium. It is more than solidity, it is eternity. At the same time it is disorder. The tumult of the waves seems to have passed into the granite. A reef is the tempest petrified. Nothing more moves the mind than that wild architecture, always crumbling, yet always erect. All things there lend assistance to each other and are opposed to each other. It is a combat of lines whence results an edifice. One there recognizes the collaboration of these two enemies, the ocean and the hurricane. This architecture has its terrible masterpieces. The Douvres reef was one of them. The sea had fashioned and perfected this one with formidable love. The surly waters licked it. It was hideous, treacherous, obscure, full of caverns. It had a whole Venus system of submarine holes branching out in the fathomless depths. Many orifices of this inextricable boring were dry at low water. One could enter at one's own risk and peril. Gilliatt was obliged to explore all these grottos in order to save his wreckage. There was not one which was not frightful. Everywhere in these caverns there was reproduced with the exaggerated dimensions of the ocean that aspect of the slaughter-house and the butcher's shambles strangely imprinted on the passage of the Douvres. He who has not seen, in excavations of this nature, on the wall of eternal granite, these frightful frescoes of nature, can form no idea of them. These ferocious grottos were treacherous. One must not tarry too long in them. High tide filled them to the very ceiling. The rock limpets and sea mosses abounded there. They were encumbered with boulders, piled in a heap at the extremities of the vaults. Many of these boulders weighed more than a ton. They were of all sizes and all colors. The majority appeared to be bleeding. Some, covered with hairy and glutinous seaweed, seemed great green moles burrowing among the rocks. Many of these caves terminated abruptly in a low, spherical vault. Others, arteries of a mysterious circulation, were prolonged in the rock in dark and tortuous fissures. They were the streets of the abyss. A man could not pass through these fissures, for they gradually contracted. A lighted torch revealed dripping obscurity. Once Gilliatt, in his search, ventured into one of these fissures. The state of the tide was favorable. It was a fine, calm, sunny day. No accident of the sea, which could increase the risk, was to be feared. Two necessities urged Gilliatt to these explorations, as we have already pointed out, the necessity of seeking useful fragments to save, and that of finding crabs and crawfish for his sustenance. Shellfish began to fail him in the Douvres. The fissure was contracted and passage almost impossible. Gilliatt saw light beyond. He made an effort, drew himself together, writhed to the utmost of his ability, and advanced as far as possible. He found himself, without suspecting it, precisely in the interior of the rock on the point of which Clubin had run the Durande. Gilliatt was beneath this point. The rock, abrupt on the exterior and inaccessible, was hollow within. There were galleries, wells, and chambers, as in the tomb of an Egyptian king. This undermining was one of the most complicated among those labyrinths, the work of the water, the indefatigable sapper of the sea. The branches of this cavern beneath the sea probably communicated with the immense watery expanse outside by more than one issue, some yawning on a level with the waves, others deep, invisible funnels. It was quite close to this place that Clubin had cast himself into the sea, but Gilliatt did not know it. Gilliatt, in that crocodile's crevice, where, it is true, crocodiles were not to be feared, writhed and climbed, bumped his head, bent, straightened up again, lost his footing, and regained it again, advanced painfully. Little by little the passage widened, a glimmer of half daylight appeared, and Gilliatt suddenly entered an extraordinary cavern. End of Chapter 11. A Discovery. Section 62 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 12. The Interior of a Submarine Edifice. This glimmer of daylight came opportunely. One step more and Gilliatt would have fallen into water that was, perhaps, unfathomable. The waters of such caves are so cold, and paralyze so instantaneously, that the stoutest swimmers often remain in them forever. Moreover, there is no way of mounting and clinging to the cliffs between which one is immured. Gilliatt stopped short. The crevice from which he had emerged terminated in a narrow and slippery exit, a sort of corbel table in the perpendicular wall. Gilliatt placed his back to the wall and gazed. He was in a great cave. Above him there was something like the lower part of a huge skull. This skull had the appearance of being recently dissected. The dripping nerves of the striated rocks imitated on the vault the branchings of the fibers and the jagged sutures of a cranium. For ceiling, the stone; for floor, the water. The sea waves confined between the four walls of the grotto seemed like large, trembling paving slabs. The grotto was closed on every side. Not a window, not an air hole, not a breach in the wall, not a crack in the vault. All this was lighted from below by the water. The resplendence was indescribable. Gilliatt, the pupils of whose eyes had been dilated during his dark passage through the corridor, distinguished every object in this twilight. He was acquainted, through repeated visits, with the caves of Pleinmont in Jersey, the Creux Malais in Guernsey, the Shops in Sark, so named because of the smugglers who deposited their merchandise there. None of these marvelous caves was to be compared with the subterranean and submarine chamber into which he had now penetrated. Gilliatt beheld in front of him, beneath the waves, a sort of flooded arch. This arch, a natural ogive fashioned by the water, stood out dazzlingly between its two deep black supports. It was through this submerged porch that the light from the open sea entered the cavern, a strange daylight given by engulfment. This light spread out under the water like a large fan and was reflected from the rock. Its rectilinear rays cut into long, straight bands on the opacity of the bottom, growing lighter or darker from one crevice to another, seemed as if refracted through layers of glass. There was daylight in this cavern, but an unknown daylight. There was nothing of the earthly in this brilliance. One could fancy that one was in another planet. The light was an enigma. One would have thought it the glaucous light from the eye of a sphinx. This cave represented the interior of an enormous and splendid skull. The vault was the cranium, the arch was the mouth, the eye sockets were lacking. That mouth, swallowing and giving forth the ebb and flow of the tide, yawning in the full external midday, drank in light and belched forth bitterness, a type of certain intelligent but wicked beings. The ray of sunlight, as it traversed this porch, obstructed by a vitreous medium of sea water, became as green as a ray from Aldebaran. The water, all filled with that liquid light, appeared like a melted emerald. A shade of aquamarine of unprecedented delicacy gently tinged the whole cavern. The vault, with its almost cerebral lobes and its crawling ramifications, similar to outspreading nerves, had a tender reflection of the chrysoprase. The sheeny pools of the waves, reflected from the ceiling, were decomposed and recomposed in endless succession, stretching and contracting their golden scales with the movements of a mysterious dance. It produced a spectral impression. The mind wondered what prey or what expectation rendered this magnificent network of living fire so joyous. From the reliefs of the vault and the rough points of the rock hung long, delicate vegetation, probably bathing their roots through the granite in some sheet of water above, and telling off, one after the other, at their extremities, a drop of water, a pearl. These pearls fell into the gulf with a slight, gentle splash. The startling effect of this whole was indescribable. Nothing more charming could be imagined, nothing more mournful could be found. It was a wondrous palace where death sat contented. End of Chapter 12. The Interior of a Submarine Edifice. Section 63 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13. What One Sees There and What One Gets a Glimpse of. Dazzling gloom. Such was this surprising place. The palpitation of the sea made itself felt in this cavern. The external oscillation swelled, then depressed the internal sheet of water with a regularity of respiration. One seemed to be conscious of a mysterious soul in that great green diaphragm, thus rising and falling in silence. The water was magnificently limpid, and Gilliatt distinguished in it, at various depths, submerged stations, projecting surfaces of rock, of a darker and still darker green. Certain obscure depths were probably unfathomable. On each side of the submarine porch, rough drafts of flattened arches, full of shadows, indicated little lateral caves, side aisles of the central cavern, accessible, possibly, at the period of very low tides. These crevices had sloping ceilings, with more or less spreading angles. Tiny beaches, a few feet wide, laid bare by the excavations of the sea, stretched under these obliquities and were lost there. Here and there seaweeds, more than a fathom in length, undulated beneath the water like hair waving in the wind. One caught glimpses of forests of sea plants. The whole wall of the cave, under the water and out of the water, from summit to base, from its vault to the point where it merged into the invisible, was hung with these prodigious blooms of the ocean, so rarely perceived by the human eye, which old Spanish navigators called praderias del mar, meadows of the sea. A luxuriant moss, which possessed all the shades of olive, concealed and enlarged the swellings of the granite. From all the projecting surfaces sprang slender crimped ribbons of the wrack from which fishermen make barometers. The light breath of the cavern waved to and fro these shining bands. Beneath this vegetation the rarest jewels in the casket of the ocean were both hidden and displayed: eburnae, strombi, mitre shells, helmet shells, purple shells, whelks, struthularia, and turreted murex brandaris. The bell-shaped limpets, resembling microscopic huts, adhered to the rocks in every direction, and were grouped together in villages, in whose streets roamed escabrions, those beetles of the sea. As pebbles could enter this cavern only with difficulty, shellfish took refuge there. Shellfish are the great lords who, all bedecked with embroidery and gold lace, avoid the rude and uncivil contact of the populace of pebbles. The shining heap of shells formed beneath the waves, in some spots, ineffable radiations, across which one caught a glimpse of a throng of azures and pearly tints and of golds, of all the shades of the water. On the wall of the cavern, a little above the line of high tide, a magnificent and singular plant was attached like a border to the hangings of a rack, continuing and completing it. This plant, fibrous, thick, inextricably bent and almost black, presented to the eye large, tangled, and obscure sheets, everywhere dotted with innumerable little flowers of lapis lazuli hue. In the water these flowers seemed to take fire, and one fancied them blue living flame. Outside of the water they were flowers, under the water they were sapphires, so that the waves, as they rose and inundated the base of the grottos clothed with these plants, covered the rock with carbuncles. At each surge of the billows, swelling like lungs, these flowers were bathed and shone resplendent; at each fall they were extinguished, a melancholy resemblance to destiny. It was inspiration, which is life; then expiration, which is death. One of the marvels of this cavern was the rock. This rock, now a wall, now an arch, now a binding beam or a paluster, was in places rough and bare, then, close beside these, the most delicate natural carvings. An indescribable something, which had much intelligence, was mingled with the massive stupidity of the granite. What an artist is the abyss! Such and such a section of wall hewn squarely and covered with round bosses in various positions presented a vague bas relief. Before this sculpture, which contained something of the cloud like, one could dream of Prometheus making rough sketches for Michelangelo. It seemed as though that genius might, with a few blows of the hammer, finish what the giant had begun. In other spots the rock was damascened, like a Saracen buckler, or inlaid with niello, like a Florentine fountain basin. It had panels which seemed made of Corinthian bronze, then arabesques, like the gate of a mosque, then, like a runic stone, imprints of obscure and mystic nails. Plants with small twisted branches and tendrils interlacing above the gold of the lichens covered it with filigree. This cavern was in some respects like an Alhambra. It was the union of savagery and goldsmith's work in the august and shapeless architecture of chance. The magnificent moulderings of the sea covered as with velvet the angles of the granite. The cliffs were festooned with magnificent liana grandiflora, hanging gracefully, and which ornamented the walls as if by intelligent designs. Wall pillatry, with strange clusters, displayed its tufts tastefully and appropriately. All the coquetry possible to a cavern was there. The surprising Eden-like light which proceeded from beneath the water, at one and the same time a marine penumbra and an Elysian radiance, softened down all lineaments into a sort of visionary diffusion. Each wave was a prism. The contours of things beneath these rainbow-hued undulations had the chromatic shades of optical lenses made too convex. Solar spectres floated beneath the water. One thought that one beheld fragments of submarine rainbows floating in this auroral pellucidness. Elsewhere, in other corners, there was a kind of moonlight in the water. All splendors seemed amalgamated there to accomplish some unknown and hidden deed of darkness. Nothing could be more disquieting and more enigmatic than that sumptuousness in that cave. Enchantment was the dominating note. The fantastic vegetation and the shapeless stratification agreed and were harmonious. This union of wild things was a happy one. The ramifications clung fast while having the appearance of touching lightly. The caress of the savage rock and of the untamed flower was profound. Massive pillars had for capitals and ligatures frail garlands all permeated with a quiver. One thought of the fingers of fairies tickling the feet of behemoths, and the rock sustained the plant, and the plant strained the rock in its embrace with a monstrous grace. The result of these deformities mysteriously adjusted was an indescribably sovereign beauty. The works of nature, no less supreme than the works of genius, contain something of the absolute and are imposing. Their unexpectedness makes them imperiously obeyed by the mind. One is conscious of premeditation, which is outside of man, and they are never more striking than when they make the exquisiteness of the terrible stand out in sudden relief. This unknown grotto was, so to speak, and, if such an expression be admissible, siderealized. One there experienced all the unexpectedness which stupor contains. That which illuminated this crypt was like the light of the Apocalypse. One was not quite sure that the thing existed. One had before one's eyes a reality stamped with impossibility. One gazed at that, one touched it, one was there, only it was difficult to believe in it. Was it daylight which came through that window beneath the sea? Was it water which trembled in that gloomy basin? Were not those arches and porches the celestial clouds imitating a cavern? What stone was this underfoot? Was not this support on the point of becoming disintegrated and turning into vapor? What jewelry of shells was that of which one caught a glimpse? At what distance was one from life, from earth, from men? What was this rapture mingled with these shadows? Unprecedented, almost sacred emotion, to which was added the gentle uneasiness of grass beneath the water. At the extremity of the cave, which was oblong, under a cyclopean archivolt of singularly correct design, in an almost indistinct hollow, a sort of cavern within the cave, and of tabernacle within the sanctuary, behind a sheet of green light interposed like a temple veil, a stone with square sides could be seen bearing a resemblance to an altar. The water surrounded this stone on all sides. It seemed as though a goddess had just descended from it. One could not refrain from imagining beneath that crypt, on that altar, some eternally pensive celestial nudity whom the entrance of man had caused to disappear. It was difficult to conceive of that august cell without a vision within it, the apparition evoked by reverie reconstituted itself, a flood of chaste light on shoulders hardly seen, a brow bathed with dawn, an Olympian oval of countenance, mysterious roundness of breasts, modest arms, tresses falling loose in the aurora, ineffable hips modeled in whiteness against a sacred mist, the form of a nymph, the glance of a virgin, a Venus rising from the sea, an Eve springing from chaos. Such was the dream in which it was impossible not to indulge. It was improbable that there should not be a phantom there. A wholly nude woman, bearing a star within her, had probably just been on that altar. On that pedestal, whence emanated an unspeakable ecstasy, one imagined a whiteness, living and erect. The mind pictured to itself, amid the mute adoration of that cavern, an Amphitrite, a Tethys, some Diana who could love, a statue of the ideal formed of radiance and gazing sweetly on the gloom. It was she who, at her departure, had left behind her in the cavern that brightness, a sort of light perfume, which had emanated from the body of that star. The dazzling radiance of that phantom was no longer there. One did not behold that figure made to be seen only by the invisible, but one felt it. One was seized with that trembling which is voluptuous delight. The goddess was absent, but the divinity was present. The beauty of the cave seemed made for that presence. It was because of that deity, of that fairy, of that pearly iridescence, of that queen of the zephyrs, of that grace born amid the waves, it was because of her, one fancied so at least, that the subterranean cave was thus sacredly walled up, so that nothing around this divine phantom could ever disturb the obscurity, which is a respect, and the silence, which is a majesty. Gilliatt, who was a sort of seer of nature, dreamed in confused emotion. All at once, a few feet below him, in the charming transparencies of that water which was like liquid precious stones, he perceived something indescribable. A sort of long rag was moving in the oscillation of the waves. This strip of rag was not floating, it was swimming. It had a purpose. It was going somewhere. It was swift. This rag had the form of a jester's bauble with points. These points, which were flabby, were waving. They seemed to be covered with a dust impossible to moisten. It was more than horrible. It was foul. There was something of the chimera about the thing. It was a creature, unless it was an illusion. It seemed to direct itself toward the dark side of the cave, and to sink into the depths. The dense waters grew darker above it as this sinister form glided by and disappeared. End of Chapter 13. What one sees there, and what one gets a glimpse of. Section 64 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Second, Labor. Chapter 1, The Resources of One Who Lacks Everything. This cave did not release men easily. Entrance to it was not easy, the exit was still more difficult. Nevertheless, Gilliatt extricated himself from it, but he never returned to it. He had found nothing there of which he was in search, and he had no time to be curious. He put his forge into immediate activity. He lacked tools. He made them. For fuel he had the wreck; for a motor, the water; the wind for bellows, a stone for an anvil; for art, his instinct; for power, his will. Gilliatt entered ardently upon this gloomy labor. The weather appeared to be complacent. It continued dry, and as little equinoctial as possible. The month of March had arrived, but tranquilly. The days were growing long. The blue of the sky, the vast gentleness of the movements of the expanse, the serenity of midday, seemed to exclude all evil intent. The sea was gay in the sunlight. A preliminary caress spices treachery. The sea is not avaricious of such caresses. When one has to do with a woman note the sea is feminine in French one must distrust her smile. There was but little wind. The hydraulic bellows worked all the better for it. An excess of wind would have hindered rather than helped. Gilliatt had a saw. He made himself a file. With the saw he attacked the wood. With the file he attacked the metal. Then he availed himself of the blacksmith's 2 iron hands, a pair of tongs and pincers. The tongs grip, the pincers manipulate. The one acts like the wrist, the other like the fingers. A set of tools is an organism. Little by little Gilliatt provided himself with auxiliaries and constructed his armory. With a piece of sheet iron he made a hood for the hearth of his forge. One of his principal cares was sorting and repairing pulleys. He put into working condition the blocks and sheaves of the falls. He cut off all the splintered parts of all broken beams, and shaped the ends afresh. He had, as we have said, for the needs of his carpentering work, a quantity of timbers stored up and matched according to their forms, dimensions, and kind, oak on one side, pine on the other, curved pieces, like the riders, separate from the straight pieces, like the binding strakes. They constituted his reserve of fulcrums and levers, of which he might stand in great need at any given moment. Any one who is meditating a hoisting apparatus must provide himself with beams and tackle. But this was not sufficient. Rope was needed. Gilliatt repaired the cables and warps. He raveled the tattered sails and succeeded in extracting from them excellent twine, of which he made cord. With this cord he joined the ropes. Only these joints were liable to rot. These cords and cables must be speedily used, and Gilliatt had been able to make only white rope, as he lacked tar. The ropes being repaired, he repaired the chains. Thanks to the lateral point of the stone anvil, which took the place of the conical bicorn, he was able to forge coarse but solid rings. With these rings he attached the ends of the broken chains to each other and made long pieces. To forge alone and without assistance is more than hard. Nevertheless, he managed it. It is true that he had to forge only pieces small in size. He could work them with one hand with the pincers while he hammered them with the other. He cut into fragments the round iron railings of the captain's bridge. At one end of each fragment he forged a point, at the other a large flat head, and these made huge spikes about a foot long. These spikes, much used in making pontoon bridges, are useful for fixing in the rocks. Why did Gilliatt take all this trouble? The reader will see. He was obliged to renew the edge of his axe and the teeth of his saw many times. For the saw he had made a hand file. Occasionally he made use of the capstan of the Durande. The hook of the chain broke. Gilliatt forged another. With the aid of his pincers and tongs, and making use of his chisel as a screwdriver, he undertook to take apart the 2 paddle wheels of the vessel, and he succeeded. It will not be forgotten that this was possible. It was a peculiarity of their construction. The paddle boxes which had covered them served to pack them in, for with the plank of the 2 boxes Gilliatt hammered and joined together 2 cases, in which he deposited piece by piece the 2 wheels, carefully numbered. His bit of chalk proved precious to him for this numbering. He placed these 2 cases on the most solid part of the Durande's deck. These preliminaries concluded, Gilliatt found himself face to face with the supreme difficulty. The question of the machinery presented itself. It had been possible to take the wheels apart. To take the machinery apart was impossible. In the first place, Gilliatt was but little acquainted with this mechanism. By working it haphazard he might do it some irreparable injury. Next, in order even to attempt to take it apart bit by bit, If he had been so imprudent as to do so, other tools were necessary than those which can be fabricated with a cavern for a forge, an air draft for bellows, and a stone for an anvil. In attempting to take the machinery apart, he ran the risk of breaking it in pieces. Here one might believe one's self absolutely face to face with the impossible. It seemed as though Gilliatt were driven to the foot of that wall. The impossible. What was he to do? End of Chapter 1. The Resources of One Who Lacks Everything. Section 65 of The Toilers of the Sea. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. How Shakespeare and Aeschylus Can Meet. Gilliatt had his own idea. Since the time of that mason carpenter of Salbris, who in the 16th century, in the infancy of science, long before Amintons had discovered the first, Lethierry the second, and Coulomb the third law of friction, without counsel, without guidance, with no other aid than that of a child, his son, with an ill-shaped set of tools, resolved at one stroke, during the lowering of the great clock of the church of Charité-sur-Loire, 5 or 6 problems of statics and dynamics intermingled like the wheels in an entanglement of carts, and presenting an obstacle simultaneously, since that superb and marvelous feat which found means, without breaking even a brass wire, and without unsettling a gearing, to lower in one piece, by a wonderful simplification, from the second story of the bell tower to the first, that massive case of the hours, all of iron and copper, as large as the chamber of the night watchman, with its movement, its cylinders, its barrels, its drums, its hooks and balances, its spindle for the hour hand and its spindle for the minute hand, its horizontal pendulum, its escarpments, its masses of big chains and little chains, its stone weights, one of which weighed 500 pounds, its striking weight and chimes, its jacks that strike the hours, since the day of that man who had performed that miracle, and whose name is no longer known, nothing parallel to what Gilliatt meditated doing had ever been undertaken. The operation which Gilliatt had undertaken was worse, perhaps, that is to say, still more beautiful. The weight, the delicacy, the intricacy of difficulties were no less in the case of the Durand's machinery than in that of the clock of Charité-sur-Loire. The Gothic carpenter had an assistant, his son. Gilliatt was alone. A crowd of spectators was there, who had come from Meung-sur-Loire, Nevers, and even from Orleans, who could, in case of need, render assistance to the mason of Salbris, and who encouraged him by their friendly uproar. Gilliatt had around him no other noise than that of the wind, and no other throng than the waves. Nothing equals the timidity of ignorance except its temerity. When ignorance sets out but to dare, it is because it has a compass within it. This compass is the intuition of the true, often more clear in a simple than in an enlightened mind. Ignorance invites to an attempt. Ignorance is reverie, and reverie is a curious force. Knowledge sometimes disconcerts and often dissuades. Gama, had he known, would have recoiled before the Cape of Storms. If Christopher Columbus had been a good cosmographer, he would not have discovered America. The second person to ascend Mont Blanc was a learned man, Saussure. The first was a shepherd, Balmat. These cases, let us remark in passing, are the exception, and all this detracts nothing from science, which remains the rule. The ignorant man may discover, the learned man alone invents. The boat was still anchored in the cove of the Man, where the sea left it tranquil. Gilliatt, it will be remembered, had arranged something so as to maintain free communication with his vessel. He proceeded thither, and carefully measured her beam at various points, particularly her midship frame. Then he returned to the Durande and measured the greatest diameter of the bottom of the machinery. This diameter, minus the wheels, of course, was 2 feet less than the greatest beam of the boat. Hence the engine could go in the boat. But how was he to get it into the boat? End of Chapter 2. How Shakespeare and Aeschylus Can Meet. Section 66 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Gilliatt's masterpiece comes to the succor of Lethierry's masterpiece. Some time later, any fisherman who should have been foolish enough to loiter about that coast at that season would have been repaid for his hardihood by the sight of something singular between the Douvres. This is what he would have perceived: 4 stout beams, equally spaced, running from one Douvre to the other, and forced, as it were, between the rocks, which is the best sort of solidity. On the side of the little Douvre their ends rested and were buttressed against projections of the rock. On the side of the great Douvre these extremities must have been violently driven into the cliffs by blows from the hammer of some powerful workman standing upon the very beam which he was forcing in. These beams were a little longer than the width of the passage, hence the firmness of their insertion, hence also their adjustment on an inclined plane. They touched the great Douvre at an acute and the little Douvre at an obtuse angle. They sloped slightly but unequally, which was a defect. But for this defect one might have said that they were arrayed for the reception of the platform of a bridge. To these beams were attached 4 sets of tackle, each furnished with its tie and fall, and having this bold peculiarity that the block and fall with 2 sheaves was at one end of the beam, while the simple pulley was at the opposite end. This separation, too great not to be dangerous, was probably necessitated by the operations to be accomplished. The blocks were strong and the pulleys solid. To these sets of tackle cables were attached, which appeared like threads at a distance, and below this aerial apparatus of falls and timberwork the massive wreck, the Durande, seemed suspended by threads. It was not yet suspended. Perpendicularly beneath the timbers 8 openings had been made in the deck, 4 on the starboard and 4 on the port side of the engine, and 8 others beneath these in the bottom. Cables descending vertically from the 4 tackles entered the deck, then emerged from the bottom through the openings on the starboard side, passed under the keel and under the engine, and re-entered the ship again through the port openings, and reascending, traversing the bridge afresh, returned and were coiled round the 4 pulleys of the beam, where a sort of Burton tackle seized them and made of them a bundle bound to a single cable and capable of being guided by a single arm. A hook and a dead-eye, through the hole of which the single cable was passed and wound, completed and checked the apparatus when necessary. This combination forced the 4 tackles to work together, and a complete check on the suspending forces, a dynamic rudder, in the hand of the pilot of the operation, maintained the rigging in equilibrium. The very ingenious adjustment of this Burton possessed some of the simplifying qualities of the Weston pulley of today, and of the antique polyspaston of Vitruvius. Gilliatt had invented this, although he knew neither Vitruvius, who no longer existed, nor Weston, who did not as yet exist. The length of the cables varied according to the unequal slope of the beams, and corrected this defect to some extent. The ropes were dangerous, the untarred cables might break, chains would have been better, but chains would have run badly through the blocks. All this apparatus was full of defects, but, as made by a single man, was surprising. However, we abridge the explanation. The reader will understand that we omit many details, which would render the matter clear to the members of the craft and obscure to all others. The top of the engine's smokestack passed between the two middle beams. Gilliatt, without suspecting it, an unconscious plagiarist of the unknown, had reproduced, after a lapse of 3 centuries, the mechanism of the carpenter of Salbris, a rudimentary and incorrect mechanism, hazardous to him who should dare to make use of it. Let us remark here that even the grossest faults do not prevent a mechanism from working after a fashion. It limps, but it walks. The obelisk on the square of St. Peter's at Rome was erected contrary to all laws of statics. Tsar Peter's coach was so constructed that it seemed as though it must upset at every step, but it moved onward all the same. What deformities were in the machinery of Marly! Everything there was out of perpendicular, but none the less it furnished Louis XIV with water. At all events, Gilliatt had confidence. He had even counted upon success so far as to fasten in the rail of the Paunch, one day when he went there, 2 pairs of iron rings opposite each other, on the 2 sides of the boat, spaced in the same way as the 4 rings of the Durande, to which were attached the 4 chains of the smokestack. Gilliatt evidently had a very complete and well defined plan. Having all the chances against him, he wished to place all precautions on his side. He did things which appeared useless, a sign of attentive forethought. His manner of procedure would have puzzled, as we have already remarked, an observer or even a connoisseur. A witness of his labors who should have beheld him, for instance, with unprecedented efforts and at the risk of breaking his neck, drive, with his hammer, 8 or 10 great spikes which he had forged, into the base of the 2 Douvres, at the entrance to the defile of the Reef, would have found some difficulty in comprehending the reason for these spikes, and would probably have inquired to what purpose all this useless trouble. Then, if he had beheld Gilliatt measuring the fragment of the bulwark of the bow which, as the reader will remember, remained clinging to the wreck, then attaching a strong warp to the upper edge of this fragment, cutting away with his ax the dislocated timberwork which held it, drag it out of the passageway with the assistance of the receding tide, pushing the bottom while Gilliatt tugged at the top, and then, with great difficulty, attaching, with the small cable, this heavy mass of planks and beams, larger than the very entrance of the defile, to the spikes sunk in the base of the little Douvre, the observer would have understood still less, perhaps, and would have said to himself that if Gilliatt wished, for the convenience of his operations, to clear the strait of the Douvre of this encumbrance, he had only to let it fall into the tide, which would have carried it out with the current. Gilliatt probably had his reasons. In order to fix his spikes in the base of the Douvre, Gilliatt took advantage of all the fissures in the granite, enlarged them when needful, and first drove in wedges of wood, in which he afterwards planted the iron spikes. He made a beginning of the same preparations in the 2 rocks which reared themselves at the other extremity of the Reef Strait, on the east. He garnished all their crannies with wooden plugs, as though he wished to hold these crannies also in readiness to receive clamps. But this appeared to be a simple precaution, for he drove in no spikes. It will be understood that, out of prudence, in his penury, he could only expend his materials in proportion to his needs, and at the moment when the necessity presented itself. It was another complication added to so many other difficulties. A first labor achieved, a second arose. Gilliatt passed from one to the other without hesitation, and took this giant stride with resolution. End of Chapter 3. Gilliatt's masterpiece comes to the succor of Lethierry's masterpiece. Section 67 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Soubré. The aspect of the man who wrought these things had become terrifying. Gilliatt, in this multiple toil, expended all his forces simultaneously. It was with difficulty that he renewed them. Through privations on the one hand and weariness on the other, he had grown thin. His hair and beard had grown long. He had but one shirt left, which was not in rags. He was barefooted, the wind having carried away one of his shoes, and the sea the other. Splinters from the rudimentary and very dangerous anvil which he used had made little wounds on his hands and arms, the spatterings of toil. These wounds, scratches rather than wounds, were superficial, but irritated by the sharp air and the salt water. He was hungry, thirsty, and cold. His can of fresh water was empty. His rye flour had been used or eaten. All that was left for him was a little biscuit. He broke it with his teeth, as he now lacked water wherewith to soak it. Little by little, day by day, his strength decreased. This redoubtable rock was sapping his life. Drinking was a problem. Eating was a problem. Sleeping was a problem. He ate when he succeeded in catching a sea louse or a crab. He drank when he saw a sea bird alight on a point of rock. He climbed thither and found a hollow with a little fresh water. He drank after the bird, sometimes with the bird, for the mews and the gulls had become accustomed to him and did not fly away at his approach. Gilliatt, even at his hours of greatest hunger, did them no harm. It will be remembered that he had a superstition with regard to birds. The birds, on their side, were not afraid of him, now that his hair was shaggy and wild and his beard long. This change of visage reassured them. They no longer thought him a man, but believed him to be a beast. The birds and Gilliatt were now good friends. These poor creatures aided each other. As long as Gilliatt had had rye, he had crumbled up for them the cakes which he made. Now, in their turn, they pointed out to him the spots where there was water. He ate his shellfish raw. Shellfish quench thirst to a certain extent. He cooked the crabs. Having no pot, he roasted them between two stones heated in the fire, after the manner of the savage inhabitants of the Faroe Islands. In the meantime, the equinoctial weather had appeared to some extent. Rain had come, but a hostile rain. No sheets, no downpours, but long, fine, sharp, icy, penetrating needles, which pierced through Gilliatt's garments to the very skin, and his skin to the very bone. This rain furnished but little water to drink, and wet him none the less. Chary of assistance, lavish of misery, such was this rain, unworthy of heaven. Gilliatt had it upon him for more than a week, day and night. This rain was an evil action from on high. At night, in his hole in the rock, he slept only from the utter exhaustion of labor. The huge sea gnats came and stung him, and he awoke covered with pustules. He had fever, which sustained him. Fever is a help which destroys. He instinctively chewed lichens, or sucked the leaves of wild cochlearia, the meager shoots of the dry crevices of the reef. However, he paid but little heed to his sufferings. He had not the time to turn his attention from his work because of them. The engine of the Durande was in good condition. That sufficed for him. Every moment, as the necessities of his work required, he threw himself into the water, then came out again. He entered the water and emerged from it as a man passes from one chamber in his dwelling to another. His garments were never dry. They were soaked with the incessant rain and with sea water, which never dries. Gilliatt lived in a constant state of moisture. To live in wet clothing is a habit which can be acquired. Poor groups of Irish, old men, mothers, young girls almost naked, children who pass the winter in the open air, beneath the pouring rain and the snow, huddled close together in the corners of houses in the streets of London, live and die in this condition. To be soaked without, and to be thirsty, Gilliatt endured that strange torture. At times he sucked the sleeves of his pea jacket. The fire which he made scarcely warmed him. Fire in the open air is only half a comfort. It burns on one side and freezes on the other. Gilliatt was in a perspiration, and yet shivering. Everything around Gilliatt offered resistance in a sort of horrible silence. He was conscious of this enmity. Things have a gloomy non possumus. Their inertia is a lugubrious warning. An immense ill will surrounded Gilliatt. There were burns and shiverings. The fire bit him, the water chilled him, thirst gave him fever, the wind rent his clothes, hunger ruined his stomach. He suffered the weight of an exhausting combination of circumstances. The obstacle, silent, vast, with the apparent irresponsibility of fate, but full of indescribable and savage unanimity, converged from all points upon Gilliatt. Gilliatt felt it bearing down inexorably upon him. There was no means of escape. It was almost like a living prison. Gilliatt was conscious of a somber rejection, and of a hatred exerting an effort to subdue him. It depended only upon himself to flee, but since he remained, he had to deal with this impenetrable hostility. Not being able to put him outside, it put him under. It? The unknown. It clasped him close. It compressed him. It took his place from him. It deprived him of breath. He was bruised by the invisible. Every day the mysterious vice was tightened one turn. Gilliatt's situation amid these disturbing surroundings resembled an ambiguous duel in which one party is the victim of treachery. The coalition of obscure forces environed him. He was conscious of the existence of a resolution to get rid of him. It is thus that the glacier expels the wandering block of stone. Almost without having the appearance of touching him, this lateral coalition had reduced him to rags, to bleeding, driven him at bay, and, so to speak, crippled him before the battle. He worked on none the less, untiringly, but in proportion as the work was done the workman was undone. One would have said that his wild nature, fearing the soul, had adopted the expedient of wearing out the man. Gilliatt persisted and waited. The abyss had begun by exhausting him. What would the abyss do next? The double Douvre, that dragon made of granite, and lying in ambush in the open sea, had admitted Gilliatt. It had allowed him to enter and to do what he wished. This reception resembled the hospitality of yawning jaws. The desert, extent, space, where there are so many refusals for man, the mute inclemency of phenomena pursuing their courses, the great general implacable and passive law, the ebb and flow, the reef, the black Pleiades, each point of which is a star with whirlwinds, the center of an irradiation of currents, an unknown plot of the indifference of things against the temerity of a being, winter, the clouds, the besieging sea, enveloped Gilliatt, beset him, closed in upon him in a measure, and separated him from the living like a dungeon cell rising round a man. Everything against him, nothing for him. He was isolated, abandoned, weakened, undermined, forgotten. Gilliatt had his empty storeroom, his broken or weakened tools, hunger and thirst by day, cold by night, wounds and tatters, rags on the suppurating spots, holes in his clothes and in his flesh, torn hands, bleeding feet, emaciated limbs, a livid countenance, and a flame in his eyes. A superb flame is the visible will. The eye of man is so made that one perceives his virtue in it. Our eyes reveal the quantity of man there is in us. We assert ourselves by the light which lies under our eyelids. Small consciences blink their eyes, great ones dart lightnings. If nothing glows beneath the lids, it is because nothing in the brain thinks, nothing in the heart loves. He who loves wills, and he who wills lightens and breaks forth in brilliancy. Resolution lends fire to the eye, an admirable fire which is composed of the combustion of timid thoughts. The obstinate are the sublime. He who is merely brave acts from impulse. He who is merely valiant has but a temperament. He who is only courageous has only a virtue. The man obstinate, in the true sense, has greatness. Nearly the whole secret of great hearts lies in this word, perseverando. Perseverance is to encourage what the wheel is to the lever. It is the perpetual renewing of the fulcrum. Whatever the goal may be, in earth or in heaven, the whole secret lies in proceeding to that goal. In the first case one is Columbus. In the second case one is Jesus. The cross is madness, hence its glory. Not to allow one's conscience to discuss, nor one's will to be disarmed, it is thus that one obtains suffering and triumph. In the order of moral facts, to fall does not preclude soaring. Ascension springs from the fall. The mediocre allow themselves to be dissuaded by a specious obstacle, the strong do not. To perish is their perhaps, to conquer is their certainty. You may give Stephen all sorts of good reasons for not allowing himself to be stoned. The disdain of objections raised by reason brings forth that sublime victory which is called martyrdom. All Gilliatt's efforts seemed chained to the impossible. Success was feeble or slow, and he had to spend much to obtain a little. That is what made him magnanimous, that is what rendered him pathetic. The misery of his solitary work lay in the fact that, in order to erect 4 beams above a stranded vessel, in order to cut out and isolate in that vessel the part that could be saved, in order to adjust to that wreck within a wreck 4 sets of tackle with their cables, so many preparations, so many labors, so much groping, so many nights on the hard rock, so many days in pain had been necessary. Fatality in the cause, necessity in the effect. This wretchedness Gilliatt had more than accepted. He had chosen it. Fearing a competitor, because a competitor might prove a rival, he had sought no assistance. The overwhelming enterprise, risk, danger, multiplied by itself, the possible engulfment of the rescuer by what he was rescuing, famine, fever, destitution, distress. He had taken all these upon himself alone. He had been thus egotistic. He was beneath a sort of frightful pneumatic chamber. His vitality was leaving him little by little. He hardly perceived it. Exhaustion of strength does not exhaust the will. Faith is only a secondary power to will is the first. The proverbial mountains which faith moves are nothing beside that which the will accomplishes. All the ground which Gilliatt lost in vigor he made up in tenacity. The reducing of the physical man under the repressing action of this savage nature ended in the growth of the moral man. Gilliatt was not conscious of fatigue, or, to speak more correctly, he would not yield to it. The refusal of the soul to succumb to the weaknesses of the body is an immense force. Gilliatt saw the steps by which his work progressed, and saw nothing else. He was wretched without knowing it. His goal, which he had almost attained, affected him with hallucinations. He endured all these sufferings without any other thought occurring to him than this: forward. His work had mounted to his brain. Will intoxicates. One can become intoxicated with one's own soul. This intoxication is called heroism. Gilliatt was a sort of Job of the ocean. but a Job struggling, a Job combating and facing his scourges, a conquering Job, and, if such words are not too grand for a poor sailor fisherman of crabs and lobsters, a Promethean Job. End of Chapter 4, Sub Re. Section 68 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5, Sub Umbra. Sometimes at night Gilliatt opened his eyes and looked at the darkness. He felt himself strangely moved. His eyes opened upon blackness, a lugubrious situation full of anxiety. There is such a thing as the pressure of the gloom, an indescribable roof of shadows, a deep obscurity inaccessible to the diver, light mingled with that obscurity, an indescribably subdued and somber light, brightness reduced to powder. Is it seed? Is it ashes? Millions of torches, no illumination, a vast ignition which does not reveal its secret, a diffusion of fire in dust which seems a flight of sparks stopped in their career, the disorder of the whirlwind, and the immobility of the sepulchre, the problem presenting the opening of a precipice, the enigma showing yet concealing its face, the infinite masked with blackness. Such is night. This superposition weighs heavily on man. This amalgamation of all mysteries at once, of the cosmic mystery as well as the mystery of fate, overwhelms the human head. The pressure of the gloom acts in inverse sense on different sorts of souls. Man, in the presence of night, recognizes himself as incomplete. He beholds the obscurity and is conscious of his weakness. In the pressure of the night man is blind. Man, face to face with night, struggles, kneels, prostrates himself, lies prone, crawls towards a hole, or seeks wings for himself. Almost always he desires to flee from that shapeless presence of the unknown. He asks himself what it is. He trembles. He bends. He ignores. Sometimes also he desires to go towards it. To go whither? Yonder. Yonder? What is that? And what is there? This curiosity is evidently that of things forbidden, for on this side all the bridges around man are broken. The arch of the infinite is lacking, but the forbidden, being a gulf, attracts. Where the foot cannot tread, the eye can reach. Where the eye cannot penetrate, the mind can soar. There is no man, however feeble and insufficient he may be, who does not make the attempt. Man, according to his nature, is searching or at a standstill in the presence of night. For one sort it is a repression, for the other an expansion. The spectacle is gloomy, the indefinable is mingled with it. Is the night serene? There is a background of gloom. Is it stormy? There is a background of vapor. The illimitable refuses itself, and offers itself at one and the same time, closed to experiment, open to conjecture. Innumerable punctures of light render the bottomless obscurity more black. Carbuncles, scintillations, stars, presences in the unknown revealed, frightful challenges to approach and touch that brightness. They are the landmarks of creation in the absolute. They are milestones where there are no longer distances. They are some impossible yet real system of numbering the fathoms of the infinite depths. A microscopic point which shines out, then another, then another, then another. It is the imperceptible, it is the enormous. This light is a hearth. This hearth is a star. This star is a sun. This sun is a universe. This universe is nothing. Every number is zero in the presence of the infinite. These universes, which yet are nothing, exist. On realizing their existence, one feels the difference between being nothing and not being at all. The inaccessible added to the inexplicable, such is the sky. From this contemplation a sublime phenomenon is given forth, the enlargement of the soul through awe. The sacred terror is peculiar to man, the beast knows not this fear. Intelligence finds both its eclipse and its proof in this august terror. The shadow is a unity, hence the awe. At the same time it is complex, hence terror. Its unity masses itself in our spirit and takes away the desire of resistance. Its complexity causes one to gaze on all sides. It seems as though one had to fear sudden attacks. One surrenders, and yet is on his guard. One is in the presence of all, hence submission, and of many, hence distrust. The unity of the darkness contains a multiple, a mysterious multiple, visible in matter, apparent to the thought. This makes silence another reason for being on the watch. Night, he who writes this has said the same thing elsewhere, is the peculiar and normal state of the special creation of which we form a part. The day, brief in duration as in space, is, relatively, only the distance of a star. The universal miracle of night is not accomplished without friction, and all frictions of such a machine are contusions to life. The friction of the machine is what we call evil. We feel in this obscurity evil, a latent contradiction to the divine order, a virtual blasphemy of the fact, rebellious to the ideal. Evil complicates the vast cosmic whole with some thousand-headed monstrosity. Evil is everywhere present for the purpose of protesting. It is hurricane, and it torments the progress of a ship. It is chaos, and it hinders the blossoming forth of a world. Good has unity, evil has ubiquity. Evil confuses life, which is logic. It causes the fly to be devoured by the bird, and the planet by the comet. Evil is an erasure on creation. The nocturnal obscurity is full of vertigo. Any one who sounds it sinks into it and struggles there. There is no fatigue to be compared to this examination of the shadows. It is the study of an obliteration. There is no definite point where the mind can rest. There are points of departure, no points of arrival. The interlacing of contradictory solutions, all the branchings of doubt presented at the same moment, the ramifications of phenomena exfoliating without limit beneath an indefinite impulse, all laws pouring into each other, a fathomless promiscuousness which causes mineralization to vegetate, vegetation to live, thought to weigh, love to radiate, and gravitation to love. The immense attacking front of all questions developing itself in the limitless obscurity. The half perceived making a rough sketch of the unknown. A cosmic simultaneousness in full view, not to the gaze, but to the intelligence in vast, indistinct space. The invisible become a vision. This is the shadow. Man is beneath it. He knows not the details, but he bears, in a quantity proportioned to his mind, the monstrous weight of the whole. This obsession drove the Chaldean shepherds to astronomy. Involuntary revelations proceed from the pores of creation. An exudation of science takes place, in a manner, of its own accord, and runs over the ignorant man. Every solitary man, beneath this mysterious impregnation, becomes, often without himself being aware of it, a natural philosopher. Obscurity is indivisible. It is inhabited. Inhabited without displacement by the absolute, inhabited also with displacement. One moves in it, a disturbing thing. A sacred formation accomplishes its phrases there. Premeditations, powers, voluntary destinies, these elaborate in common a vast work. A terrible and horrible life lies within it. There are vast evolutions of stars, the stellar family, the planetary family, the zodiacal pollen, the quid divinum of currents, of the effluvia of polarizations and attractions. There is union and antagonism, a magnificent ebb and flow of universal antitheses, the imponderable set at liberty in the midst of centers. There is sap in the globes, light outside of the globes, the wandering atom, the scattered germ, curves of fecundation, encounters of coupling and of combat, unprecedented profusions, distances which resemble dreams, dizzy circulations, worlds driven into the incalculable, prodigies pursuing each other in the gloom, one mechanism, once for all, breathing spheres in flight, wheels which one feels turning. The learned man conjectures, the ignorant man consents and trembles. This is, and it hides itself. It is impregnable. It is out of reach. It is beyond reach. One is convinced even to oppression. Man is confronted by some strange dark evidence. One cannot grasp anything. One is crushed by the impalpable. Everywhere the incomprehensible, nowhere the unintelligible. And add to this the formidable question, is this immanence a being? One is beneath the shadow, one gazes, one listens. Meanwhile the somber earth advances and rolls on. The flowers are conscious of this enormous movement. The catch fly opens at 11 o'clock at night, and the Emerocalus at 5 in the morning, striking regularly. In the other depths the drop of water becomes a world. The infusoria swarms. Giant fecundity springs from the animalcules. The imperceptible displays its grandeur. The inverse sense of immensity manifests itself. A single diatom in the space of 1 hour produces 1,300 million diatoms. What a propounding of all riddles simultaneously! The irreducible is there. One is constrained to faith. Belief by force, such is the result. But it is not enough to have faith in order to be tranquil. Faith feels a singular and indescribable need of form. Hence religions. Nothing is so oppressive as a belief without outline. Whatever one may think, whatever one may wish, whatever resistance one may have within oneself, to look at the darkness is not to look, but to contemplate. What is to be done with these phenomena? How is one to move under their convergence? To resolve this pressure into its simple components is impossible. What reverie is one to adjust to all these mysterious circumstances? What abstruse, simultaneous, stammering revelations, rendered obscure by their very mass, a sort of lisping of the word. The darkness is a silence, but this silence says everything. One resultant majestically springs forth, God. God is the incompressible idea in man. Syllogisms, differences, negations, systems, religions pass over it without diminishing it. This idea darkness affirms in its entirety. Formidable immanence. The formidable agreement of forces is manifested by the maintenance of all this obscurity in equilibrium. The universe hangs suspended, nothing falls. Incessant and tremendous displacement goes on without accident and without fracture. Man participates in this movement of translation, and the amount of oscillation which he undergoes he calls destiny. Where does destiny begin? Where does nature end? What difference is there between an event and a season, between a grief and a shower, between a virtue and a star? Is not an hour a wave? The wheelwork continues, without replying to man, its impassive revolutions. The starry heaven is a vision of wheels, balances, and counterpoises. It is supreme contemplation, reinforced by supreme meditation. It is the whole of reality, plus the whole of abstraction. There is nothing beyond it. One feels one's self caught, and is at the mercy of that shadow. No escape is possible. One sees that one is in the gearing, and is an integral part of an unknown whole. One feels the unknown within fraternizing mysteriously with an unknown outside of one. This is the sublime announcement of death. What anguish, and at the same time what rapture! To adhere to the infinite, to be led by that adherence, to attribute to oneself a necessary immortality, who knows? A possible eternity, to feel in that prodigious surge of the deluge of universal life the insubmergible persistency of the ego, to gaze at the stars and to say, "I am a soul like you," to gaze at the darkness and say, "I am an abyss like thee." These immensities constitute night. All this, intensified by solitude, weighed upon Gilliatt. Did he understand it? No. Did he feel it? Yes. Gilliatt was a great disturbed intellect and a great untutored heart. End of Chapter 5. Sub Umbra. Section 69 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. Gilliatt brings the Paunch into position. This rescue of the engine planned by Gilliatt was, as we have already said, a veritable escape from prison, and everyone knows the patience and industry required for an escape. Industry is carried to the miraculous, patience even to agony. A prisoner, Thomas, for example, at Mont Saint Michel, finds the mean of secreting half a wall inside his straw pallet. Another, at Tulle, in 1820, cuts the lead from the promenade platform of the prison. With what knife? Impossible to divine. Melts this lead. With what fire? No one knows. Runs this lead into a mold made of breadcrumbs, and with this mold makes a key, and with this key opens a lock, only the keyhole of which he had seen. With these incredible displays of skill Gilliatt was endowed. He could have ascended and descended the cliff of Bois Rosé. He was the trench of a wreck and the latude of an engine. The sea, who was the jailer, kept watch over him. However, as we have said, wretched and unpleasant as the rain was, he had put it to use. He had, to some extent, replenished his stock of fresh water, but his thirst was unquenchable, and he emptied his can almost as rapidly as he filled it. One day, the last day of April, I think, or the first of May, all was at length in readiness. The flooring of the engine was framed, as it were, between the 8 cables of the tackle, 4 on each side. The 16 openings through which these cables passed were connected on the deck and beneath the hull by sawed lines. The planking had been cut through with the saw, the timbers with the axe, the iron with the file, the sheathing with the chisel. The part of the keel above which the engine rested was cut squarely, and was ready to lower with the machine while supporting it. All this frightful swinging hammock was now held by a single chain, which in its turn depended only upon a single stroke of the file. At this point of achievement, so near the end, haste is prudence. The tide was low, the moment favorable. Gilliatt had succeeded in dismounting the shaft of the paddle wheels, the end of which might present an obstacle and retard the descent. He had succeeded in fastening this heavy piece vertically in the very framework of the engine. It was time to make an end of it. Gilliatt was not fatigued, because he would not yield to it, as we have said, but his tools were. The forge was gradually becoming impracticable. The stone anvil had split. The draft had begun to work badly. As the little hydraulic fall was of sea water, saline deposits had formed in the joints of the apparatus and interfered with its working. Gilliatt went to the inlet of the Man, surveyed the paunch, assured himself that all there was in good condition, particularly the 4 rings fixed to the starboard and port, then raised the anchor and rowed the boat back to the 2 Douvres. The passage between the Douvres was wide enough to admit the boat. There was also sufficient depth. Gilliatt, from the very first day, had recognized the fact that the boat could be brought directly under the Durande. The labor, however, was excessive. It required the precision of a jeweler, and this insertion of the bark into the reef was all the more delicate because for Gilliatt's purpose it was necessary to enter stern foremost, with the rudder ahead. It was important that the mast and the rigging of the paunch should remain free from the wreck, on the side towards the entrance. These embarrassments in the maneuver rendered the operation difficult even for Gilliatt himself. It was no longer, as in the inlet of the Man, a question of a turn of the helm. He must push, draw, row, and sound all at the same time. Gilliatt spent no less than a quarter of an hour over it, but he succeeded. In 15 or 20 minutes the boat was adjusted beneath the Durande. It lay almost wedged in. By means of his 2 anchors Gilliatt moored the paunch head and stern. The largest of them was so placed as to resist the strongest wind which was to be feared, which is the west wind. Then, by the aid of a lever and a capstan, Gilliatt lowered into the boat the 2 cases containing the dismounted wheels, whose slings were all ready. These 2 cases furnished the ballast. Having got rid of his 2 cases, Gilliatt attached to the hook of the capstan chain the sling of the regulating tackle, intended to check the pulley. For Gilliatt's purpose the defects of the paunch became useful qualities. She was not decked over. The cargo would have more depth, and could rest in the hold. Her mast was well forward, too far forward, perhaps. The cargo would have more room, and, the mast being thus beyond the wreck, nothing would hinder the exit. It was nothing but a wooden shoe, and nothing is so stable and solid on the sea as a wooden shoe. All at once Gilliatt observed that the sea was rising. He looked to see whence the wind was coming. End of Chapter 6. Gilliatt brings the paunch into position. Section 70 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. A Danger at Once. There was not much breeze, but what there was blowing from the west. It is a bad habit which the wind is fond of during the equinoxes. The rising tide behaves differently in the Douvres Reef, according to the wind which is blowing. According to the gust which impels it, the tide enters this corridor from the east or from the west. If the sea enters from the east, it is favorable and gentle. If it enters from the west, it is furious. This arises from the fact that the east wind, blowing from the land, has but little breath, while the west wind, which traverses the Atlantic, brings with it all the force of that immensity. Even very little apparent breeze, if it comes from the west, is disquieting. It rolls large billows from the limitless expanse, and forces too much water at once into the strangled passage. Water rushing into any narrow place is always frightful. It is with water as with a crowd. A multitude is a liquid. When the quantity which can enter is less than the quantity which desires to enter, a crush ensues in the case of the crowd, and convulsion in the case of the water. As long as the west wind reigns, were it but the feeblest breeze, the Douvres undergo this assault twice a day. The sea rises, the tide presses, the rock resists, the mouth opens but slightly, the waters forcibly thrust in, leap and roar, and a frantic swell beats the two inner faces of the gorge, so that the Douvres in the slightest west wind present this singular spectacle: outside on the sea, calm; within the reef, a storm. This local and restricted tumult has none of the characteristics of a tempest. It is only a riot of the waves, but it is terrible. As for the north and south wind, they pass across the reef, and make but little surf in the narrow passage. The entrance on the east, a fact which must be remembered, adjoins the Man Rock. The formidable western opening is at the opposite extremity, precisely between the two Douvres. It was at this western opening that Gilliatt found himself with the stranded Durande and the Paunch moored beneath it. A catastrophe seemed inevitable. There was but little wind, yet sufficient to produce this threatened catastrophe. In a few hours the swell of the rising tide would rush in full force through the Douvres Strait. The first waves were already roaring. This swell and eddy of the whole Atlantic would have the entire sea behind it. No squall, no wrath, but a simple, sovereign wave, containing within itself a force of impulsion which, setting out from America to end in Europe, had a spring of 2,000 leagues. This wave, a gigantic wedge from the ocean, would encounter the opening in the reef, and curled up against the two Douvres, the entrance towers, the pillars of the straits, swollen by the flood tide, swollen by the obstacle, repulsed by the rock, overdriven by the breeze, would violently strike the reef, would penetrate into it, with all the contortions of the obstacles encountered, and all the frenzies of the impeded billows, between the two walls, would find the boat and the Durande there, and would crush them. Against this eventuality a shield was necessary, and Gilliatt had it. The sea must be prevented from entering at one dash. It must be prohibited from dashing, yet allowed to rise. Its passage must be barred, yet entrance not refused. He must resist it, yet yield to it. He must prevent the compression of the water in the gorge, wherein lay the whole danger, replace irruption by introduction, deprive the billows of their eagerness and their brutality, constrain this fury to mildness. For the obstacle which irritates, substitute the obstacle which appeases. Gilliatt, with the dexterity which was peculiar to him, and which is stronger than force, executing the maneuver of a chamois in the mountains or a monkey in the forest, utilizing for his tottering and dizzy strides the slightest projecting stone, leaping into the water and emerging again, swimming in the eddy, climbing the rock, a rope between his teeth, a hammer in his hand, detached the small cable which held the section of the forward part of the Durande suspended, and also fast to the base of the little Douvre, fashioned out of some bits of hawser a sort of hinges attaching this section to the large spikes fixed in the granite, made this bulwark of planks swing on these hinges like the gate to a dry dock, presented it, as one turns a rudder sideways, to the waves, which pushed one end of it against the great Douvre, while the rope hinges retained the other end against the little Douvre. He fixed upon the great Douvre, by means of the spikes awaiting him, which he had placed there in advance, the same kind of fastenings as on the little one, and moored this vast mass of wood solidly to the two pillars of the gorge, crossed this barricade with a chain, like a baldric on a cuirass, and in less than an hour this barrier rose against the tide, and the sea lane of the reef was closed as by a door. This powerful construction, a heavy mass of beams and planks, which, lying flat, would have been a raft, and erect was a wall, had, with the aid of the water, been handled by Gilliatt with the dexterity of a juggler. One might almost say that the trick was performed before the rising tide had had time to perceive it. It was one of those cases when Jean Bart would have uttered that famous saying which he addressed to the waves every time he escaped shipwreck, "Cheated the Englishman." It is known that when Jean Bart wished to insult the ocean he called it the Englishman. Having barred the entrance to the strait, Gilliatt thought of his boat. He paid out sufficient cable on both anchors to allow it to rise with the tide, an operation analogous to that which old sailors were wont to call anchoring with springs. In all this Gilliatt had not been taken unawares. The emergency had been foreseen. A member of the craft would have recognized the fact by two top rope pulleys lashed as snatch blocks to the stern of the boat, through which passed two cables, the ends of which served as bolt ropes to the rings of the two anchors. Meanwhile the flow of the tide had increased. Half tide had arrived. It is at this point that shocks from the waves of the tide, even when peaceful, can be rough. Gilliatt's combination was realized. The flood rolled violently towards the barrier, struck it, swelled against it, and passed under it. Outside was the heavy swell. Inside the water rose quietly. Gilliatt had invented something in the nature of Codine forks for the sea. The tide was vanquished. End of Chapter 7. A Danger at Once. Section 71 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 8. Change Rather Than Conclusion. The dreaded moment had come. The question now was to place the machinery in the boat. Gilliatt was thoughtful for several minutes, holding the elbow of his left arm in his right hand and his brow in his left hand. Then he mounted the wreck, one portion of which, containing the engines, was to be detached, while the other portion, the hull, was to remain. He cut the four slings which fastened the four chains of the smoke stack to the starboard and port sides of the Durande. As the slings were merely of rope, his knife served for this purpose. The four chains, now free and unfastened, hung down along the smoke stack. From the wreck he climbed up to the apparatus which he had constructed, stamped upon the timbers, inspected the tackle, looked at the pulleys, felt of the cables, examined the pieces with which they were eked out, made sure that the untarred rope was not thoroughly saturated, saw that nothing was lacking and that nothing was giving way, then, leaping from the summit of the binding strakes upon the deck, he took up his position near the capstan, in the part of the Durande which was to remain hanging to the Douvres. That was to be his post of labor. Grave, moved solely by useful emotion, he cast a final glance at the blocks and falls, then seized a file and began to work at the chain which held all in suspense. The grating of the file could be heard amid the roaring of the sea. The chain of the capstan, attached to the regulating Burton, was within Gilliatt's reach, close to his hand. All at once there came a cracking. The chain into which the file was biting, when not more than half cut through, had just broken. The whole apparatus began to waver. Gilliatt had barely time to seize the Burton tackle. The broken chain struck the rock, the 8 cables stretched. The whole mass, cut and sawed through, tore itself from the wreck. The belly of the Durande opened. The iron flooring of the engine, weighing on the cables, made its appearance below the keel. If Gilliatt had not seized the Burton in time, a fall would have ensued, but his controlling hand was there, and it was a descent instead. When the brother of Jean Bart, Peter Bart, that powerful and sagacious drunkard, that poor fisherman of Dunkirk, who addressed the Grand Admiral of France familiarly as "thou," saved the Longeron galley, wrecked in the Bay of Ambleteuse, when, in order to rescue that heavy floating mass from the breakers of the furious bay, he rolled up the mainsail and tied it with sea rushes, when he wished these rushes to give the sail to the wind by breaking of their own accord, he trusted to the parting of the rushes as did Gilliatt to the snapping of the chain, and it was the same eccentric hardihood, crowned with the same success. The Burton tackle which Gilliatt seized held firm and worked admirably. Its function, as the reader will remember, was the controlling of many forces brought together into one and reduced to simultaneous action. This Burton was somewhat similar to the bridle of the bowline, only instead of trimming a sail it served to balance a mechanism. Gilliatt, erect, with his hand on the capstan, had, so to speak, his finger on the pulse of the apparatus. Here Gilliatt's inventive genius shone forth. A remarkable coincidence of forces was produced. While the machinery of the Durande, detached in a mass, was descending towards the boat was rising to meet the machinery. The wreck and the rescuing boat helped each other in inverse sense by coming to meet each other. They sought each other and spared each other half the toil. The tide, swelling noiselessly between the two Douvres, raised the boat and brought it nearer the Durande. The sea was more than vanquished, it was tamed. The ocean became a part of the mechanism. The water, as it rose, lifted the boat without any shock, softly, almost with precaution, and as though it were made of porcelain. Gilliatt combined and proportioned the two labors, that of the water and that of the apparatus, and motionless beside the capstan, a sort of redoubtable statue, obeyed by all the movements at once, regulated the slowness of descent by the slowness of the rise. There was no shock in the water, no jerk from the blocks and falls. It was a strange collaboration of all natural forces conquered. On the one hand, gravitation, bearing the engine; on the other, the water, bearing the bark. The attraction of the planets, which is the tide, and the attraction of the earth, which is weight, seemed to have entered into an understanding to serve Gilliatt. Their subordination knew no hesitation or halt, and beneath the dominance of a mind these passive forces became active auxiliaries. Moment by moment the work advanced. The interval between the boat and the wreck insensibly diminished. The approach was made in silence and with a sort of terror of the man who was there. The elements had received an order and were executing it. Almost at the precise moment when the tide ceased to rise, the cables ceased to pay out. Suddenly, but without commotion, the tackle halted. The machinery had reached its resting place in the boat. There it stood, erect, motionless, solid. The supporting iron floor rested its four corners evenly on the hold. It was done. Gilliatt gazed in bewilderment. The poor creature was not spoiled by his joy. He underwent the weakening effect of an immense happiness. He felt his limbs give way beneath him, and in the hour of his triumph he, who hitherto had never had a single quiver, now began to tremble. He gazed at the boat under the wreck, and the machinery in the boat. He did not seem to believe it was true. One would have said that he had not expected to accomplish what he had done. A prodigy had been wrought by his hands, and he looked upon it with amazement. This bewilderment did not long continue. Gilliatt started like a man who is just waking up, seized the saw, cut the 8 cables, then Separated from the boat by half a score of feet only, thanks to the rising of the tide, he jumped into it, took a coil of rope, made 4 slings, passed them through the rings prepared in advance, and fastened to the sides of the boat the 4 chains of the smoke stack, which only an hour before had been still attached to the sides of the Durande. The smoke stack secured, Gilliatt disengaged the upper part of the machinery. A square piece of the platform of the Durande's bridge adhered to it. Gilliatt removed the nails, relieved the boat of this encumbrance of beams and planks, which he flung upon the rock, a useful lightening. However, the sloop, as might have been foreseen, bore herself well under the weight of the machinery. The Paunch was loaded only to a good floating line. The engine of the Durande, although heavy, weighed less than the heap of stones and the cannon formerly brought back from Herm by the Paunch. All was then finished. Nothing was left but to take his departure. End of Chapter 8. Change rather than conclusion. Section 72 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 9. Success snatched away as soon as granted. All was not finished. No course was more plainly indicated than to reopen the narrow entrance closed by the piece of Durande's planking and at once push the boat outside of the reef. At sea every minute is urgent. There was but little wind, hardly a ripple on the ocean. The evening was very beautiful and promised a fine night. It was slack water, but the ebb tide was beginning to make itself felt. The moment was favorable for setting out. There would be the ebb tide on which to go out of the Douvres, and the flood tide with which to return to Guernsey. St. Sampson might be reached by daybreak. But an unexpected obstacle presented itself. There had been a defect in Gilliatt's foresight. The engine was free, the smoke stack was not. The tide, by bringing the boat close to the wreck suspended in the air, had lessened the perils of the descent and shortened the process of rescue. But this diminution of interval had left the top of the funnel entangled in the yawning frame formed by the hull of the Durande. The smoke stack was caught there as between 4 walls. The service rendered by the tide was complicated by this sly trick. It seemed as though the sea, constrained to obedience, had indulged in an afterthought. It is true that what the flood tide had done the ebb tide was about to undo. The smoke stack, a little more than 3 fathoms in height, was buried 8 feet deep in the Durande. The water level would sink about 12 feet. The smoke stack, descending with the boat on the ebbing tide, would have 4 feet to spare and could get free. But how much time would this release require? 6 hours? In 6 hours it would be nearly midnight. How attempt to get out at such an hour? What channel was to be followed among all those breakers, so labyrinthine even in daylight? And how risk oneself in the dead of a dark night in that ambush of shoals? There was nothing to be done but wait until the morrow. Those 6 hours lost would entail the loss of at least 12. He must not even think of expediting the work by opening the entrance to the reef. The barrier would be necessary at the next high tide. Gilliatt was obliged to rest. Folding his arms was the only thing which he had not yet done during his sojourn on the Douvres reef. This forced inaction irritated and made him almost vexed with himself, as though it were his fault. He said to himself, "What would Déruchette think of me if she saw me here doing nothing?" Nevertheless, this renewal of his strength was not useless, perhaps. The Paunch was now at his disposal. He decided to pass the night on board. He went in search of his sheepskin on the Great Douvre, descended again, supped on a few limpets and 2 or 3 sea chestnuts, drank, being very thirsty, the last few mouthfuls of fresh water from his almost empty can, wrapped himself in his sheepskin, the wool of which made him comfortable, lay down beside the engine like a watchdog, pulled his red galley cap over his eyes, and fell asleep. He slept profoundly. A man has such slumbers after accomplishing labors of this kind. End of Chapter 9. Success snatched away as soon as granted. Section 73 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 10. The Warnings of the Sea. He was awakened in the middle of the night abruptly, and as though jerked by a spring. He opened his eyes. The Douvres above his head were illuminated as by the reflection of a great white glow. Over the whole dark front of the reef was a light, like the reflection of a fire. Whence came that fire? From the water. The appearance of the sea was extraordinary. It seemed as though the water were on fire. As far as the eye could reach, inside the reef and beyond, the whole sea was in a blaze. This blaze was not red. It had nothing of the great living flame of craters and furnaces. No sparkle, no heat, no crimson, no noise. Bluish trails on the waves imitated the folds of a winding sheet. A large pallid light shivered over the water. It was not a conflagration. It was the specter of one. It was something like the livid illumination of a sepulchre by an unearthly flame. Let the reader imagine burning shadows. Night, the vast, troubled, and diffuse night, seemed to be the fuel of this chilly fire. It was an indescribable brilliance composed of blindness. Gloom entered as an element into that phantom light. The mariners of the Channel are acquainted with all these indescribable phosphorescences, which are full of warnings for the navigator. They are nowhere more surprising than in the Grand V near Isigny. In this light objects lose their reality. A spectral inner light renders them transparent, as it were. Rocks are no longer anything but lineaments. The anchor cables seem bars of iron raised to a white heat. The nets of the fishermen, under water, seem of knitted fire. One half of the oar is of ebony, the other half, beneath the wave, is silver. The drops of water stud the sea with stars as they fall from the oar. Every boat trails a comet behind it. The sailors, wet and luminous, seem like men on fire. One plunges one's hand into the water and withdraws it gloved in flame. This flame is dead. One does not feel it. Your arm is a blazing brand. You see the forms which are in the sea rolling along beneath the water as in a liquid fire. The foam sparkles. The fish are tongues of fire and fragments of serpentine lightning in the pale depths. This light had struck across Gilliatt's closed lids. It was this that had wakened him. His waking was opportune. The tide had ebbed. A new flood tide was beginning. The smokestack of the engine, disengaged during Gilliatt's sleep, was on the point of entering once more the yawning wreck above it. It was slowly rising towards it. Only a foot was lacking before the smokestack would enter the Durand once more. It requires about half an hour for the tide to rise a foot. If Gilliatt desired to take advantage of this deliverance, which had again become doubtful, he had half an hour before him. He started to his feet. Urgent as was the situation, he could not help standing for a few moments, gazing at the phosphorescence and meditating. Gilliatt knew the sea thoroughly. Although it was angry with him, and although often ill-treated by it, he had long been its companion. That mysterious being called the ocean could have nothing in its thoughts that Gilliatt could not divine. Gilliatt, by dint of observation, reverie, and solitude, had become a weather prophet, what is called weather-wise. Gilliatt ran to the ropes and paid out more cable. Then, as it was no longer held by the small bower anchor, he seized the boat hook, and bearing against the rocks, he pushed the boat towards the entrance. a few fathoms beyond the Durande, and quite close to the barrier. He had du rang, as the Guernsey sailors say. In less than 10 minutes the Paunch was withdrawn from beneath the stranded carcass. No more danger of the smokestack being caught in the trap again. The tide must rise now. But Gilliatt had not the air of a man who is on the point of taking his departure. He looked at the phosphorescence again, and raised his anchors. But it was not to start. His intention was to moor the boat afresh, and very firmly near the exit. Up to that time he had used only the 2 anchors of the boat, and he had not as yet made use of the little anchor of the Durande, which he had found among the rocks, as the reader will remember. This anchor he had placed all ready for emergencies in one corner of the Paunch, with a quantity of hawsers and pulleys, and its cable very solidly made fast in advance, with stoppers which prevented its dragging. Gilliatt let go this third anchor, taking care to attach the cable to a small rope, one end of which was fastened to the ring of the anchor, and the other end of which was rigged to the windlass of the boat. In this manner he effected a sort of triple mooring, much stronger than moorings with 2 anchors. This denoted lively anxiety and a redoubling of precautions. A sailor would have recognized in this operation something similar to anchoring in a stormy weather, when a current is to be feared, which might set the vessel to the leeward. The phosphorescence which Gilliatt was watching, and on which he kept his eye fixed, was threatening perhaps, but aided him at the same time. Without it he would have been the prisoner of slumber, and the dupe of the night. It had awakened him, and it gave him light. It produced an equivocal daylight on the reef. But this brilliancy, disquieting as it appeared to Gilliatt, had this advantage: it rendered the danger visible to him, and made his maneuvering possible. Hereafter, when Gilliatt should desire to set sail, the boat bearing the machinery was free. Only Gilliatt seemed to be thinking less and less of departure. The boat being secured, he went in search of the stoutest chain in his storehouse, and attaching it to the spikes driven into the 2 Douvres, with this chain he fortified on the inside the rampart of planks and beams already protected on the outside by the other cross chain. Instead of opening the exit, he barricaded it more completely. The phosphorescence still lighted him, but was decreasing. The daybreak was beginning to appear. All at once Gilliatt bent his ear and listened. End of Chapter 10. The Warnings of the Sea. Section 74 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 11. A word to the wise is sufficient. It seemed to him that he heard a feeble and indistinct sound somewhere in the immense distance. The depths, at certain hours, give forth a murmuring roar. He listened a second time. The distant noise began anew. Gilliatt shook his head like someone who knows what he is about. A few minutes later he was at the other extremity of the lane of the reef at the eastern entrance, open hitherto, and with mighty blows of the hammer he was driving huge spikes into the granite of the 2 sides of that entrance, close to the Man Rock, as he had done in the case of the entrance to the Douvres. The crevices of these rocks were all prepared and well furnished with wood, almost all of which was heart of oak. The reef was much shattered on this side. There were a great many cracks, and Gilliatt could fix even more spikes here than at the base of the 2 Douvres. At a sudden moment, and as though it had been blown out, the phosphorescence was extinguished. The morning twilight, growing more luminous every instant, replaced it. After driving in the spikes, Gilliatt dragged beams, then ropes, then chains, and, without taking his eyes from his work, without allowing his attention to be distracted for a moment, he began to construct across the Man entrance, with beams fixed horizontally and bound together by cables, one of those open work barriers which science has now adopted, and which styles breakwaters. Those who have seen, for instance, at La Roquenne in Guernsey or at Bourdeaux in France, the effect produced by a few piles fixed in the rock, understand the power of these very simple appliances. The breakwater is a combination of what is called in France épi with what is called in England dike. Breakwaters are the chevaux de frise of fortifications against tempests. One can contend with the sea only by taking advantage of the divisibility of this force. Meanwhile the sun had risen, perfectly unobscured. The sky was clear, the sea was calm. Gilliatt hastened his work. He also was calm, but there was anxiety in his haste. He went with long strides from rock to rock, from the barrier to his storehouse, and from his storehouse to the barrier. He returned, dragging in frantic haste, now a rider, now a binding strake. The utility of this provision of timber made itself manifest. It was evident that Gilliatt was face to face with an emergency which he had foreseen. A strong iron bar served him as a lever wherewith to move the beams. The work was executed so rapidly that it was a growth rather than a construction. One who has never seen a military pontooner at work can form no idea of this rapidity. The eastern entrance was still narrower than the western one. The gap was only 5 or 6 feet wide. The smallness of this opening helped Gilliatt. The place to be fortified and closed being very restricted, the barrier would be more solid and might be more simple. Hence horizontal beams sufficed. Upright pieces were useless. The first cross beams of the breakwater being laid, Gilliatt mounted on them and listened. The roaring was becoming significant. Gilliatt proceeded with his construction. He buttressed it with the 2 catheads of the Durande fastened to the framework of the beams by halyards passed through their 3 pulley sheaves. He made fast the whole with chains. This construction was nothing else than a sort of colossal hurdle, with beams for rods and chains for wattles. It seemed woven as much as built. Gilliatt multiplied the fastenings and added spikes where needed. Having had a great deal of round iron from the wreck, he had been able to lay in a great stock of spikes. As he worked he crunched biscuit between his teeth. He was thirsty, but he could not drink, having no more fresh water. He had emptied his can at supper on the preceding evening. He piled up 4 or 5 more timbers, then mounted the barrier again and listened. The noise on the horizon had ceased. All was still. The sea was smooth and superb. It deserved all the madrigals which worthy citizens address to it when they are satisfied with it. A mirror, a pond, like oil, playful, a sheep. The deep blue of the sky responded to the deep green of the ocean. That sapphire and that emerald could admire each other. They had no occasion to reproach themselves. Not a cloud on high, not a fleck of foam below. Through all this splendor the April sun was rising magnificently. It was impossible to see finer weather. On the extreme horizon a long black file of birds of passage streaked the heavens. They were flying rapidly. They were directing their course towards the land. It seemed as though they were fleeing as well as flying. Gilliatt betook himself again to raising the height of the breakwater. He raised it as high as he could, as high as the curve of the rocks permitted. Towards midday the sun seemed to him hotter than it should be. Noon is the critical hour of the day. Gilliatt, standing erect on the strong hurdle which he had just finished, stopped once more to survey the expanse. The sea was more than tranquil, it was stagnant. Not a sail was to be seen. The sky was everywhere clear, only from blue it had become white. This white was singular. In the west, on the horizon, there was a small spot of sickly hue. This spot remained motionless in the same place, but increased in size. Near the reef the waves rippled very gently. Gilliatt had done well to build his breakwater. A tempest was approaching. The abyss had decided to give battle. End of chapter 11. A word to the wise is sufficient. Section 75 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Third, The Battle, Chapter 1, Extremes Meet. Nothing is so threatening as a late equinoctial storm. The sea presents a savage phenomenon which might be designated as the arrival of the winds from the open ocean. At all seasons, particularly at the epoch of the syzygies, at the moment when it is least to be expected, the sea suddenly becomes strangely tranquil. The vast perpetual movement is allayed, something like lulling to sleep. It becomes languid. It seems as though it were going to take a rest. One might fancy that it was fatigued. Every rag of bunting, from the pennon of a fishing smack to the flag of a man of war, droops along the mast. The admirals, the royal, and the imperial standards all are asleep. All at once these streamers begin to wave gently. This is the moment, if there are clouds, to watch the formation of the cirrus. If the sun is setting, to examine the red glow of the evening. If it be night and there is a moon, to study halos. At that moment the captain or commander of the squadron, who is so lucky as to possess one of those storm indicators, whose inventor is unknown, observes this glass carefully and takes his precautions. Against the south wind, if the mixture bears the aspect of dissolved sugar, and against the north wind, if it exfoliates in crystallizations similar to thickets of fern or groves of fir trees. At that moment the poor Irish or Breton fisherman, after having consulted some mysterious gnomon engraved by the Romans or by demons on one of those enigmatical upright stones which are called in Brittany menhir and in Ireland cruach, hauls his boat upon the shore. Meanwhile the serenity of sky and sea continues. The morning rises radiant and the dawn smiles. This was what filled the ancient poets and soothsayers with religious awe, horrified that any one could believe in the falsity of the sun. Solem quis dicere falsum audeat? The somber vision of the latent possible is interdicted to man by the fatal opacity of surrounding things. The most formidable and most perfidious of aspects, it is the mask of the deep. The saying which runs, "A snake in the grass," should be, "A tempest beneath a calm." Several hours, sometimes several days, pass thus. Pilots point their glasses here and there. The faces of old seamen wear an expression of severity, which partakes of the secret vexation of expectancy. Suddenly a great confused murmur is heard. There is a sort of mysterious dialogue in progress in the air. Nothing is to be seen. The expanse remains impassive. Still the noise swells, increases, rises. The dialogue becomes emphatic. There is someone behind the horizon. A terrible someone. The wind. The wind, that is to say, that populace of Titans which we call gales, the immense rabble of the gloom. India called them the Murots, Judea the cherubim, Greece the Achelones. These are the invincible wild birds of the infinite. These winds rush onward. End of chapter 1. Extremes Meet. Section 76 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. Sea Breezes. Whence come they? From the incommensurable. For the spread of their wings they require the diameter of the ocean gulf. Their huge pinions need the indefinite space of solitudes. The Atlantic, the Pacific, Those vast blue openings are what suits them. They render them somber. There they fly in flocks. Commander Page once saw 7 waterspouts at one time on the high seas. There they were ferocious. They premeditated disasters. Their labor is the eternal rise and fall of the waves. What they can do no one knows. What they wish no man can say. They are the sphinxes of the abyss, and Gamma has their Oedipus. In that obscurity of the expanse ever moving they appear as cloud faces. He who perceives their livid features in that dispersion which is the horizon of the sea feels himself in the presence of irreducible force. One would say that human intelligence disquiets them, and that they are resenting it. Intelligence is invincible, but the element is impregnable. What is to be done against the undiscernible? The breeze turns into a club, then becomes a breeze again. The winds combat by crushing, and defend themselves by vanishing. He who encounters them is driven to the use of artifices. Their varying assault, full of rebounds, confuses. They have as much power of flight as of attack. They are impalpable and tenacious. How is one to conquer them? The prow of the ship Argo, carved from an oak from the grove of Dodona, at once both prow and pilot, was wont to speak with them. They insulted that goddess prow. Christopher Columbus, on seeing them advancing toward the Pinta, mounted the poop and addressed to them the first verses of the Gospel according to St. John. Surcouf defied them. "Here's the gang," he said. Napier fired cannon at them. They hold the dictatorship of chaos. They control chaos. What do they do with it? Something implacable. The den of the winds is more monstrous than the den of lions. What corpses beneath those bottomless depths! The winds push on the great obscure and ghastly mass without pity. They commit deeds which resemble crimes. One knows not upon whom they cast the white fragments of foam which they tear away. What impious ferocity in shipwreck! What an affront to Providence! They appear at times to be spitting into the face of God. They are the tyrants of the unknown regions. "Luoghi spaventosi," murmured the mariners of Venice, "regions of terror." The quivering space submits to their deeds of violence. What takes place in those great deserted regions is inexpressible. Some equestrian shape seems to be galloping through the shadow. The air makes a noise like that of a forest. One sees nothing, but hears troops of cavalry. It is midday. All at once it changes into night. A tornado passes by. It is midnight. Suddenly it becomes day. The polar effluvium has been lighted. Whirlwinds passed in opposite directions, a sort of hideous dance, a trampling of scourges on the element. A too heavy cloud breaks in the middle and falls piecemeal into the sea. Other clouds, full of crimson, lighten and thunder, then grow lugubriously dark. The cloud, emptied of its thunder, turns black. It is an extinguished coal. Sacks of rain burst into fog. Yonder, where it rains, there is a fiery furnace. There a wave, from whence darts forth a flame. The white gleam of the sea beneath the downpour lights up surprising distances. One beholds thicknesses wherein resemblances wander and grow deformed. Monstrous navels form hollows in the clouds. The vapors whirl, the waves spin, intoxicated naiads roll. As far as the eye can see, the massive and flaccid sea moves without displacement. All is livid. Desperate cries proceed from this pallor. In the depths of the inaccessible obscurity shiver great sheaves of gloom. At times there comes a paroxysm. The rumor becomes a tumult, just as the wave becomes a surge. The horizon, a confused pile of billows, endless oscillation, murmurs in a constant bass. Sudden bursts of uproar break out there. One thinks that one hears hydras sneezing. Cold blasts come, then hot ones. The trepidation of the sea announces a terror which is all expectant. It is quietude, anguish, profound terror of the waters. Suddenly the hurricane, like a beast, comes down to drink from the ocean. Unprecedented suction. The water ascends towards the invisible mouth. A cupping glass is formed. The tumor swells. It is the waterspout. The Prester of the ancients, a stalactite above, a stalagmite below, a double inverse whirling cone, one point balanced upon the other, the kiss of two mountains, a mountain of foam rising, a mountain of cloud descending, a terrible coition of the wave and the shadow. The waterspout, like the pillar of the Bible, is cloudy by day and luminous by night. In the presence of the waterspout the thunder holds its peace. It seems to be afraid of it. The vast commotion of solitudes has a gamut, a formidable crescendo. The blow, the gust, the squall, the storm, the wild hurricane, the tempest, the waterspout, the seven chords of the lyre of the winds, the seven notes of the abyss. The sky is a breadth, the sea is a roundness. A breath passes, nothing remains of all this, all is fury and confusion. Such are these forbidding places. The winds rush, fly, swoop down, finish, begin again, soar, hiss, roar, laugh. Frantic, wanton, unbridled, taking their ease on the irascible wave. These howlings have a harmony. They make the whole sky sonorous. They blow into the cloud as into a trumpet. They put their mouths to space, and they sing in the infinite with all the mingled voices of clarions, conch shells, bugles, and trumpets, a sort of Promethean flourish. He who hears them is listening to Pan. The frightful thing about it is what they play. They have a colossal joy composed of shadow. They have a battue of vessels in the solitudes, without truce, day and night, at all seasons, at the tropics as at the poles, sounding their distracting trumpet. They follow through the thickets of the clouds and the waves the great black hunt of shipwrecks. They are masters of the hounds. They amuse themselves. They make the waves. Their dogs bark at the rocks. They gather and disperse the clouds. They knead the suppleness of the immense water, as with millions of hands. The water is supple because it is incompressible. It glides away from under the effort. Borne down on one side, it escapes on the other. It is thus that the water becomes a wave. The wave is its liberty. End of Chapter 2. Sea Breezes. Section 77 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Explanation of the noise to which Gilliatt listened. The great descent of the winds towards the earth takes place at the equinoxes. At these epochs the balance of the tropics and the poles sways up and down, and the colossal atmospheric tide pours its flood upon one hemisphere and its ebb upon the other. There are constellations which signify these phenomena: Libra, the balance, and Aquarius, the water-bearer. It is the time of tempests. The sea waits and preserves silence. Sometimes the sky wears an evil look. It is pallid, a great dark veil obscures it. Mariners gaze with anxiety at the irritated aspect of the gloom. But it is its satisfied aspect which they fear the most. A smiling equinoctial sky is the storm showing a velvet paw. With such skies, the Tower of Weepers at Amsterdam is filled with women scanning the horizon. When the vernal or autumnal tempest is behind time, it is only gathering up strength. It hoards up for ravages. Distrust arrearages. Angot was wont to say, "The sea is a good paymaster." When the delay has been too long, the sea displays its impatience only by more calm, but the magnetic tension is manifested by what may be called the inflammation of the water. Gleams leap from the waves. Electric air, phosphoric water. Sailors feel languid. This time is particularly perilous for ironclads. Their iron hulls may be productive of variations of the compass, and destroy them. The transatlantic steamer, the Iowa, note probably intended for Iowa, perished from this cause. For those who are familiar with the sea, its aspect at such moments is strange. One would say that it desired and feared the cyclone. Certain unions, though strongly urged by nature, are accepted in this fashion. The lioness in heat flees before the lion. The sea is also in heat, hence its trembling. The immense marriage is about to take place. This marriage, like the bridals of the emperor of old, is celebrated by exterminations. It is a festival seasoned with disasters. Meanwhile, from the distance, from the open sea, from the impregnable latitudes, from the livid horizon of solitudes, from the depths of boundless liberty, the winds arrive. Pay attention, it is the equinoctial fact. A tempest is a thing that plots mischief. Ancient mythology caught a glimpse of these indistinct personalities mingled with vast, diffused nature. Aeolus lays his plans with Boreas. The alliance between element and element is necessary. They distribute the task among themselves. Impulsions must be communicated to the wave, to the cloud, to the effluvium. Night is an auxiliary. It is important that it should be employed. There are compasses to be falsified, beacons to be extinguished, lighthouses to be masked, stars to be hidden. The sea must cooperate. Every storm is preceded by a murmur. Behind the horizon the preliminary whispering of the hurricanes is in progress. The noise which one hears lies far away in the gloom, above the frightened silence of the sea. Gilliatt had heard this redoubtable whisper. The phosphorescence had been the first warning. This murmur was the second. If the demon legion exists, it is assuredly he who is the wind. The wind is multiple, but the air is one. Hence this result: all storms are mixed. The unity of the air exacts this. The whole abyss is involved in a tempest. The entire ocean is contained in a squall. Its total forces enter into it in line, and take part. A wave is the gulf from below, a gust is the gulf from above. To have to deal with a squall is to have to do with all the sea and all the sky. Messier, the naval authority, the thoughtful astronomer of the little lodge at Cluny, said, "The wind is from everywhere and is everywhere." He did not believe in imprisoned winds, even in inland seas. There were no Mediterranean winds for him. He said that he recognized them on their passage. He affirmed that on such a day, at such an hour, the Föhn of Lake Constance, the ancient Favonius of Lucretius, had traversed the horizon of Paris; on such another day the Bora of the Adriatic; on such another day the gyrating Notus, which is said to be shut up in the circle of the Cyclades. He indicated its emanations. He did not think that the south wind which whirls between Malta and Tunis, and the south wind which blows between Corsica and the Balearic Isles, were unable to escape. He did not admit that there were winds confined like bears in cages. He said, "All rain comes from the tropics and all lightning from the poles." The wind is, in fact, saturated with electricity at the intersection of the couleras which marks the extremities of the axis, and with water at the equator, and it brings us liquid from the equatorial line and fluid from the poles. Ubiquity is the wind. This, of course, does not mean that windy zones do not exist. Nothing is more firmly established than these afflations with continual currents, and some day aerial navigation by means of airships, which in our mania for the Greek we call aeroscaphes, will utilize the principal currents. The canalization of the air by the wind is incontestable. There are rivers of wind, streams of wind, and brooks of wind, only these branchings in the air are made in a directly opposite way from branchings of the water. Here it is the brooks which flow from the streams, and the streams from the rivers, instead of falling into them. Hence, instead of concentration, dispersion. It is this dispersion which constitutes the solidarity of the winds and the unity of the atmosphere. One molecule displaced displaces another. The whole wind moves together. To these deep-seated causes of amalgamation, add to the relief of the globe, piercing the atmosphere by all its mountains, causing knots and torsions in the courses of the wind, and determining counter-currents in all directions. Unlimited irradiation. The phenomenon of the wind is the oscillation of two oceans, one upon the other. The ocean of air, superimposed on the ocean of water, rests upon this flight and wavers on this trembling. The indivisible is not to be put into compartments. There is no partition between one flood and the other. The Channel Islands feel the influence of the Cape of Good Hope. Universal navigation contends against a single monster. The whole sea is the same hydra. Waves cover the sea as with a coat of scales. The ocean is Ceto. Upon that unity descends the innumerable. End of Chapter 3. Explanation of the noise to which Gilliatt listened. Section 78 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Turba Turma. For the compass there are 32 winds, that is to say, 32 directions, but these directions may be subdivided indefinitely. The wind classed by its directions is the incalculable, classed by its kinds it is the infinite. Homer would have shrunk from the enumeration of them. The polar current comes in contact with the tropical current. Here heat and cold combined. Equilibrium begins with the shock. The surge of the winds springs forth from it, swollen, scattered, and torn in all directions into fierce tricklings. The dispersion of the gusts shakes the prodigious disshufflement to the four corners of the horizon. All the winds blow there, the wind from the Gulf Stream, which pours out so much fog on Newfoundland, the wind from Peru, a region with a mute heaven where no man has ever heard thunder, the wind of Nova Scotia, where flies the great auk Alca impennis with striped beak, the iron whirlwinds of the China seas, the wind of Mozambique, which abuses the pancays and junks, the electric wind of Japan, announced by the gong, the African wind which dwells between Table Mountain and the Devil's Peak, and which there gains its liberty, the wind of the equator, which passes above the trade winds and describes a parabola whose summit always points to the west, the Plutonian wind, which issues from craters and which is the terrible breath of the flame, the strange wind peculiar to the volcano of Awa, which always causes an olive-hued cloud to rise in the north, the monsoon of Java, against which the casemates called hurricane houses are built, the north wind with its branches, which the English call bush winds, the curved gusts of the Straits of Malacca, observed by Horsburgh, the powerful southwest wind called pampero in Chile and rebojo at Buenos Aires, which bears the condor far out to sea and saves it from the pit where the savage, lying flat on his back and bending his great bow with his feet, is lying in wait for it under an ox hide freshly flayed, the chemical wind, which, according to Lemery, makes thunderstones in the cloud, the harmattan of the Caffres, the polar snow wind, which harnesses itself to the fast ice and drags the eternal icebergs, the wind from the Gulf of Bengal, which goes as far as Nijni Novgorod to sack the triangle of wooden booths wherein is held the Asiatic fair, the wind of Cordilleras, agitator of great waves and great forests, the wind of the Australian archipelagos, where the honey hunters ferret out the wild hives concealed beneath the armpits of the branches of the giant eucalyptus, the sirocco, the mistral, the hurricane, the winds of drought, the winds of inundation, the diluvial, the torrid, those which cast into the streets of Genoa the dust from the plains of Brazil, those which obey the diurnal rotation, those which act in opposition, and which caused Herrera to say, "Malo viento torna contra el sol." It's an evil wind that turns contrary to the sun. Those which go in couples, conspiring to overthrow, the one undoing what the other does, and the ancient winds which assailed Christopher Columbus on the coast of Veraguas, and those which, for the space of 40 days, from the 21st of October to the 28th of November, 1520, delayed and rendered doubtful Magellan's entrance into the Pacific, and those which dismasted the Armada and blew upon Philip II. There are still others, and how is their end to be reached? The winds which carry toads and grasshoppers, and drive before them clouds of living things across the ocean, those which effect what is called the veering of the wind, and whose function is to compel shipwrecks, those which with a single breath displace the cargo in the vessel and compel her to continue her course leaning over, the winds which construct the circumcumuli, the winds which mass the circumstrati, the heavy blind winds swollen with rain, the hail winds, the fever winds, those whose approach sets the salt springs and the sulphur springs of Calabria boiling, those which make the hair of the African panthers sparkle as they roam the thickets of Cape Ferro, those which come shaking from the cloud like the tongue of a poisonous serpent, the frightful forked lightning, those which bring black snow. Such is the region. The Douvres reef, at the moment when Gilliatt was constructing his breakwater, heard its distant gallop. We have just said that the wind is the combination of all the winds. This whole horde was arriving. On the one hand, this legion, on the other, Gilliatt. End of chapter 4. Turba Turma. Section 79 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. Gilliatt Has His Choice. The mysterious forces had chosen their time well. Chance, if such a thing exists, is far-seeing. As long as the boat had been stabled in the Man Inlet, as long as the machinery had been boxed into the wreck, Gilliatt was impregnable. The boat was safe, the machinery was under shelter. The Douvres, which held the machinery, condemned it to slow destruction, but protected it against surprise. In any case, one resource remained to Gilliatt. If the machinery were destroyed, Gilliatt was not destroyed. He had the boat to save himself. But to wait until the boat was withdrawn from the anchorage where it was inaccessible, to let it be entangled in a defile of the Douvres, to wait patiently until it also was caught by the reef, to permit Gilliatt to effect the salvage, the lowering and embarkation of the engine, not to interfere with this marvelous work which placed everything in the boat, to consent to this success, therein lay the trap. There the somber ruse of the abyss, a sort of sinister feature, allowed itself to be seen. At that hour the machinery, the boat, and Gilliatt were all within the gorge of rocks. They formed but one group. The boat dashed on the reef, the machinery sent to the bottom. Gilliatt drowned was all the matter of a single effort directed upon a single point. All could be finished at once, at the same time, and without dispersion. All could be crushed with one blow. No situation could be more critical than was that of Gilliatt. The possible sphinx suspected by the dreamers as being in the depths of the gloom seemed to be propounding a dilemma to him: remain or depart. To depart was madness. To remain, frightful. End of chapter 5. Gilliatt has his choice. Section 80 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording was in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. The Combat. Gilliatt climbed upon the great Douvre. From thence he surveyed the whole sea. The west was startling. A wall was rising from it. A great wall of cloud, barring the expanse from side to side, was mounting slowly from the horizon towards the zenith. This wall, rectilinear, vertical, without a flaw through all its height, without a rent in its ridge, appeared built with the square and leveled with the plumb line. It was a cloud which resembled granite. The escarpment of this cloud, perfectly perpendicular at its southern extremity, curved a little towards the north, like a bent piece of sheet iron, and presented the vague slope of an inclined plane. This wall of fog enlarged and grew, without its entablature ceasing for a moment to appear parallel to the line of the horizon, almost indistinct in the gathering gloom. This wall of air rose in one piece, in silence. Not an undulation, not a wrinkle, not a projection, to deform or displace it. This immobility in movement was lugubrious. The sun, pallid behind some indescribable, unhealthy transparence, illuminated this apocalyptic outline. The cloud had already invaded half of space. One would have pronounced it the frightful slope of the abyss. It was something like the rising of a mountain of shadow between earth and heaven. It was the ascent of night in broad daylight. There was the heat in the air, as from a stove. A reek, as from a vapor bath, was given off by this mysterious accumulation. The sky, which had been blue, turned to white, and from white had become slaty gray. The sea beneath, dull and leaden hued, was another enormous slate. Not a breath, not a wave, not a sound. As far as the eye could reach, the desert ocean. Not a sail on either side. The birds had hidden themselves. One felt conscious of treachery in the infinite. The enlargement of all this shadow was insensibly amplified. The moving mountain of vapors, which was directing its course towards the Douvre, was one of those clouds which may be called the clouds of combat, sinister clouds. Through these obscure masses you know not what strabism is gazing at you. This approach was terrible. Gilliatt scrutinized the cloud intently, and muttered between his teeth, "I am thirsty. You are going to furnish me with water." He remained motionless for a few moments, with his eyes fixed on the cloud. One would have said that he was taking the measure of the tempest. His galley cap was in the pocket of his pea jacket. He drew it out and put it on. He took his reserve of clothing from the hole in which he had slept so long. He put on his leggings and donned his tarpaulin coat, like a knight putting on his armor at the moment of battle. The reader knows that he no longer had any shoes, but his bare feet were hardened to the rocks. His war toilet completed, he scanned his breakwater, grasped his knotted rope, briskly descended from the plateau of the Douvres, set foot on the rocks below, and ran to his storehouse. A few moments later he was at work. The vast, mute cloud could hear the blows of his hammer. What was Gilliatt doing? With what spikes, ropes, and beams he had left, he was constructing a second breakwater across the eastern entrance, 10 or 12 feet behind the first. The silence was still profound. The blades of grass in the crevices of the rock did not quiver. Suddenly the sun disappeared. Gilliatt raised his head. The rising cloud had just reached the sun. It was like an extinction of the day, replaced by a mixed and pallid reflection. The wall of cloud had changed its aspect. It no longer preserved its unity. It had wrinkled horizontally on touching the zenith, whence it overhung the rest of the sky. It now had its strata. The formation of the tempest was there sketched out like the section of a trench. One could distinguish the layers of rain and the layers of hail. There was no lightning, but a horrible diffused light, for the idea of horror may be attached to the idea of light. The vague breathing of the ocean was audible. This silence palpitated obscurely. Gilliatt, silent also, watched all these blocks of fog grouping themselves overhead, and the deformity of the clouds in construction. On the horizon brooded and spread out a band of ash-colored mist, and in the zenith another of lead-colored, livid strips hung from the clouds above upon the fogs below. The whole background, which was composed of the wall of clouds, was wan, milky, earth-colored, gloomy, indescribable. A thin, whitish, transverse cloud, which had come from some unknown source, cut the high, gloomy wall from north to south. One of the extremities of this cloud trailed in the sea. At the point where it touched the confusion of the waves, a dense red vapor was visible. Below the long, pale cloud, small clouds, very low and perfectly black, were flying in opposite directions from each other, as though they knew not what to do. The mighty cloud in the background increased in all parts at once, darkened the eclipse, and continued its lugubrious interposition. Only a porch of clear sky was left in the east, behind Gilliatt, and that was about to close. Without the impression that there was any wind, a strange diffusion of grayish down passed by, scattered and in morsels, as though some gigantic bird had just been plucked of its plumage behind that wall of shadows. A platform of compact blackness had formed, which touched the sea at the extreme horizon, and there mingled with the night. One felt something advancing towards him. It was vast and ponderous and ferocious. The obscurity thickened. All at once a tremendous peal of thunder burst forth. Gilliatt himself felt the shock. There is somewhat of the dream in thunder. This brutal reality in the region of visions has something terrifying about it. One thinks that one hears the fall of a piece of furniture in the chamber of giants. No electric flash accompanied the peal. It was like black thunder. Silence settled down again. There was a sort of interval, as when one is taking up a position. Then huge, shapeless flashes of lightning made their appearances slowly, one after the other. These flashes were dumb, no roar. At each flash everything was lighted up. The wall of clouds was now a cavern. There were vaults and arches. Silhouettes were to be distinguished there. Monstrous heads were roughly outlined. Rocks seemed to stretch themselves forward. Elephants bearing turrets vanished when one had caught a glimpse of them. A column of fog, erect, round and black, surmounted by a white vapor, simulated the smokestack of a colossal sunken steamer, hissing and smoking below the waves. Sheets of cloud undulated. One fancied that one beheld folds of giant flags. In the center, beneath crimson denseness, was buried, motionless, a nucleus of fog, dense, inert, impenetrable to the electric sparks, a sort of hideous fetus in the womb of the tempest. Gilliatt suddenly felt a gust ruffling his hair. 3 or 4 large splashes of rain flattened themselves around him on the rock. Then came a second thunderclap. The wind rose. The expectation of the shadow was at its height. The first clap of thunder had stirred the sea, the second rent the wall of cloud from top to bottom. A hole appeared. The whole pent-up flood rushed toward it. The crevice became an open mouth, full of rain, and the vomiting forth of the tempest began. It was a frightful moment. Downpour, hurricane, fulgurations, fulminations, waves to the very clouds, foam, detonations, frantic writhings, cries, hoarse rattles, hisses all at once. An unchaining of monsters. The wind blew as though it were thunder. The rain did not fall, it dropped down bodily. For a poor man, caught like Gilliatt, with a loaded boat in a space between rocks in the open sea, no crisis could be more menacing. The danger of the tide over which Gilliatt had triumphed was as nothing beside the danger of the tempest. This was the situation. Gilliatt, around whom everything was precipice, displayed at the last minute, and in the face of supreme peril, a wise strategy. He had taken his basis of operations from the enemy. He had associated himself with the Reef. The Douvre Reef, formerly his adversary, was now his second in this immense duel. Gilliatt had subjected it to himself. Out of this sepulchre Gilliatt had made his fortress. He had fortified himself in that formidable dwelling of the sea. He had entrenched himself in this tremendous ruined castle of the deep. He was blockaded, but walled in there. He had, so to speak, set his back against the reef, face to face with the storm. He had barricaded the strait, that street of the waves. It was, moreover, the only thing to do. It appears that the ocean, who is a despot, can also be brought to reason with barricades. The boat could be regarded as in safety on 3 sides. Narrowly pressed between the 2 interior faces of the reef, cross-moored, it was protected on the north by the Little Douvre, on the south by the Great Douvre. Savage cliffs, more accustomed to causing shipwrecks than to preventing them. On the west it was protected by the screen of beams moored and spiked to the rocks, a tried barrier which had conquered the rude flood tide of the sea, a veritable citadel gate, having for jambs the very columns of the reef, the 2 Douvres themselves. Nothing was to be feared on that side. It was on the east that the danger lay. On the east there was nothing but the breakwater. A breakwater is a pulverizing apparatus. There must be at least 2 hurdles. Gilliatt only had time to construct 1. He was building the second in the tempest itself. Fortunately, the wind came from the northwest. The sea is guilty of awkwardness. This wind, which is the ancient Galerno, had but little effect on the Douvre rocks. It assailed the reef crosswise, and impelled the waves into neither the one nor the other of the 2 narrow entrances of the defile, so that, instead of entering a street, it dashed against a wall. The storm had made its attack badly. But the attacks of the wind are shifting, and some sudden change was to be looked for. If it veered to the east before the second lattice work of the breakwater was constructed, the peril would be great. The invasion of the lane between the rocks by the tempest would be accomplished, and all would be lost. The frenzy of the storm continued to increase. The whole tempest is blow upon blow. Therein lies its power, therein also lies its defect. By reason of its fury it leaves a hold to intelligence, and man defends himself. But amid what destruction! Nothing is more monstrous. No respite, no interruption, no time, no pause for taking breath. There is an indescribable cowardice in this prodigality of the inexhaustible. One feels that it is the lungs of the infinite which are blowing. The whole immensity and tumult hurled itself upon the Douvres reef. Numberless voices were heard. Who was shrieking thus? The ancient panic terror was present there. At moments it seemed to speak, as though some one were issuing a command. Then clamors, clarions, strange trepidations, and that grand, majestic howl which mariners term the call of the ocean. The indefinite and fleeting spirals of the wind whistled as they convulsed the sea. The waves became disks beneath these eddies, and were flung against the rocks like gigantic quoits hurled by invisible athletes. The enormous foams streamed over all the rocks. Torrents above, foam below. Then the roars redoubled. No uproar of men or beasts can give an idea of the mingled din of these displacements of the sea. The clouds roared like cannon, the hailstones rattled like mitrailleuses, the surges leapt on high. At certain points the wind seemed motionless, at others its velocity was 20 fathoms a second. The sea was white as far as the eye could reach. 10 leagues of soapsuds filled the horizon. Doors of fire opened. Some clouds seemed burned by other clouds, and resembled smoke above the pile of red clouds which appeared like burning coals. Floating configurations came in contrast and amalgamated, changing the shape of each other. An incommensurable flood of water streamed down. The rattle of musketry firing by squads was heard in the firmament. In the middle of the canopy of gloom there was a sort of huge overturned basket whence fell, pell-mell, the waterspout, hail clouds, purple fire, phosphoric gleams, darkness, light, flashes of lightning. So formidable are these bendings of the gulf. Gilliatt appeared to be paying no attention to it. His head was bent over his work. The second hurdle was beginning to rise. To every clap of thunder he replied by a blow of his hammer. This cadence was audible amid this chaos. He was bareheaded. A gust had carried away his galley cap. His thirst was burning. He probably had fever. Pools of rain had formed around him in the hollows of the rocks. From time to time he took water in the hollow of his hand and drank. Then, without even looking to see what the storm was about, he set to work again. Everything might depend on one moment. He knew what awaited him if he did not complete his breakwater in season. What was the use of wasting a minute in watching the approach of the face of death? The confusion around him was like a boiling cauldron. There was uproar and racket. At times the thunder seemed to be descending a stairway. The electric percussions returned incessantly to the same points of the rock, which was probably veined with diorite. There were hailstones as large as the fist. Gilliatt was forced to shake the folds of his pea jacket. His very pockets were full of hail. The storm was now from the west, and beat against the barrier of the two Douvres. But Gilliatt had confidence in this barrier, and rightly. This barrier, made of the great forward piece of the Durande, received the shock with an elastic rebound. Elasticity is a resistance. The calculations of Stephenson establish the fact that, against the water, which itself is elastic, a mass of timbers of any desired dimensions, joined and chained together in a certain way, makes a better obstacle than a breakwater of masonry. The barrier of the Douvres fulfilled these conditions. It was, moreover, so ingeniously moored that the wave, when striking it, was like the hammer which drives in the nail and pressed and consolidated it against the rock. To demolish it it would have been necessary to overthrow the Douvres themselves. In fact, the gale only succeeded in sending a few jets of foam across the obstacle to the boat. On this side, thanks to the barrier, the tempest ended in a spitting. Gilliatt turned his back on that effort. He tranquilly heard that useless rage behind him. The flakes of foam flying from all directions resembled wool. The vast and angry water overflowed the rocks, mounted above them, entered into them, penetrated the network of interior fissures, and emerged again from the granitic masses by narrow orifices, a sort of inexhaustible mouths, which sent forth peaceful little fountains amid this deluge. Here and there threads of silver fell gracefully into the sea from these mouths. The hurdle to reinforce the eastern barrier was nearing completion, a few knots more of rope and chain, and the moment approached when that barrier would also be in a state to contend. All at once a great light appeared, the rain ceased, the clouds dispersed. The wind had just shifted, a sort of lofty twilight window opened in the zenith, and the lightning was extinguished. One might have thought it was the end. It was the beginning. The wind had jumped from southwest to northeast. The tempest was about to begin anew with a fresh troop of hurricanes. The north was about to deliver an assault, a violent assault. Mariners call this transition the return gale. The south wind has more water, the north wind more thunder and lightning. The aggression, coming now from the east, was about to attack the feeblest part. This time Gilliatt ceased his work and looked around him. He placed himself erect on a projection of overhanging rock behind the second hurdle, which was almost completed. If the first section of the breakwater were carried away, it would crush the second, which was not yet consolidated, and in this demolition it would crush Gilliatt. Gilliatt, in the place which he had chosen, would be crushed before seeing his boat, the engine, and all his work ruined in this engulfment. Such was the contingency. Gilliatt accepted it and sternly wished it. In this shipwreck of all his hopes, to die first was what he desired, to die the first, so to speak, for the machinery produced on him the effect of a person. With his left hand he lifted his hair, which had been plastered in his eyes by the rain, clasped his good hammer with the full power of his fist, threw himself back in a menacing attitude, and waited. He had not long to wait. A clap of thunder gave the signal, the pale opening in the zenith closed, a burst of the deluge hurled itself down, all became dark again, and there was no longer any torch but the lightning. The somber attack came. A powerful surge, visible in the fast following flashes of lightning, rose on the east, beyond the Man Rock. It resembled a great roll of glass. It was smooth and foamless, and barred the whole sea. It advanced towards the breakwater. As it approached, it swelled. It was an indescribable large cylinder of darkness rolling over the ocean. The thunder kept up a dull rumbling. This swell reached the Man Rock, broke in twain against it, and passed on. The two fragments, rejoined, formed but one mountain of water now, and instead of being parallel to the breakwater, it became perpendicular to it. It was a wave taking the form of a beam. This battering ram flung itself upon the breakwater. The shock gave vent to a roar. All was covered with foam. Unless one has seen them, one cannot imagine these snowy avalanches which the sea precipitates, and under which it engulfs rocks more than 100 feet in height, such, for example, as the Grand Anderlo in Guernsey and the Pinnacle in Jersey. At Marie de Madagascar it leaps over the point of Tintang. For several moments the mass of water drowned everything. Nothing was visible save a furious accumulation, a vast foam. The whiteness of the winding sheet, waving in the wind of the sepulchre, a mass of noise and storm beneath which extermination was at work. The foam dispersed. Gilliatt was still standing erect. The barrier had held firm. Not a chain was broken, not a nail wrested from its place. The barrier had displayed, under trial, the two qualities of breakwaters. It had been as flexible as a hurdle and as solid as a wall. The surf had dissolved into raindrops before it. A stream of foam gliding along the zigzags of the strait died away under the boat. The man who had made this muzzle for the ocean took no repose. Fortunately the storm wandered for a while. The frenzy of the waves returned to the walled parts of the reef. This was a respite. Gilliatt profited by it to complete the rear hurdle. The day terminated in this labor. The storm continued its violences on the flank of the reef with mournful solemnity. The urn of water and the urn of fire which exist in the clouds poured out incessantly, without becoming empty. The high and low undulations of the wind resembled the movements of a dragon. When night arrived, it was already there. It was not perceptible. However, the darkness was not complete. Tempests, illuminated and darkened by lightning, have intermittences of the visible and the invisible. All is white, then all is black. One is present at the exit of specters and at the re-entrance of shadows. A phosphoric zone, ruddy with the northern aurora, floated like a ray of spectral flame behind the density of the clouds. The result was a vast blanching. The breadths of the rain were luminous. These brilliances helped Gilliatt and directed him. Once he turned round and said to the lightning, "Hold the candle for me." By the aid of this light he was able to raise the rear hurdle even higher than the forward hurdle. The breakwater was almost complete. As Gilliatt was mooring to the final beam a strengthening cable, the gale struck him straight in the face. This made him raise his head. The wind had abruptly shifted round again to the northeast. The assault of the eastern entrance began again. Gilliatt cast a glance at the open sea. The breakwater was on the point of being assailed once more. There came another burst of sea. This blow of the surges was harshly dealt. A second followed it, then another, and still another. 5 or 6 in a tumult, almost together. At length a final and terrible one. This last, which was like an accumulation of forces, bore some indescribable resemblance to a living thing. It would not have been difficult to imagine in that swelling and that transparency aspects of gills and fins. It flattened itself and crushed itself on the breakwater. Its almost animal form there tore itself in a secondary spurt. On that block of rocks and timbers there was something like the vast crushing of a hydra. As the swell died away it devastated. The water seemed to cling and bite. A profound trembling moved the reef. A roar like that of beasts was mingled with it. The foam resembled the saliva of a leviathan. When the foam subsided it allowed its ravages to be seen. This last attempt at sealing had done some work. This time the breakwater had suffered. A long and heavy beam, torn from the forward hurdle, had been hurled over the rear barrier upon the overhanging rock, chosen for a moment by Gilliatt as his post of combat. Fortunately he had not mounted it again. He would have been struck dead. There was one peculiarity in the fall of this beam, which, by preventing the timber from rebounding, saved Gilliatt from its leaps and counterblows. It even proved useful to him again, as the reader will presently see, in another manner. Between the projecting rock and the interior escarpment of the defile there was an interval, a great gap, bearing a considerable resemblance to the notch made by an axe, or to the split of a wedge. One of the ends of the beam, hurled into the air by the billows, had lodged in this gap as it fell. It had enlarged the gap. An idea occurred to Gilliatt. It was to bear down on the other end. The beam, lodged in the crack of the rock, which it had enlarged, projected straight from it like an outstretched arm. This sort of arm was prolonged parallel to the interior wall of the defile, and the free end of the beam was distant from this point of support about 18 or 20 inches, a good distance for the effort to be made. Gilliatt planted himself firmly with his feet, knees, and fists against the cliff and placed his two shoulders to the enormous lever. The beam was long, which increased the power of the lever. The rock was already started. Nevertheless, Gilliatt was obliged to make 4 efforts. As much perspiration as rain dripped from his hair. The 4th effort was frantic. A hoarse noise in the rock followed. The gap, prolonged into a fissure, opened like a jaw, and the heavy mass fell into the narrow space of the defile with a terrible noise, an echo to the claps of thunder. It fell straight, if this expression is permissible, that is to say, without breaking. Let the reader picture to himself a menhir precipitated in one piece. The lever beam followed the rock, and Gilliatt came near falling with it, since all gave way at once beneath him. The bottom was much encumbered with boulders at this spot, and there was but little water. The monolith landed with a splash of foam, which reached Gilliatt, between the 2 great parallel rocks of the strait, and formed a transverse wall, a sort of hyphen between the 2 cliffs. Its 2 ends touched. It was a little too long, and its summit, which was a friable rock, was crushed as it fell into position. The result of this fall was a singular pocket, which may be seen at the present day. The water behind this barrier of stone is almost always tranquil. This was a still more invincible barrier than the section of the forepart of the Durande adjusted between the 2 Douvres. This barrier came in opportunely. The attacks of the sea continued. The waves always wax obstinate over an obstacle. The first screen was injured, and was already beginning to come unjointed. One mesh broken in a breakwater becomes serious injury. The enlargement of the aperture is inevitable, and there is no means of repairing the breach. The swell would sweep away the worker. An electric flash which illuminated the reef revealed to Gilliatt the havoc which had been made in the breakwater, the beams thrown out of position, the ends of cords and chains beginning to swing in the wind, and a rent in the center of the apparatus. The second hurdle was intact. The block of stone, so powerfully cast by Gilliatt into the space behind the breakwater, was the most solid of barricades, but it had one defect: it was too low. The billows could not break it, but they could cross it. Raising it higher was not to be thought of. Only masses of rock could be superimposed on this stone barrier to any purpose. But how were they to be detached, how moved, how raised, how piled up, how fastened? Timber work may be added, but not rocks. Gilliatt was not Enceladus. The lack of height in this little isthmus troubled Gilliatt. This defect was not long in making itself felt. The gusts no longer ceased their assaults upon the breakwater. They did more than rage. One would have said that they devoted themselves to its destruction. A sort of trampling could be heard upon that much shaken framework. All at once a fragment of a binding strake, detached from the dislocated barrier, leapt from behind the second hurdle, flew over the transverse rock, and landed in the defile, where the water seized it and carried it into the windings of the lane. Gilliatt lost sight of it. It is probable that the fragment of beam struck the boat. Fortunately, in the interior of the reef, the water, enclosed on all sides, hardly felt the external turmoil. There was but little swell, and the shock could not be very severe. Moreover, Gilliatt had no time to attend to this injury, if injury there were. All sorts of dangers rose at once. The tempest was concentrating itself upon the vulnerable point. A catastrophe lay before him. The darkness was profound for a moment. The lightning ceased. Sinister connivance! The cloud and the sea became one. There came a dull crash. This crash was followed by an uproar. Gilliatt thrust forward his head. The hurdle which formed the front of the barrier was stove in. The tips of the beams could be seen leaping in the waves. The sea made use of the first breakwater to effect a breach in the second. Gilliatt felt what a general would feel on seeing his vanguard driven in. The second barrier of beams resisted the shock. The rear armament was strongly bound and counter-buttressed, but the broken hurdle was heavy. It was at the mercy of the waves, which dashed it forward, then snatched it back. The ligatures which remained prevented its falling apart and maintained for it its entire volume, and the qualities which Gilliatt had imparted to it as a weapon of defense resulted in making of it an excellent engine of destruction. From a shield it had been converted into a club. Moreover, it was bristling with breaks. The ends of timbers projected from it in every direction, and it was as though covered with teeth and spurs. There could be no blunt weapon more formidable and more fitted to be handled by the tempest. It was the projectile, and the sea was the catapult. The blows followed each other with a sort of tragic regularity. Gilliatt, standing thoughtfully behind this door barricaded by himself, listened to these knocks of death which was desirous of entering. He reflected bitterly that, had it not been for that smokestack of the Durande, so fatally retained by the wreck, he would at that moment be in Guernsey, which he would have reached that morning, and in port with the boat in security and the machinery saved. The thing which he had feared was realized. The breach took place. It was like a death rattle. All the timber work of the breakwater at once. The two armaments, confounded and crushed together, came in a hollow spout of billows and dashed against the stone barrier like a chaos on a mountain, and there paused. It was no longer anything but a heap, a shapeless thicket of beams, penetrable by the waves, but still pulverizing them. This conquered rampart went through the death struggle heroically. The sea had shattered it. It broke the sea. Though overthrown, it remained efficacious to some extent. The rock which formed the barrier, an obstacle impossible to withdraw, held it by the foot. The defile was, as we have said, very narrow at this point. The victorious whirlwind had thrust back, mingled and piled up all the breakwater in a block in that choked entrance. The very violence of the thrust, by heaping up the mass and ramming the broken ends of some into the others, had made of this demolition a solid ruin. It was destroyed, but impregnable. A few pieces of wood only had been torn away. The waves scattered them. One passed through the air very close to Gilliatt. He felt the wind from it on his brow. But several great surges, those great surges which return with imperturbable irregularity in storms, leaped over the ruins of the breakwater. They fell into the pass, and in spite of the elbows made by the alley, they raised the level there. The water and the strait began to be angrily agitated. The mysterious kiss of the waves and rocks began to be accentuated. How was this agitation to be kept from propagating itself as far as the boat? Not much time would be required for these gusts to set the whole water inside in a tempest, and a few dashes of the sea would scuttle the boat and send the engine to the bottom. Gilliatt meditated and shuddered. But he was not disconcerted. No defeat was possible for that soul. The hurricane had now found the point, and plunged frantically between the two walls of the strait. All at once, some distance behind Gilliatt, a crash more frightful than all that Gilliatt had heard up to that time resounded and prolonged itself in the pass. It was in the direction of his boat. Something fatal was taking place there. Gilliatt ran towards it. From the eastern entrance where he stood he could not see the boat because of the zigzags in the lane. At the last turn he halted and waited for a flash of lightning. The flash came and showed him the situation. The dash of the billows from the east had been answered by a gust of wind on the western entrance. A disaster was outlined there. The Paunch had suffered no visible injury. Moored as it was but little exposed. but the carcass of the Durande was in distress. This ruin, in such a tempest, presented a large surface. It was entirely out of the water, in the air, exposed to disaster. The hole which Gilliatt had made in it, in order to extract the machinery, had completed the weakening of the hull. The keelson was cut through. This skeleton's vertebral column was broken. The hurricane had breathed upon it. Nothing more was required. The platform of the bridge had folded like a book opening. Dismemberment had taken place. It was this crash which had reached Gilliatt's ears through the storm. What he beheld on his approach appeared almost irremediable. The square incision which he had made had become a wound. Of this cut the wind had made a fracture. This transverse break cut the wreck in two. The after part adjoining the boat had remained firm in its vise of rocks. The forward part, that which faced Gilliatt, was hanging suspended. A fracture is a hinge so long as it holds good. This mass was oscillating on its breaks as though on joints, and the wind was swaying it to and fro with a doleful noise. Fortunately the boat was no longer beneath it. But this swaying shook the other half of the hull, which was still wedged and motionless between the two Douvres. The distance between shaking and wrenching loose is not great. With the persistence of the wind, the dislocated part might suddenly drag down the other, which almost touched the boat, and all, boat and engine, would be engulfed in this overthrow. Gilliatt had this before his eyes. It was a catastrophe. How was it to be averted? Gilliatt was one of those who snatch the means of safety from the danger itself. He pondered for a moment. Gilliatt went to his arsenal and took his axe. The hammer had worked well. Now it was the axe's turn. Then Gilliatt climbed upon the wreck once more. He took footing on the part of the bridge which had not given way, and, bending over the precipice between the two Douvres, he set to work to finish off the broken beams and to cut what bonds still remained on the hanging hull. The operation consisted in completing the separation of the two fragments of the wreck, in freeing the half which remained solid, and in casting into the water what the wind had seized. It was more perilous than difficult. The hanging portion of the wreck, dragged down by the wind and by its own weight, now adhered only at a few points. The wreck as a whole resembled a diptych, one half-hanging fold of which was beating against the other. 5 or 6 pieces of the framework only, bent and splintered, but not broken, still held together. Their fractures creaked and yawned more widely at every backward and forward movement of the blast, and the axe had, so to speak, only to aid the wind. The small number of these attachments, which constituted the facility of the work, also constituted its danger. All might give way at once beneath Gilliatt. The storm attained its highest point. The tempest had been only terrible. It became horrible. The convulsion of the sea was communicated to the sky. The cloud had hitherto reigned sovereign. It seemed to execute what it willed. It gave the impulse. It drove the waves to frenzy, while itself preserving an indescribable sinister lucidity. Below it was madness, above it wrath. The sky is the breath, the ocean is only the foam. Hence the authority of the wind. The hurricane is a genius. In the meanwhile the intoxication of its own horror had confused it. It was no longer anything but a whirlwind. It was blindness giving birth to night. There is a moment of frenzy in storms. It is a sort of delirium of the sky. The abyss no longer knows what it is doing. It darts its lightnings blindly. Nothing more frightful. It is the hideous hour. The trepidation of the reef was at its height. Every storm has a mysterious orientation. At that moment it loses this. This is the dangerous point in a tempest. At that instant, "The wind," said Thomas Fuller, "is a raging madman." It is at that moment in tempests that the continuous discharge of electricity takes place which Piddington calls the cascade of lightning. It is at that instant that there appears in the blackest of the cloud, to spy upon the universal terror, that circle of blue light which the ancient Spanish mariners called the eye of the tempest, el ojo de tempestad. This fearful eye rested upon Gilliatt. Gilliatt on his side watched the clouds. Now he raised his head. After each blow of the axe he straightened himself up haughtily. He was, or he seemed to be, too completely lost for pride not to come to him. Did he despair? No. Before the supreme access of rage in the ocean he was as prudent as he was bold. He set his feet only on the solid points of the wreck. He risked his life and preserved it. He also was at his paroxysm. His vigor had been increased tenfold. He was frenzied with intrepidity. The blows of his axe sounded like challenges. He appeared to have gained in lucidity what the tempest had lost. Pathetic conflict, inexhaustible on the one hand, indefatigable on the other. It was a struggle to see which could compel the other to lose his hold. The terrible clouds took the shape of Gorgon masks in the immensity. Every possible form of intimidation was produced. The rain came from the waves, the foam from the clouds, the phantoms of the wind bent down, the faces of meteors grew crimson and were eclipsed, leaving the obscurity more monstrous after this vanishing. There was nothing now but one downpour, coming from all quarters at once. All was ebullition. The mass of gloom overflowed. The cumulus, charged with hail, ragged, ash-colored, appeared to be seized with a whirling frenzy. There was in the air the rattling sound of dried peas shaken in a sieve. The inverse currents of electricity observed by Volta exercised their fulminating play from cloud to cloud. The prolongations of the thunder were terrible. The flashes of lightning came near to Gilliatt. He seemed to astonish the abyss. He went and came on the quivering Durande, making its deck tremble beneath his steps, striking, hewing, cutting, axe in hand, pallid in the lightning, hair streaming, barefooted, in rags, his face covered with the spittle of the sea, great in this cesspool of thunder. Adroitness alone can contend against the delirium of forces. Adroitness was Gilliatt's triumph. He desired the simultaneous fall of all the dislocated fragments. To this end he weakened the hinge fractures without wholly severing them, leaving some fibers which sustained the rest. All at once he paused, holding his axe aloft. The operation was complete. The entire piece detached itself. This half of the carcass of the Durande sank between the two rocks below Gilliatt, who stood erect on the other half, leaning forward and watching. It plunged perpendicularly into the water, splashed the rocks, and came to a halt in the narrow passage before touching bottom. Enough remained out of the water to rise above the waves by more than 12 feet. This vertical platform formed a wall between the two Douvres. Like the rock cast across a little higher up in the strait, it allowed barely a slipping of foam to filter past its two extremities, and this was the fifth barricade improvised by Gilliatt against the tempest in that street of the sea. The blind hurricane had aided in this last barricade. He was glad that the contraction had prevented this barrier from reaching quite to the bottom. This left it more height. Moreover, the water could pass beneath the obstacle which deprived the waves of their force. What passes beneath does not leap over. Therein lies in part the secret of floating breakwaters. Henceforth, whatever the clouds might do, there was nothing to fear for the boat and the engine. The water around them could no longer be disturbed. Between the enclosure of the Douvres, which covered them on the west, and the new barrier which protected them on the east, no attack from either sea or wind could reach them. Gilliatt had snatched safety from catastrophe. The clouds, in short, had assisted him. This thing done, he took a little rain water in the hollow of his hand from a pool, drank, and said to the clouds, "Blockhead!" It is an ironical joy for combating intelligence to prove the vast stupidity of the furious forces ending in services rendered, and Gilliatt felt that immemorial desire to insult his enemy which goes back to Homer's heroes. Gilliatt descended into the boat and took advantage of the flashes of lightning to examine it. It was time that succor should be rendered to the poor bark. It had been sadly shaken during the last hour, and was beginning to give way. In that hasty glance Gilliatt perceived no injury. Nevertheless, it was certain that it had been subjected to violent shocks. The water once calmed, the hull had righted itself. The anchors had held fast. As for the machinery, its four chains had supported it admirably. As Gilliatt was completing his survey, a whiteness passed close to him and plunged into the gloom. It was a sea mew. There is no better apparition in storms. When the birds arrive, it signifies that the storm is subsiding. Another excellent sign, the thunder redoubled. The supreme violences of the tempest disorganize it. All mariners know that the last burst is rough but brief. The excess of thunder announces the end. The rain suddenly ceased. Then there was nothing but a surly growl in the clouds. The storm ended like a plank falling to the earth. It broke, so to speak. The immense machinery of the clouds broke apart. A crevice of clear sky separated the shadows. Gilliatt was astonished. It was broad daylight. The tempest had lasted nearly 20 hours. The wind which had brought it carried it away. Fragments of obscurity were diffused over the horizon. The broken and flying fogs massed together pell-mell in a tumult. From one end to the other of the line of clouds there was a movement of retreat. A long, diminishing muttering could be heard. A few last drops of rain fell, and all that gloom, full of thunders, departed like a horde of terrible chariots. Suddenly the sky became blue. Gilliatt perceived that he was weary. Sleep swoops down upon fatigue like a bird of prey. Gilliatt allowed himself to give way, and dropped down in the boat without choosing his place, and fell asleep. He remained thus for several hours, inert and stretched at length, scarcely distinguished from the beams and timbers among which he lay. End of Chapter 6. The Combat. Section 81 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Fourth. The Pitfalls of the Obstacle. Chapter 1. A man who is hungry is not the only hungry one. When he awoke he was hungry. The sea was growing calmer, but sufficient agitation lingered in the open ocean to render an immediate departure impossible. Moreover, the day was too far advanced. In order to reach Guernsey before midnight, with such a cargo as that carried by the Paunch, it was necessary to start in the morning. Although pressed by hunger, Gilliatt began by stripping himself, the only means of getting warm. His garments were drenched by the storm, but the rain had washed out the salt water, which now rendered it possible to dry them. Gilliatt retained only his trousers, which he turned up to the knees. Here and there, on the projections of the rocks around him, he spread out his shirt, his pea jacket, his tarpaulin, his leggings, and his sheepskin, fastening them down with stones. Then he bethought himself of eating. Gilliatt had recourse to his knife, which he took great pains to sharpen and to keep always in good condition, and he detached from the granite several rock lice, of nearly the same species as the clonis of the Mediterranean. As the reader knows, these are eaten alive, but after so many labors, which had been so varied and so rough, it was a meager pittance. He had no more biscuit. As for water, he no longer lacked that. He was more than refreshed, he was inundated. He took advantage of the fact that the tide was ebbing to prowl among the rocks in search of crawfish. He had seen enough of them there to hope for a successful hunt, but he did not reflect that he could no longer cook anything. If he had taken the trouble to go to his storehouse he would have found it broken in by the rain. His wood and coal were drenched, and of his stock of tow, which stood him instead of tinder, there was not a thread which was not wet. There was no means of lighting a fire. Moreover, the bellows were disorganized. The blower of the forge hearth was broken away. The storm had sacked the workshop. With the tools which had escaped injury, Gilliatt might, at a pinch, still work as a carpenter, not as a blacksmith. But Gilliatt was not thinking of his workshop for the time being. Drawn in another direction by his stomach, he had set out in search of his repast without further thought. He wandered, not out in the direction of the gorge of the Reef, but outside, among the breakers. It was in that direction that the Durande had struck on the rocks 10 weeks before. For the search in which Gilliatt was engaged, the outside of the reef was better than the inside. Crabs have a habit of crawling out in the air at low water. They are fond of warming themselves in the sun. These deformed creatures love midday. Their exit from the water into the full light is a singular thing. Their swarms render one almost indignant. When one sees them with their awkward oblique gait crawl heavily from fold to fold up the lower stages of the rocks like the steps of a staircase, one is forced to confess that the ocean has its vermin. However, that day the hermit crabs and crawfish had hidden themselves. The tempest had thrust back these solitaries into their hiding places, and they were not yet reassured. Gilliatt held his knife open in his hand, and from time to time tore off a shellfish from under the seaweed. He ate as he walked. He could not be far from the spot where Sieur Clubin had been lost. Just as Gilliatt was making up his mind to resign himself to sea urchins and sea chestnuts, a splash was made at his feet. A huge crab, frightened by his approach, had just dropped into the water. The crab did not sink so deeply that Gilliatt lost sight of it. Gilliatt set out on a run after the crab along the base of the reef. The crab sought to escape. Suddenly he was no longer in sight. The crab had just hidden in some crevice under the rock. Gilliatt clung to the projections of the rock and thrust forward his head to get a look under the overhanging cliff. There was, in fact, a cavity there. The crab must have taken refuge in it. It was something more than a crevice. It was a sort of porch. The sea entered beneath this porch, but was not deep. The bottom was visible, covered with stones. These stones were smooth and clothed with algae, which indicated that they were never dry. They resembled the tops of children's heads covered with green hair. Gilliatt took his knife in his teeth, climbed down with his hands and feet from the top of the cliff, and leapt into the water. It reached almost to his shoulders. He passed under the porch. He entered a much worn corridor in the form of a rude, pointed arch overhead. The walls were smooth and polished. He no longer saw the crab. He kept his foothold and advanced through the diminishing light. He began to be unable to distinguish objects. After about 15 paces the vault above him came to an end. He was out of the corridor. He had here more space and consequently more light, and besides, the pupils of his eyes were now dilated. He saw with tolerable clearness. He had a surprise. He was just re-entering that strange cave which he had visited a month previously, only he had returned to it by way of the sea. That arch which he had then seen submerged was the one through which he had just passed. It was accessible at certain low tides. His eyes became accustomed to the place. He saw better and better. He was astounded. He had found again that extraordinary palace of shadows, that vault, those pillars, those purple and blood-like stains, that jewel-like vegetation, and, at the end, that crypt, almost a sanctuary, and that stone which was almost an altar. He had not taken much notice of these details, but he carried the general effect in his mind, and he beheld it again. Opposite him, at a certain height in the cliff, he saw the crevice through which he had made his entrance on the first occasion, and which, from the point where he now stood, seemed inaccessible. He beheld again, near the pointed arch, those low and obscure grottos, a sort of caverns within the cavern, which he had already observed from a distance. Now he was close to them. The one nearest to him was dry and easily accessible. Still nearer than that opening he noticed a horizontal fissure in the granite above the level of the water. The crab was probably there. He thrust in his hand as far as he could and began to grope in this hole of shadows. All at once he felt himself seized by the arm. What he felt at that moment was indescribable horror. Something thin, rough, flat, slimy, adhesive, and living had just wound itself round his bare arm in the dark. It crept up towards his breast. It was like the pressure of a leather thong and the thrust of a gimlet. In less than a second an indescribable spiral form had passed around his wrist and his elbow and reached to his shoulder. The point burrowed under his armpit. Gilliatt threw himself backward, but could hardly move. He was as though nailed to the spot. With his left hand, which remained free, he took his knife, which he held between his teeth, and, holding the knife with his hand, he braced himself against the rock in a desperate effort to withdraw his arm. He only succeeded in disturbing the ligature a little, which resumed its pressure. It was as supple as leather, as solid as steel, as cold as night. A second thong, narrow and pointed, issued from the crevice of the rock. It was like a tongue from the jaws of a monster. It licked Gilliatt's naked form in a terrible fashion, and suddenly stretching out, immensely long and thin, it applied itself to his skin and surrounded his whole body. At the same time, unheard of suffering, which was comparable to nothing he had previously known, swelled Gilliatt's contracted muscles. He felt in his skin round and horrible perforations. It seemed to him that innumerable lips were fastened to his flesh and were seeking to drink his blood. A third thong undulated outside the rock, felt of Gilliatt, and lashed his sides like a cord. It fixed itself there. Anguish is mute when at its highest point. Gilliatt did not utter a cry. There was light enough for him to see the repulsive forms adhering to him. A fourth ligature, this one as swift as a dart, leapt towards his belly and rolled itself around there. Impossible either to tear or to cut away these shiny thongs, which adhered closely to Gilliatt's body and by a number of points. Each one of those points was the seat of frightful and peculiar pain. It was what would be experienced if one were being swallowed simultaneously by a throng of mouths which were too small. A fifth prolongation leapt from the hole. It superimposed itself upon the others and folded over Gilliatt's chest. Compression was added to horror. Gilliatt could hardly breathe. These thongs, pointed at their extremity, spread out gradually like the blades of swords towards the hilt. All five evidently belonged to the same center. They crept and crawled over Gilliatt. He felt these strange points of pressure, which seemed to him to be mouths, changing their places. Suddenly a large, round, flat, slimy mass emerged from the lower part of the crevice. It was the center. The five thongs were attached to it like spokes to a hub. On the opposite side of this foul disk could be distinguished the beginnings of three other tentacles, which remained under the slope of the rock. In the middle of this sliminess there were two eyes gazing. The eyes were fixed on Gilliatt. Gilliatt recognized the octopus, devilfish. End of chapter 1. A man who is hungry is not the only hungry one. Section 82 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. The Monster. To believe in the octopus, one must have seen it. Compared with it, the hydra of old are laughable. At certain moments one is tempted to think that the intangible forms which float through our vision encounter in the realm of the possible certain magnetic centers to which their lineaments cling, and from these obscure fixations of the living dream beings spring forth. The unknown has the marvelous at its disposal, and it makes use of it to compose the monster. Orpheus, Homer, and Hesiod were only able to make the chimera. God made the octopus. When God wills it, he excels in the execrable. The wherefore of this will affrights the religious thinker. All ideals being admitted, if terror be an object, the octopus is a masterpiece. The whale has enormous size, the octopus is small. The hippopotamus has a cuirass, the octopus is naked. The jacarota hisses, the octopus is dumb. The rhinoceros has a horn, the octopus has no horn. The scorpion has a sting, the octopus has no sting. The buthus has claws, the octopus has no claws. The ape has a prehensile tail, the octopus has no tail. The shark has sharp fins, the octopus has no fins. The vespertilio vampire has wings armed with barbs, the octopus has no barbs. The hedgehog has quills, the octopus has no quills. The swordfish has a sword, the octopus has no sword. The torpedo fish has an electric shock, the octopus has none. The toad has a virus, the octopus has no virus. The viper has a venom, the octopus has no venom. The lion has claws, the octopus has no claws. The hawk has a beak, the octopus has no beak. The crocodile has jaws, the octopus has no teeth. The octopus has no muscular organization, no menacing cry, no breastplate, no horn, no dart, no pincers, no prehensile or bruising tail, no cutting pectoral fins, no nailed wings, no quills, no sword, no electric charge, no virus, no venom, no claws, no beak, no teeth. Of all creatures, the octopus is the most formidably armed. What then is the octopus? It is the cupping glass. In open sea reefs, where the water displays and hides all its splendors, in the hollows of unvisited rocks, in the unknown caves where vegetations, crustaceans, and shellfish abound, beneath the deep portals of the ocean, the swimmer who hazards himself there, led on by the beauty of the place, runs the risk of an encounter. If you have this encounter, be not curious, but fly. One enters there dazzled, one emerges from thence terrified. This is the nature of the encounter always possible among rocks in the open sea. A grayish form undulates in the water. It is as thick as a man's arm and about half an ell long. It is a rag. Its form resembles a closed umbrella without a handle. This rag gradually advances towards you. Suddenly it opens. 8 radii spread out abruptly around a face which has 2 eyes. These radii are alive. There is something of the flame in their undulation. It is a sort of wheel. Unfolded, it is 4 or 5 feet in diameter, frightful expansion. This flings itself upon you. The hydra harpoons its victim. This creature applies itself to its prey, covers it, and knots its long bands about it. Underneath it is yellowish, on top earth-colored. Nothing can represent this inexplicable hue of dust. One would pronounce it a creature made of ashes living in the water. In form it is spider-like, and like a chameleon in its coloring. When irritated, it becomes violet in hue. Its most terrible quality is its softness. Its folds strangle, its contact paralyzes. It has an aspect of scurvy and gangrene. It is disease embodied in monstrosity. It is not to be torn away. It adheres closely to its prey. How? By a vacuum. Its 8 antennae, large at the root, gradually taper off and end in needles. Underneath each one of them are arranged 2 rows of decreasing pustules, the largest near the head, the small ones at the tip. Each row consists of 25. There are 50 pustules to each antenna, and the whole creature has 400 of them. These pustules are cupping glasses. These cupping glasses are cylindrical, horny, livid cartilages. On the large species they gradually diminish from the diameter of a 5-franc piece to the size of a lentil. These fragments of tubes are thrust out from the animal and retire into it. They can be inserted into the prey for more than an inch. This sucking apparatus has all the delicacy of a keyboard. It rises, then retreats. It obeys the slightest wish of the animal. The most exquisite sensibilities cannot equal the contractibility of these suckers, always proportioned to the internal movements of the creature and to the external circumstances. This dragon is like a sensitive plant. This is the monster which mariners call the poulpe, which science calls cephalopod, and which legend calls the kraken. English sailors call it the devilfish. They also call it the bloodsucker. In the Channel Islands it is called the pieuvre. It is very rare in Guernsey, very small in Jersey, very large and quite frequent in Sark. A print from Sonnini's edition of Buffon represents an octopus crushing a frigate. Denis Montfort thinks that the octopus of the high latitudes is really strong enough to sink a ship. Bory St. Vincent denies this, but admits that in our latitudes it does attack man. Go to Sark and they will show you, near Brecqhou, the hollow in the rock where, a few years ago, an octopus seized and drowned a lobster fisher. Perrin and Lamarck are mistaken when they doubt whether the octopus can swim, since it has no fins. He who writes these lines has seen with his own eyes at Sark, in the cave called the Shops, an octopus swimming and chasing a bather. When killed and measured it was found to be 4 English feet in spread, and 400 suckers could be counted. The dying monster thrust them out convulsively. According to Denis Montfort, one of these observers whose strong gift of intuition causes them to descend or to ascend, even to Magianism, the octopus has almost the passions of a man. The octopus hates. In fact, in the absolute, to be hideous is to hate. The misshapen struggles under a necessity of elimination, and this consequently renders it hostile. The octopus, when swimming, remains, so to speak, in its sheath. It swims with all its folds held close. Let the reader picture to himself a sewed-up sleeve with a closed fist inside of it. This fist, which is the head, pushes through the water, and advances with a vague, undulating movement. Its 2 eyes, though large, are not very distinct, being the color of the water. The octopus on the chase, or lying in wait, hides. It contracts, it condenses itself, it reduces itself to the simplest possible expression. It confounds itself with the shadow. It looks like a ripple of the waves. It resembles everything except something living. The octopus is a hypocrite. When one pays no heed to it, suddenly it opens. A glutinous mass possessed of a will, what more frightful? Glue filled with hatred. It is in the most beautiful azure of the limpid water that this hideous, voracious star of the sea rises. It gives no warning of its approach, which renders it more terrible. Almost always when one sees it, one is already caught. At night, however, and in breeding season, it is phosphorescent. This terror has its passions. It awaits the nuptial hour. It adorns itself, it lights up, it illuminates itself, and from the summit of a rock one can see it beneath, in the shadowy depths, spread out in a pallid irradiation, a spectre sun. It has no bones, it has no blood, it has no flesh, it is flabby. There is nothing in it. It is a skin. One can turn its 8 tentacles wrong side out like the fingers of a glove. It has a single orifice in the center of its radiation. Is this one hole the vent? Is it the mouth? It is both. The same aperture fulfills both functions. The entrance is the exit. The whole creature is cold. The carnarius of the Mediterranean is repulsive. An odious contact has this animated gelatine which envelops the swimmer, into which the hands sink, where the nails scratch, which one rends without killing, and tears off without pulling away, a sort of flowing and tenacious being which slips between one's fingers. But no horror equals the sudden appearance of the octopus, Medusa served by 8 serpents. No grasp equals the embrace of the cephalopod. It is the pneumatic machine attacking you. You have to deal with a vacuum furnished with paws. Neither scratches nor bites, an indescribable scarification. A bite is formidable, but less so than a suction. A claw is nothing beside the cupping glass. The claw means the beast entering into your flesh. The cupping glass means yourself entering into the beast. Your muscles swell, your fibers writhe, your skin cracks under the foul weight, your blood spurts forth and mingles frightfully with the lymph of the mollusk. The creature superimposes itself upon you by 1,000 mouths. The hydra incorporates itself with the man amalgamates himself with the hydra. You form but one. This dream is upon you. The tiger can only devour you. The octopus, oh horror, breathes you in. It draws you to it and into it, and bound, ensnared, powerless, you feel yourself slowly emptied into that frightful pond, which is the monster itself. Beyond the terrible, being devoured alive, is the inexpressible, being drunk alive. Science first rejects these strange animals according to her habit of excessive prudence even in the presence of facts. Then she decides to study them. She dissects them, she classifies them, she catalogues them, she labels them, she procures specimens of them, she exhibits them under glass in museums. They enter into her nomenclature. She describes them as mollusks, invertebrates, radiates. She fixes their relationships a little beyond squids, a little this side of cuttlefish. She finds for these saltwater hydras an analogous one in fresh water, the Argyronectus. She divides them into great, medium, and small species. She admits the small species more easily than the great ones, which is, moreover, in all branches, the tendency of science, which likes rather to be microscopic than telescopic. She looks to their construction and calls them cephalopods. She counts their antennae and calls them octopods. That done, she leaves them. Where science abandons them, philosophy takes them up. Philosophy, in her turn, studies these beings. She goes less far and farther than science. She does not dissect them, she meditates upon them. Where the scalpel has worked, she plunges in the hypothesis. She seeks the final cause, profound perplexity of the thinker. These creatures almost inspire uneasiness in regard to the Creator. They are hideous surprises. They are the joy disturbers of contemplation. In desperation man verifies their existence. They are the deliberate forms of evil. What is one to do in the presence of these blasphemies of creation against itself? Towards whom shall one turn for the solution? The possible is a terrible matrix. Mystery becomes concrete in monsters. Fragments of shadow spring from that mass, immanents, are rent, detached, roll, float, are condensed, borrow from the circumambient blackness, undergo unknown polarizations, take on life, compose for themselves some indescribable form out of darkness, and some soul out of miasm, and depart spectres among living things. It is something like shadows converted into monsters. To what purpose? What end does this serve? Once more the eternal question. These animals are phantoms as well as monsters. They are proved and yet improbable. They are because they exist. If they were not, reason would be justified. They are the amphibia of death. Their improbability complicates their existence. They border on the human frontier, and people the region of chimeras. You deny the vampire, the octopus appears. Their swarm is a certainty which disconcerts our assurance. Optimism, which is the truth, nevertheless almost loses countenance before them. They are the visible extremes of black circles. They mark the transition from one reality to another. They seem to belong to that beginning of terrible beings of which the dreamer catches a confused vision through the loophole of night. These continuations of monsters, first into the invisible, then into the possible, have been suspected, perceived, perhaps, by severe ecstasy, and by the intent eye of magi and philosophers. Hence the conjecture of a hell. The demon is the tiger of the invisible. The wild beast that preys on souls has been described to the human race by two seers, one named John, the other Dante. If in fact the circles of shadows continue indefinitely, if after one ring there follows another, if this augmentation persists in unlimited progression, if this chain exists, which we for our part are determined to doubt, it is certain that the octopus at one end proves Satan at the other. It is certain that an evil thing at one end proves evil at the other. Every evil beast, like every perverse intelligence, is a sphinx, a terrible sphinx, propounding the terrible enigma, the enigma of evil. It is this perfection of evil which has caused great minds sometimes to incline toward belief in a dual God, towards the formidable double-headed deity of the Manicheans. A piece of Chinese silk, stolen during the last war from the palace of the Emperor of China, represents the shark devouring the crocodile, which is devouring the serpent, which is devouring the eagle, which is devouring the swallow, which is devouring the caterpillar. All nature which we have before our eyes is devouring and devoured. The prey prey on each other. But learned men, who are also philosophers and consequently optimists, find, or think they find, an explanation. Among others, Bonnet of Geneva, that mysterious, exact mind who was opposed to Buffon, as Geoffroy Saint Hilaire was, later on, to Cuvier, was struck with this idea of the final purpose. The explanation is this: universal death entails universal interment. Those who devour are those who bury. All beings enter into each other. To decay is to nourish. Frightful cleaning of the globe. Man, a carnivorous animal, is also a barrier. Our life is made up of death. Such is the appalling law. We are sepulchres. In our twilight world this fatality of order produces monsters. You say, to what purpose? To this. Is this the explanation? Is this the reply to the question? But then, why not another order? the question returns. Let us live, agreed, but let us endeavor to have death a progress to us. Let us aspire to less gloomy worlds. Let us follow conscience, which leads us thither. For, let us never forget, the best is only found by the better. End of Chapter 2, The Monster. Section 83 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Another Form of Combat in the Gulf. Such was the creature in whose power Gilliatt had been for several moments. This monster was the inhabitant of that grotto. It was the frightful genius of the place, a sort of somber demon of the water. All these magnificences had horror for their center. A month previously, on the day when for the first time Gilliatt had made his way into the grotto, the dark outline of which he had caught a glimpse in the ripples of the water was this octopus. This was its home. When Gilliatt, entering that cave for the second time in pursuit of the crab, had perceived the crevices in which he thought the crab had taken refuge, the octopus was lying in wait in that hole. Can the reader picture that lying in wait? Not a bird would dare to brood, not an egg would dare to hatch, not a flower would dare to open, not a breast would dare to give suck, not a heart would dare to love, not a spirit would dare to take flight, if one meditated on the sinister shapes patiently lying in ambush in the abyss. Gilliatt had thrust his arm into the hole. The octopus had seized it. It held it. He was the fly for this spider. Gilliatt stood in water to his waist, his feet clinging to the slippery roundness of the stones, his right arm grasped and subdued by the flat coils of the octopus's thongs, and his body almost hidden by the folds and crossings of that horrible bandage. Of the 8 arms of the octopus, 3 adhered to the rock, while 5 adhered to Gilliatt. In this manner, clamped on one side to the granite, on the other to the man, it chained Gilliatt to the rock. Gilliatt had 250 suckers upon him, a combination of anguish and disgust. To be crushed in a gigantic fist, whose elastic fingers, nearly a meter in length, are inwardly full of living pustules, which ransack your flesh. As we have said, one cannot tear oneself away from the octopus. If one attempts it, one is but the more surely bound. It only clings the closer. Its efforts increase in proportion to yours. A greater struggle produces a greater constriction. Gilliatt had but one resource, his knife. He had only his left hand free, but, as the reader knows, he could make powerful use of it. It might have been said of him that he had 2 right hands. His open knife was in his hand. The tentacles of an octopus cannot be cut off. It is leathery and difficult to sever. It slips away from under the blade. Moreover, the superposition is such that a cut into these thongs would attack your own flesh. The octopus is formidable. Nevertheless, there is a way of getting away from it. The fishermen of Sark are acquainted with it. Anyone who has seen them executing abrupt movement at sea knows it. Porpoises also know it. They have a way of biting the cuttlefish which cuts off its head. Hence all the headless squids and cuttlefish which are met with on open sea. The octopus is, in fact, vulnerable only in the head. Gilliatt was not ignorant of this fact. He had never seen an octopus of this size. He found himself seized at the outset by one of the larger species. Any other man would have been terrified. In the case of the octopus, as in that of the bull, there is a certain moment at which to seize it, It is at the instant when the bull lowers his neck, it is the instant when the octopus thrusts forward its neck, a sudden movement. He who misses that juncture is lost. All that we have related lasted but a few minutes, but Gilliatt felt the suction of the 250 cupping glasses increasing. The octopus is cunning. It tries to stupefy its prey in the first place. It seizes, then waits as long as it can. Gilliatt held his knife. The suction increased. He gazed at the octopus, which stared at him. All at once the creature detached its sixth tentacle from the rock, and, launching it at him, attempted to seize his left arm. At the same time it thrust its head forward swiftly. A second more and its mouth would have been applied to Gilliatt's breast. Gilliatt, wounded in the flank and with both arms pinioned, would have been a dead man. But Gilliatt was on his guard. Being watched, he watched. He avoided the tentacle, and at the same moment when the creature was about to bite his breast, his armed fist descended on the monster. Two convulsions in opposite directions ensued, that of Gilliatt and that of the octopus. It was like the conflict of two flashes of lightning. Gilliatt plunged the point of his knife into the flat viscous mass, and with a twisting movement similar to the flourish of a whip, describing a circle around the two eyes, he tore out the head as one wrenches out a tooth. It was finished. The whole creature dropped. It resembled a sheet detaching itself. The air pump destroyed, the vacuum no longer existed. The 400 suckers released their hold simultaneously of the rock and the man. It sank to the bottom. Gilliatt, panting with the combat, could perceive on the rocks at his feet two shapeless, gelatinous masses, the head on one side, the rest on the other. We say the rest because one could not say the body. Gilliatt, however, fearing some convulsive return of agony, retreated beyond the reach of the tentacles, but the monster was really dead. Gilliatt closed his knife. End of Chapter 3. Another form of combat in the Gulf. Section 84 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Nothing is hidden and nothing is lost. It was time that Gilliatt killed the octopus. He was almost strangled. His right arm and his body were violet in hue. More than 200 swellings were outlined upon them. The blood spurted from some of them here and there. The remedy for these wounds is salt water. Gilliatt plunged into it. At the same time he rubbed himself with the palm of his hand. The swellings subsided under this friction. As he retreated and plunged more deeply into the water, he had, without perceiving it, approached a sort of vault already noticed by him, near the crevice where he had been harpooned by the octopus. This vault extended obliquely and above water, beneath the grand walls of the cave. The boulders which had accumulated there had raised the bottom above the level of ordinary tides. This aperture was a tolerably large flattened arch. A man could enter by stooping. The green light of the submarine grotto penetrated thither and illuminated it faintly. As Gilliatt was rubbing his swollen skin, he chanced to raise his eyes mechanically. His glance penetrated into this vault. He shuddered. It seemed to him that he saw, at the extremity of that hole, in the gloom, a sort of face, laughing. Gilliatt was ignorant of the word hallucination, but acquainted with the thing. The mysterious encounters with the improbable, which we call hallucinations, in order to extricate ourselves from the difficulty, exist in nature. Whether as illusions or realities, visions exist. He who has the gift beholds them. Gilliatt was a dreamer, as we have said. He had the grandeur of being at times a seer like a prophet. One cannot with impunity be a dreamer in solitary places. He thought it might be one of those mirages by which, nocturnal man that he was, he had more than once been deceived. The cavity presented the shape of a lime kiln with tolerable exactness. It was a low niche, like the handle of a basket, whose abrupt coving gradually contracted to the end of the crypt, where the pebbles, fragments of boulders, and the vault of the rock joined, and where the pocket ended. He entered, and bending his head, directed his steps towards what lay at the bottom. Something was really grinning. It was a death's head. There was not only the skull, there was the skeleton also. A human skeleton was lying in this cave. The glance of a bold man in such encounters desires to know the real state of the case. Gilliatt cast his eyes around him. He was surrounded by a multitude of crabs. This multitude moved not. It had the aspect which a dead ant hill would present. All these crabs were inert. They were empty shells. These groups, scattered here and there, formed shapeless constellations on the pavement of stone which encumbered the vault. Gilliatt had walked over them without seeing them, his eyes being fixed elsewhere. At the extremity of the crypt, which Gilliatt had reached, they were still thicker. It was a motionless bristling of antennae, legs, mandibles. Open claws stood stark upright and closed no more. Their bony shells no longer stirred beneath their crust of spines. Some were turned over and showed their livid cavities. This pile resembled an affray of besiegers, and lay massed together like a thicket. Beneath this heap lay the skeleton. Beneath this confusion of tentacles and scales the cranium was visible with its sutures, the vertebrae, the thigh bones, the shin bones, the long, jointed fingers with their nails. The cavity of the ribs was full of crabs. Some heart had once beaten there. Marine molds draped the eye sockets. Limpets had left their slime in the nostrils. Moreover, there was in this nook of the rocks neither seaweeds nor grasses nor a breath of air. No movement. The teeth grinned. The disturbing point about laughter is the mocking imitation of it which the skull makes. This marvelous palace of the abyss, inlaid and encrusted with all the gems of the sea, had ended by revealing itself and telling its secret. It was a lair. The octopus dwelt there, and it was a tomb. A man lay there. The spectral immobility of the skeleton and the creatures around it oscillated vaguely by reason of the reflection of the subterranean waters which trembled over this petrifaction. The crabs, a frightful, confused mass, appeared as if in the act of finishing their repast. These shells seemed to be eating this carcass. Nothing could be more strange than this dead vermin on this dead prey. Somber continuations of death. Gilliatt had before his eyes the larder of the octopus. Melancholy vision, wherein the profound horror of things allowed itself to be caught in the very act. The crabs had devoured the man, the octopus had devoured the crabs. There was not a vestige of clothing near the corpse. He must have been seized naked. Gilliatt, attentive and scrutinizing, began to remove the crabs from the man. Who was this man? The body had been admirably dissected. One would have pronounced it an anatomical preparation. All the flesh had been removed, not a muscle remained, not a bone was lacking. Had Gilliatt belonged to the profession, he might have authenticated the fact. The denuded periosteums were white, polished, and rubbed up, as it were. They would have been like ivory had it not been for some greenish patches of seaweed. The cartilaginous partitions were delicately smoothed down and spared. The tomb sometimes produces such sinister jeweler's work as this. The corpse was interred, as it were, beneath the dead crabs. Gilliatt disinterred it. All at once he bent over hastily. He had just caught sight of a sort of band around the vertebral column. It was a leather belt which had evidently been buckled round the man's abdomen when he had been alive. The leather was mildewed, the buckle was rusted. Gilliatt drew the belt towards him. The vertebrae resisted, and he was obliged to break them in order to obtain it. The belt was intact. A crust of limpets had begun to form upon it. He fingered it and felt a hard object, square in form, in the interior. Such a thing as undoing the buckle was not to be thought of. He split the leather with his knife. The belt contained a small iron box and a few gold pieces. Gilliatt counted 20 guineas. The iron box was a sailor's old tobacco box, which opened with a string. It was much rusted and very securely closed. The spring, completely oxidized, no longer worked. His knife once more extricated Gilliatt from his dilemma. A thrust from the point of the blade caused the cover of the box to fly off. The box opened. There was nothing in it but paper. A little package of very thin sheets, folded in 4, covered the bottom of the box. They were damp, but not spoiled. The box, hermetically sealed, had preserved them. Gilliatt unfolded them. They were 3 bank notes for £1,000 sterling each, making altogether 75,000 francs. Gilliatt folded them up again, replaced them in the box, took advantage of the small space which remained to add the 20 guineas, and closed the box again as well as he could. Then he began an examination of the belt. The leather, originally glazed on the outside, was rough on the interior. On that unfinished background some letters were traced in thick ink. Gilliatt deciphered these letters: Sieur Clubin. End of chapter 4. Nothing is hidden and nothing is lost. Section 85 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. In the interval which separates 6 inches from 2 feet, there is room to lodge death. Gilliatt replaced the box in the belt and put the belt in the pocket of his trousers. He left the skeleton to the crabs, with the dead octopus beside it. While Gilliatt had been engaged with the octopus and the skeleton, the rising tide had flooded the entrance to the passage. Gilliatt could get out only by diving under the arch. He managed it without difficulty. He knew the exit, and he was a master of these gymnastics of the sea. The reader has had a view of the drama which had taken place 6 weeks before. One monster had seized another. The octopus had caught Clubin. This had been, in the inexorable gloom, what might almost be called the encounter of hypocrisies. At the bottom of the abyss, these 2 existences, made up of waiting and of shadows, had come into violent collision, and one, which was the beast, had executed the other, which was the soul. Sinister justice. The crab feeds on carrion, the octopus feeds on crabs. The octopus arrests in its passage any swimming animal, a dog or a man, if it can, drinks his blood, and leaves the dead body at the bottom of the water. Crabs are the necrophagous beetles of the sea. Decaying flesh attracts them. They come. They eat the corpse. The octopus eats them. Dead things disappear in the crab. The crab disappears in the octopus. We have already pointed out this law. Clubin had served the octopus as bait. The octopus had held him down and drowned him. The crabs had devoured him. Some wave had thrust him into the cave, at the bottom of whose niche Gilliatt had found him. Gilliatt retraced his steps, fumbling among the rocks in search of sea urchins and whelks, as he no longer desired any crabs. It would have seemed to him as though he were devouring human flesh. Moreover, his only thought was to sup as well as possible before setting out. Henceforth nothing detained him. Great tempests are always followed by a calm, which sometimes lasts many days. No danger now existed on the side of the sea. Gilliatt was resolved to set out on the morrow. It was important to keep the barricade between the Douvres in place during the night, because of the tide, but Gilliatt intended to remove this barrier at daybreak to push the boat clear of the Douvres and to set sail for St. Sampson. The light breeze which was blowing from the southwest was precisely the wind which he needed. The first quarter of the May moon was beginning. The days were long. When Gilliatt, having finished his prowling among the rocks and almost satisfied his appetite, returned to the gap between the Douvres where his boat lay, the sun had set. The twilight was livid with that half moonlight which may be called the light of the crescent. The tide had attained its height, and was beginning to ebb again. The smokestack of the engine, rising upright above the Paunch, had been covered by the foam of the tempest with a layer of salt, which shone white in the moonlight. This reminded Gilliatt that the squall had thrown a great deal of rain water and sea water into his boat, and that if he wished to set out on the morrow he must bail out the Paunch. He had noticed, when he quitted the boat to go in pursuit of crabs, that there were about 6 inches of water in the hold. His bailing scoop would be sufficient to throw out this water. On reaching the boat, Gilliatt gave a start of terror. There were nearly 2 feet of water in the boat. A formidable fact. The boat was leaking. It had gradually filled during Gilliatt's absence. Loaded as it was, 20 inches of water was a dangerous addition. A little more and it would sink. If Gilliatt had returned 1 hour later he would probably have found only the mast and smokestack out of water. Not a moment could be spared for deliberation. He must find the leak, stop it up, then empty the boat, or at least relieve it. The sumps of the Durande had been lost in the shipwreck. Gilliatt was reduced to the bailing scoop of the Paunch. He must find the leak first of all. That was the most urgent point. Gilliatt set to work instantly, without even giving himself time to dress again, all shivering as he was. He was no longer conscious of either hunger or cold. The boat continued to fill. Fortunately there was no wind. The slightest swell would have sunk it. The moon set. Gilliatt searched for a long time, groping, bent, half submerged in the water. At last he discovered the injury. During the storm, at the critical moment when the Paunch had twisted round, the strong bark had come somewhat violently in contact with the rocks. One of the projections of the little Douvre had made a fracture in the hull on the starboard side. This leak was vexatiously, one might say treacherously, situated near the joints of 2 riders, and this, together with the confusion of the storm, had prevented Gilliatt's perceiving the injury in his obscure and rapid survey at the height of the tempest. The fracture had this alarming feature, that it was large, and this reassuring feature, that, although submerged for the moment by the inward increase of water, it was above the water line. At the instant when the crack had opened, the waves had been rudely shaken in the strait, and there was no longer any smooth water. The water had dashed through the breach into the boat. The boat, beneath this extra load, had settled several inches, and even after the waves had subsided, the weight of the water which had filtered in, by raising the water line, had kept the leak under water. Hence the imminence of the danger. The water had increased from 6 inches to 20. But if the leak could be stopped, the boat could be bailed out. The bark once emptied, it would rise once more to its normal water line, the fracture would be out of the water and thus dry, repair would be easy, or at least possible. Gilliatt, as we have already said, still had his carpenter's tools in fairly good condition. But what uncertainty before reaching that point! What perils! What evil chances! Gilliatt heard the water inexorably gushing in. A shock, and all would sink. What wretchedness! Perhaps it was already too late. Gilliatt blamed himself bitterly. He should have perceived the injury at once. The 6 inches of water in the hold should have warned him. He had been stupid to attribute those 6 inches to the rain and foam. He reproached himself for having slept, for having eaten. He almost reproached himself with the tempest and the night. All was his fault. These harsh self reproaches were uttered as he went to and fro about his work, and did not prevent his giving it careful attention. The leak was found; that was the first step. To stop it was the second. Nothing more could be done for the moment. Carpentering cannot be done under water. One favorable circumstance was that the break in the hull had taken place in the space comprised between the two chains which stayed the smoke stack on the starboard. The stuffing could be fastened to these chains. Meanwhile the water was gaining. The depth was now over 2 feet. The water rose above Gilliatt's knees. Chapter 5. In the interval which separates 6 inches from 2 feet there is room to lodge death. Section 86 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. De Profundis ad Altum. Gilliatt had at his disposal, in the reserve of the rigging of the boat, a tolerably large tarpaulin provided with long lashings at its 4 corners. He took this tarpaulin, fastened 2 corners of it by means of the lashings to the 2 rings of the chains of the smoke stack on the side of the leak, and flung the tarpaulin overboard. The tarpaulin fell like a tablecloth between the Little Douvre and the bark and sunk in the waves. The pressure of the water endeavoring to enter the hull forced it against the hull and upon the hull. The more the water pressed, the closer the tarpaulin clung. It was glued by the water itself upon the fracture. The wound was dressed. This tarred canvas interposed between the interior of the hold and the billows without. Not another drop of water entered. The leak was covered, but not caulked. It was a respite. Gilliatt took the scoop and set to bailing the paunch. It was high time to lighten it. This work warmed him up a little, but his fatigue was extreme. He was forced to admit to himself that he should not be able to finish, and that he should not succeed in bailing out the hold. Gilliatt had hardly eaten, and he had the humiliation of feeling himself exhausted. He gauged the progress of his work by the fall of the level of the water to his knees. This fall was slow. Moreover, the leak was only interrupted. The evil was palliated, not repaired. The tarpaulin, thrust into the fracture by the water, was beginning to form a tumor in the hull. It resembled a fist beneath that canvas, seeking to burst in. The canvas, being solid and well tarred, resisted, but the swelling and the tension were augmenting, and it was not certain that the canvas would not give way, and the tumor might burst at any moment. The eruption of water would recommence. In such a case, as ship's crews in distress are aware, there is no other resource than stuffing. Rags are taken, of every sort that comes to hand, everything that is known in the technical language as service, and as many as possible of them are thrust into the crevice of the tarpaulin tumor. Of this service Gilliatt had none. All the strips and oakum which he had stored up had either been employed in his work or dispersed by the gale. At the most, he might have found a few remains by ransacking the rocks. The boat was sufficiently relieved to admit of his leaving it for a quarter of an hour, but how was such a search to be made without light? The darkness was complete. There was no longer any moon, nothing but the somber, starry heavens. Gilliatt had no dry rope wherewith to make a wick, no tallow to make a candle, no fire to light it, no lantern to screen it. All was confused and indistinct in the bark and on the reef. The water could be heard swashing against the wounded hull, but not even the hole was visible. It was with his hands that Gilliatt discovered the increasing tension of the tarpaulin. Impossible to prosecute, in such darkness, a faithful search for the bits of canvas and cordage scattered among the rocks. How was he to glean these fragments when he could not see clearly? Gilliatt gazed sadly at the night. All those stars, and no candle. The liquid mass within the bark having diminished, the pressure from without was increased. The swelling of the tarpaulin grew larger. It grew more and more distended. It was like an abscess ready to burst. The situation, improved for a moment, had again become threatening. A plug was absolutely necessary. Gilliatt had nothing but his clothes. He had placed them to dry, as it will be remembered, on the salient rocks of the Little Douvre. He went and gathered them up and placed them on the rail of the Paunch. He took his tarpaulin coat, and, kneeled in the water, he thrust it into the crevice, pressing back the swelling of the tarpaulin outwards, and consequently emptying it. To the tarpaulin he added the sheepskin, to the sheepskin his woolen shirt, to his shirt his pea-jacket. Everything went the same way. He had on but one garment. He took this off, and with his trousers he enlarged and strengthened the plugging. The stopper was made and seemed to answer the purpose. This plug extended beyond the edge of the breach with the tarpaulin for its envelope. The water, desirous of entering, pressed against the obstacle, spread it out usefully on the fracture, and consolidated it. It was a sort of exterior compress. In the interior, the center alone of the swelling having been thrust back, there remained all around the breach of the crevice and of the plug a circular pad of the tarpaulin, all the more adherent because the very inequalities of the fracture retained it. The leak was stopped. But nothing could be more precarious. Those sharp projections of the fracture which fastened the tarpaulin might pierce it, and through those holes the water would enter again. Gilliatt would not even perceive it in the darkness. It was hardly probable that that plug would last until daylight. Gilliatt's anxiety assumed a different form, but he felt it increasingly at the same time that he felt his strength decreasing. He set to bailing the hold again, but his exhausted arms could hardly lift the scoop full of water. He was naked and shivering. Gilliatt felt the sinister approach of the end. One possible chance crossed his mind. Perhaps there was a sail in the offing. A fisherman who should happen to be passing through the Douvre waters might come to his assistance. The moment had arrived when an assistant was absolutely necessary. With a man and a lantern all might be saved. Two of them could easily bail out the hold. As soon as the bark was watertight and no longer overflooded, she would rise. She would regain her waterline. The crevice would be above the water. Repairs could be made. The plug could immediately be replaced by a section of planking, and the provisional apparatus placed on the fracture by definite repairs. If not, he must wait until daybreak, wait all night. Fatal delay which might prove ruinous. Gilliatt was in a fever of haste. If by chance some ship's lantern was in sight, Gilliatt could make signals from the summit of the Douvre. The weather was calm. There was no wind. A man moving against the starry background of the sky stood a chance of being noticed. The captain of a ship, or even the skipper of a fishing boat, does not sail the waters of the Douvre by night without pointing his glass at the reef by way of precaution. Gilliatt hoped that he might be seen. He scaled the wreck, grasped the knotted rope, and ascended the Grand Douvre. Not a sail on the horizon, not a light. The water was deserted as far as he could see. No assistance was possible, and no resistance possible. Gilliatt felt himself disarmed, a thing which had not happened with him up to that moment. Dark fatality was now his master. He, with his boat, with the engine of the Durande, with all his labor, with all his success, with all his courage, he belonged to the Gulf. He had no longer any means of continuing the struggle. He became passive. How was he to prevent the tide coming, the water rising, the night continuing? That plug was his only reliance. Gilliatt had worn himself out and stripped himself to make it and complete it. He could neither fortify it nor render it firmer. Such as the plug was, it must remain, and fatally, all his effort having come to an end. The sea had at its discretion that hasty apparatus applied to the leak. How would that inert thing behave? It was now it which was combating. It was no longer Gilliatt. It was that rag. It was no longer that mind. The swelling of the waves was sufficient to reopen the fracture. More or less pressure, the whole question lay there. All was going to be solved by a blind struggle between two mechanical quantities. Gilliatt could henceforth neither aid the auxiliary nor stop the enemy. He was no longer anything but a spectator of his life or his death. That Gilliatt, who had been a providence, was at the supreme moment replaced by an inanimate resistance. None of the trials and errors which Gilliatt had undergone approached this one. On arriving at the Douvres Reef, he had beheld himself surrounded and seized, as it were, by solitude. This solitude did more than environ, it enveloped him. 1,000 menaces had shaken their fists at him simultaneously. The wind was there, ready to blow. The sea was there, ready to roar. Impossible to stop that mouth, the wind; impossible to deprive of its teeth that monster, the sea. Yet he had struggled. A man, he had contended hand to hand with the ocean, he had wrestled with the tempest. He had held his own against still other anxieties and necessities. He had become familiar with all manner of distress. Without tools, he had been obliged to perform great works; without aid, to move burdens; without science, to solve problems; without provisions, to eat and drink; without bed or roof, to sleep. On that reef, a tragic wrack, he had been put to the question in turn by the diverse torturing fatalities of nature. A mother when it seems good to her, an executioner when she chooses. He had conquered isolation, conquered hunger, conquered thirst, conquered cold, conquered fever, conquered work, conquered sleep. He had encountered objects in coalition to bar his passage; after privation, the elements; after the sea, the tempest; after the tempest, the octopus; after the monster, the specter. Melancholy, final irony. In that reef, whence Gilliatt had reckoned on emerging in triumph, Clubin, dead, came to gaze upon him with a mocking laugh. The sneer of the specter was justified. Gilliatt beheld himself lost. Gilliatt beheld himself as dead as Clubin. Winter, famine, fatigue, the wreck to dismember, the engine to transship, the blows of the equinox, the wind, the thunder, the octopus, all these were nothing as compared to the leak. Against the cold one can use, and Gilliatt had used, fire; against hunger, the shellfish from the rocks; against thirst, rain; against the difficulties of salvage, industry and energy; against the sea and the storm, the breakwater; against the octopus, his knife; against a leak, nothing. The hurricane left him this sinister farewell: a last reprisal, a traitorous thrust, the underhand attack of the conquered on the conqueror. The tempest in its flight shot this arrow to the rear. Defeats turned about and dealt a blow. It was the underhand stab of the abyss. One can combat with a tempest, but how combat a leaking? If the plug yielded, if the leak opened again, nothing could prevent the boat from sinking. It was the ligature on the artery unloosened. And the Paunch, once at the bottom of the water with that heavy load, the engine, there would be no means of raising it. This heroic effort of 2 titanic months was ending in annihilation. To begin anew was impossible. Gilliatt had no longer either forge or materials. Perhaps at daybreak he would behold his whole work sink slowly and irremediably into the gulf. It is a frightful thing to feel somber force beneath one. The gulf drew him to itself. His boat submerged, nothing would be left to him but to die of cold and hunger, as that other had done, the shipwrecked sailor of the Man Rock. For 2 long months the intelligences and providences which are in the invisible had been witnesses of this. On the one hand the expanse, the waves, the winds, the lightnings, the meteors; on the other, a man; on the one side the sea, on the other a soul; on the one side the infinite, on the other an atom. And there had been a battle. And behold, perhaps this marvel had come to naught. Thus ended in impotence this unprecedented deed of heroism; thus ended in despair this formidable combat, the struggle of nothing against everything, this Iliad of one. Gilliatt gazed into space in despair. He had no longer even a garment. He was naked in the presence of immensity. Then, in the despondency of all that unknown vastness, no longer knowing what was wanted of him, confronting the gloom, in the presence of that impenetrable obscurity, in the uproar of the waters, the billows, the waves, the surges, the foams, the squalls, beneath the clouds, beneath the gusts, beneath the vast scattered force, beneath that mysterious firmament of wings, of stars, of tombs, beneath the possible meaning mingled with vast things, having around him and beneath him the ocean and above him the constellations, beneath the unfathomable, he gave way, he renounced all. He flung himself flat upon his back on the rock, with his face to the stars, vanquished, and clasping his hands before the terrible profundity, he cried to the infinite, "Mercy!" Hurled to earth by immensity, he prayed to it. He was there alone in that darkness, on that rock, in the midst of that sea, overcome by exhaustion, resembling a man who has been struck by lightning naked as a gladiator in the circus, only instead of the arena having the abyss, instead of wild beasts, shadows, instead of the eyes of the populace, the gaze of the unknown, instead of vestals, stars, instead of Caesar, God. It seemed to him that he felt himself dissolving in cold, fatigue, weakness, in prayer, in the gloom, and his eyes closed. Chapter 7 De Profundis ad Altum.